Salesforce has a solid reputation for providing extraordinary pre-sales, implementation, and user support for all of their clouds and additions. Work at a nonprofit organization or volunteer at one, and they have 10 or fewer team members, then you should head over to salesforce.org and go ahead and apply for free accounts. Now, they'll give you up to 10 free accounts as a nonprofit organization. You apply for a grant. And I'm saying this because a lot of nonprofits aren't aware that if you're a 501c3 organization, you can get Salesforce for free. So let's go ahead and head over to salesforce.com. Now, this is the commercial side of things. If you aren't quite sure where and how to get started, I'd suggest calling Salesforce before applying for a free trial account. You'll find the number on the Salesforce website homepage. Their pre-sales support is exceptional, and you can access the support landing page at support.salesforce.com. Now, Salesforce provides extraordinary support for all of their clouds and additions. Let's go ahead and check out some of the help areas. Now, first you have a section for documentation. The documentation page contains links to the Salesforce PDFs that explain how to use their products and their services. Getting Started provides links to resources based on the Salesforce edition that you're using, depending on the type of work you'll be doing. The Trailhead is a fun place to learn Salesforce for free. Trails do what they say, leading you down the various paths of learning. Now let's scroll down a little bit and we'll find a section here for support and services. Support and services provides resources for users and admins, plus a way to contact support to discuss your individual matter directly with a Salesforce agent. Now, anytime I've crossed paths with these agents, they've been knowledgeable and really helpful. To see this section, you'll need to be logged into an active Salesforce user account. Now let's go ahead and visit another URL. We're going to visit success.salesforce.com. The Success community includes a search engine for quick answers. You can post questions here and engage with millions of other Salesforce users. You can browse documentation. You can make suggestions through the Idea Exchange. You can link to the AppExchange, and you can also post a hiring notice if you have a job. Now let's visit another portal. We'll go to developer.salesforce.com. The Salesforce Developers Portal and Library provides what programmers need to go beyond the Salesforce user interface and configure their own apps. If you'd like to learn Salesforce or develop apps for Salesforce, you should sign up for a completely free developer account by using the sign up link on the Developers Portal up here on the top right-hand side. All right, now let's visit certification.salesforce.com. Here in Training and Certification, you can help to propel your Salesforce administration career by identifying courses and training for admins. Now let's go ahead and visit another URL. And from here, we can check out what's called Success Plans. These are the support plans that are offered by Salesforce. All Salesforce editions come with personal support, and you can purchase enhanced support plans depending on the velocity that your team needs to travel. I'm going to go ahead and select the standard Success button option here. And there is always an option to compare plans. Success is the term that Salesforce uses for its name for support programs. Standard support comes with every Salesforce edition. You can compare plans using this option right here. Salesforce is time-tested software and extremely reliable. Start with the standard plan. It's all I've ever needed since I started using Salesforce. You're not likely to ever experience downtime with Salesforce. Most likely you'll have questions or you'll need help with customization. Salesforce support is excellent, so reach out to Salesforce anytime you have questions, or you want to make a purchase, or you need help implementing or using Salesforce. Let's gain a greater understanding of Salesforce Clouds. A cloud is the term Salesforce uses to define a particular flavor of their service. By service, I mean software as a service. In other words, the product that Salesforce offers to you online without the need to maintain your own server or install software on your computer. Salesforce runs entirely online, and of course, that means it needs an internet connection. There are 8 core Salesforce Clouds, plus other useful services. First, there's the Sales Cloud. Sales Cloud tracks customer information and interactions, accelerates sales, and it permits managers to review online sales pipelines, team progress, and make decisions from transparent current data. Service Cloud is for customer service agents and empowers agents with shared data, document and file management, rapid solutions base, personalized engagement, accountability, predicting needs, faster intelligence, and streamlining support by strengthening knowledge between agents with real-time data visibility that supports lasting relationships. The Marketing Cloud nurtures marketing managers and their teams to improve emails, mobile messaging, and social experiences, using customer data to hone digital ads and engage non-responders while aligning advertising with every channel, predicting the right content, tracking visitor behavior, personalizing web content, and more. Marketing Cloud triggers emails in real time and facilitates conversion momentum. It tracks click-through rates and sparks cross-channel journeys through mobile, email, social networks, advertisement, and web, connecting people to sales and unifying people with data. The Commerce Cloud is tailor-made for physical and digital product sellers, allowing entrepreneurs the opportunity for marketing, merchandising, promotions, and fulfillment. The Analytics Cloud performs deep data analytics using time-tested methods for evaluating sales, service, or whatever you're measuring. This cloud discovers new opportunities through the insight of team performance, purpose-built for better customer experiences. The different Analytics Cloud flavors are called waves, and there are sales and service wave configurations. Community Cloud fosters collaboration between customers, partners, employees, agencies, and vendors, permitting everyone to share knowledge, needs, and predictions. Community Cloud provides a meaningful journey through a self-service community model. App Cloud provides rapid development and deployment of powerful custom apps that provide data visibility, extending CRM for personalized engagement. It's visually driven, not code-driven, so you aren't learning any programming languages. The Internet of Things Cloud is an event processing engine that connects devices and products to Salesforce without programming code. It permits you to test business theories, gain a vivid picture of product usage, and develop meaningful interactions for your customers. These are the core Salesforce Clouds. When you speak with Salesforce about your needs, please know that there are at least 6 other clouds offered, and these products evolve over time. So be sure to ask for a consultation and recommendation from your Salesforce sales representative. If you'd like to get a bird's eye view of the products and research them independently, you can visit this page at salesforce.com/products. And here you can explore the customer success platform and all of the different clouds that are offered. Before selecting a cloud for your business, contact Salesforce for their free consultation and evaluation, and they'll help you get on the right track. They can help you select the appropriate cloud for your needs. Let's talk about the available Salesforce Editions. Salesforce offers different bundles for unique business needs, and these are called editions. If you're new to Salesforce, fight the urge to pick the most expensive product offering. You can always move up as your needs change. Each Salesforce edition shares the same cosmetic look and feel, but each has unique and different features and pricing. I don't address pricing in this course because it changes over time and it can be negotiated by organization. Let's talk about the different editions. Salesforce Essentials is a slimmed-down version of Salesforce for small teams of up to 5 people, and it allows sales and service teams to maintain a complete view of their customers, helping small businesses sell smarter and faster. Professional Edition is where most new users should start. It's affordable, and it does what most teams need. Like all Salesforce editions, everything can be customized. This is where nearly everyone will begin unless you're a big corporation, and that's where Enterprise Edition comes into play. The enterprise flavor of Salesforce fits the needs of larger, more complex businesses that have back-office systems in place. This edition will permit your organization to connect directly to Salesforce via their API, which is short for Application Programming Interface. A qualified software engineer is needed to bridge these connections. Unlimited Edition is essentially the same as Enterprise, with added high-touch technical support, increased storage limits, and the ability to develop unlimited custom apps. Developer Edition provides access to the Force.com platform and API, and is also tailored to organizations with access to a software engineer who can make full use of the programming toolset offered with Developer Edition. Let's head over to Salesforce.com for a moment, and from here, we'll go ahead and put our mouse on Products, and then we'll click Pricing. From here, we'll go ahead and click on the cloud that we're interested in, and for me, that's Sales. And here you can see the additions and their current pricing, which is always subject to change. Salesforce has discontinued some of their past editions, so if you've heard of other editions not mentioned here, they may have been retired. I encourage you to consult with a Salesforce associate before making your final decision on which edition is correct for your needs. You'll find the toll-free number on the Salesforce website, and they can help you get up and running in no time. Let's talk about planning a transition from existing data management systems. Migration of precious data requires a conservative, cautious approach. Prior to making a commitment to Salesforce, discuss this with all the identified stakeholders. Start at the top to obtain buy-in to consider using the Salesforce platform. Review the cost and benefits to use Salesforce, and seek permission to discuss the matter with the entire company. Every team member should be included in the conversation. Sudden changes in the way a company operates will be a turnoff, and you want to give each person the respect of transparency and knowledge of the changes that are coming. If there are many teams within your organization, meetings should be held to discuss the matter openly, to understand the business processes and pain points. Consider preparing an open-ended survey that simply asks each member of your team to explain their relationship and interaction with the company's data, as well as things like physical files, paper documents, and assets, such as images, video, presentations, price books, and anything that comes to mind. Explain that Salesforce has been selected to replace the existing systems, but reassure each team member that their input is a critical part of the success of this migration. Once you've collected the input from everyone, sit down and review what's been shared and use that intel to ensure that the Salesforce account you'll be using will be able to handle how each team member will work. This would be a good time to suggest to everyone on your team to sign up for a free Salesforce account. They should not use the same email that they'll be using in the production setting because the email is associated with an account, and company emails are most commonly used as the login name for an account on Salesforce. Exploring Salesforce on their own will help bring team members into the Salesforce migration plan as smoothly as possible. If you're using an existing relational database system, it's wise to see if the AppExchange has a migration tool available for you to use. For data stored in simple spreadsheets such as Excel or Google Sheets, the import wizard native to Salesforce will accept comma-separated values files from these sheets quite readily. Have all custom fields and your customization complete before you start the final data import. Normalizing data is important. If data is in Excel, for example, fields may be longer than the destination organization's current fields. Data truncation will occur if the incoming data field is longer than the Salesforce data field. This needs to be examined and tested, and I recommend using a free trial or developer account as your rehearsal. Common migration issues come from poor data quality. Well-structured data is easier to migrate. While you're planning data migration, Salesforce user training will be a valuable way to onboard users to your new system. We have courses here that your team can use to help you get started. Test migrations are a must, particularly with large databases. You may find it necessary to run several test migrations before things are ready for your team to use. User adoption is strongest if folks are on hand to help with the new experience and answer questions and provide mentorship. For some people, a new system is welcome. For others, it's often harder to accept change, and then things fall down. Transition requires patience and plenty of nurturing. If you're new to Salesforce, let's head over to salesforce.com and we'll see how to get started. If you'd like a concierge to assist you, then click on the live chat link at the bottom right hand of the screen, and then go ahead and fill out the information here, and you can talk to a live agent. You can also give Salesforce a call by reaching out at the phone number at the top right-hand side of the screen as well. Now let's go ahead and try Salesforce for free. First, we'll hover over the Products menu, and then we'll click on Pricing. Then we'll click on Sales. I have a sales organization, so I'll use the Sales Cloud. Now, I'd like to try Lightning Professional Edition, so we'll go ahead and click on Try for Free under this section. And then we'll fill out the form. After I've keyed in all my information, I'll go ahead and check the box to show that I agree to the Master Subscription Agreement. And then click Start My Free Trial. Now I'm going to head over to my inbox, and from here we'll see a welcome email from Salesforce. This serves as a helpful reminder to set up my password, so I'll go ahead and click on Verify Account. And then I'll get the verification code from the inbox, and then I'll paste it in over here. That helps as a layer of security to identify myself as an authorized user. And then from here, we'll go ahead and put in a password. We'll need to enter it in twice. And then we need to put in a security question, and I'll go ahead and fill that in. And then I'll click on Change Password. I'm going to go ahead and allow the browser to set up alerts for this particular program. So I'll click Allow, and that allows me to get pop-ups whenever there's an important notification. Now, I'm going to go ahead and set up my company's information within the company profile. So I'll close out this splash screen, and then I'll go ahead and click on the gear cog icon on the top right-hand side of the screen. I'll click on Setup, and then we're taken over to the Setup page. This is the Setup homepage. Now, from the Setup homepage, we have helpful links such as a section for setting up a mobile app with personalization, and also we have our Setup Assistant here as well, and our most recently used items. We're going to use the Quick Find on the top left-hand side of the screen, and we're going to type in Company. Now, you can also scroll down the menu, and if you want to look for things that way, you can, but the Quick Find is a much faster way to do that, and then we'll click on Company Information. This company information screen displays the organization's profile and license information for Salesforce. Now, there's an Edit button here. Let's go ahead and click on that. That allows us to make changes. Now, I'll wrap up the setup by entering as much information as I can to complete my company profile. Now, when I'm done making all my tweaks, I'll click Save. We're now registered, and we can start using our new Salesforce account and begin our exploration of this great product. Salesforce administrators spend a great deal of time working behind the curtain within their organization in order to customize the user experience for the behavior that's desired. So let's take a moment to focus on the fundamental elements of the Salesforce Setup platform. Now, with Setup, you'll find what's needed to manage and customize your org. First of all, we're starting from the Home tab, and we need to be signed in. And from here, let's go ahead and click on the gear cog icon towards the upper right-hand side of the viewport. From here, then, let's click Setup. A new tab is launched, and within it, you'll now be taken to the Setup homepage. On the left is the Setup menu, and on the right is the main Setup window. Now, Setup has a Home tab, which is different than your Home tab when you're working as an individual user on Salesforce. Now, then there's another tab, which is the Object Manager, and that's this tab right here. Let's go ahead and click on that. And the Object Manager is where you can manage objects. That's the database objects within Salesforce. And this is the place where Salesforce data objects are managed, custom objects can be created and configured, and where you'll have an opportunity to add or remove data fields, set up record pages, or edit existing record pages, buttons, links, layouts, triggers, validation rules, and hierarchical columns and other object-related housekeeping, where the word object refers to a database object, like a table in a relational database. Now, the Setup menu, which is this tab back here, if we look at the left-hand side, we can see how it's organized, which is categorically, which is fine if you know where to look for a resource. The Setup menu is organized into key category sections, which are Administration, Platform Tools, and then if we scroll down, we can see Settings as well. So let's talk a little bit about each of these just in brief. We're going to go through just the general concepts. Administration is where you manage users and data, and if you click on this little symbol right here, you can expand the menu and see the submenus underneath. Platform Tools is a hub that allows you to do customization. And the section for Settings allows you to do things like manage your company information and the very important thing, which is security for your organization. Now, I personally prefer not to memorize the location of Setup menu items, so I locate what I need with the Quick Find box, which is at the top here. You'll see a box called Quick Find. And then I'll put my mouse in there, and let's go ahead and use the Quick Find. We'll see how it works. I'll enter the word users. And what happens is two things. One is it finds the menu, and then it also highlights it to help you find what you need. So you've now picked up the basic essence of the Salesforce Setup platform, and now you know where to find setup resources when you need to configure them. In this video, we'll discover the Salesforce AppExchange. Salesforce comes with essential features that your team can use, and the initial configuration for your organization depends on the flavor you selected, such as sales, service, marketing, nonprofit, and other tailor-made user interface architectures that help you accomplish what needs to be done. The Salesforce AppExchange is the sharing platform for the distribution of compatible apps. The term app can mean different things within Salesforce. An AppExchange app is a tool that you install to extend, modify, or enhance Salesforce functionality. App can also refer to a collection of tabs, reports, dashboards, and visual force pages, which is something completely different than an AppExchange app. Salesforce's open source architecture and the AppExchange fosters innovation by allowing programmers to purpose-build apps and earn money selling them. It also saves you money so you don't have to hire your own developer to build custom apps. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. So let's have a look at the AppExchange. There are a few different ways to get there. First of all, you'll need to be signed into your Salesforce account, and from here, you can click on the tic-tac-toe icon, which is also referred to as the App Launcher at the top left-hand side of the screen. Now, from here, there's a link to visit the AppExchange, which is right here. When we click on this, it brings up a layer, which, in my opinion, is too small. So I generally open up a new browser tab, and then I go directly to the AppExchange. Apps are listed in a variety of ways. They're listed by type, by product collections, and by industry. There's free apps, and then there's also paid apps. You'll find apps made by Salesforce Corporate. However, most of the apps here are purpose-built by third-party developers who have identified a business need and coded an app to solve it. You'll find apps that are broadly used, such as email marketing solutions, and discover apps that are so niche that only a few firms might want them, such as an app that manages oil field equipment services. You can also search for apps, so let's go ahead and take a look at what we can do here. Let's go ahead and enter in the word email in the search box at the top. And here we can see a list of the apps that relate to the keyword email. And you have the ability to narrow your discovery to apps that are just of interest to you. So let's go ahead and do that. On the left-hand side, there are filters that help you narrow your search. First, an app must be compatible with your particular Salesforce edition. So I'm going to go ahead and make a change here to just Professional Edition. By clicking the only option, I'll remove all the other options, and then I can click Apply Filters. You can also look for apps that have excellent user reviews. Let's do that. I'm going to scroll down, and then I'm going to only show apps that have 5-star ratings. And then I'll click Apply Filters. Lots of folks use DocuSign. It's very popular. And there's an app to integrate that service into your Salesforce account. Let's take a look at it. So here's the DocuSign for Salesforce app. And if I go ahead and click on the link, I'll go to the landing page for it. And then we can read over the information. There is a fee for using this app. And then I can click Get It Now to install it into my own production environment. Now, remember that installing an app will make changes to your Salesforce organization. So you might want to test it out in the sandbox, which is the second option here, before placing it into an actual production use. The Salesforce AppExchange is an essential resource for finding and installing the functionality that can help improve your usability and productivity within your Salesforce account. Salesforce Chatter is a suite of social media feeds in your Salesforce account that fosters collaboration, and it's accessible by both the users in your team and also outside people such as customers and partners. Now, Salesforce Chatter accounts are free. You can get thousands of them within a Salesforce account. You can check out your licensing and make sure that you know how many you have for your company. And to find out that information, just click on the gear cog icon, click Setup. And from here on the left-hand side, type in the word company. And what you will see there when you type in the word company is going to be company information. And then from here, you'll see how many licenses you have for Salesforce Chatter. I have 5,000 Chatter free licenses and 500 Chatter external licenses. You can go ahead and research what all this means a little bit more in detail with the Salesforce documentation. But let's go ahead and close this up. Because you have so many Salesforce Chatter licenses for free, you can distribute them to just about anybody who can have a private peek into your Salesforce flow, your Chatter flow, which is completely separate. They don't get to see any of your data, but you can have conversations with clients in a social media style feed. Now, Salesforce Chatter accounts don't cost anything. They can be deployed to hundreds and thousands of people if you'd like. It's a completely secure environment. And let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. Click on the app launcher, and then we'll click on Chatter here. And you can see the Chatter feed for this organization. And here are some posts, so you can see what that looks like. Here in the screen, you've got a conversation going on the team, and everybody is talking with each other as well. Now, Salesforce Chatter is a social media platform by design, and you can also chatter with individuals. So if you want to find somebody that's a user in the system, like Aries, for example, is a user, this sort of light blue icon means that that individual has a Salesforce license within your system. And right over here, it says they're a user. You click on that, and then you can see their profile. And right here in their profile, you can start talking with them, and you can use an @mention and start typing their name and then quickly pull up their name. You can also use this icon to use the @ symbol quickly. If you don't know how to quickly find it on your keyboard, you can just press this button and you can send some message to the individual. And when you're done, you can go ahead and click share. You can always add attachments if you like. You can pull an attachment from the library. And anytime you want to do that, you can attach files to the Chatter feed. When you do send somebody a Chatter message and you mention them, they're going to get an email telling them that you've sent them a message. And then you can post. So that's how you post directly to somebody's profile. Let's head back over to home and we'll start talking about how to configure your Chatter. Since Chatter is already enabled, you can customize it for your needs. I'll click on the gear cog icon on the top right, and then what you should do is click on Setup, and then from here, type the word Chatter into the quick find, and then click on Chatter Settings. Then let's go ahead and click on Edit, and then let's scroll up to the top of the screen and talk about the different sections. So this checkbox right here controls if Chatter is activated and available within your organization. And for whatever reason you want to turn it off, you can certainly do that. I have found that Chatter is very helpful for collaboration, so we leave it on in our organization. And then here's the settings for Chatter that allow you to modify group settings. Groups are able to be set up in your system. You can set up groups for specific purposes, like a group for a project. Everyone can talk about a specific project. You can allow people to archive messages. You can allow records in groups, and you can enable super secret groups called unlisted groups. That's kind of a fancy thing that they've added to Salesforce as well. And you have rich link previews and feeds. What that means is that you can show rich content in feeds. It'll convert your links into embedded videos. So if you put a YouTube link in, it'll make a video in the post so that you have really a better, more robust experience. If you post a link to a photo, it's going to quickly show that photo as a preview. And then it allows draft posts. Here's a feature for that. If you want to allow people to draft their posts, you can certainly do that. I always find it strange why this is turned off by default, but I like to use emojis. So let's allow emoticons. That's the term used in Salesforce for the emojis. And why not let people have an out-of-office message? If they're not available and they want to get off the grid, let them have an out-of-office message. It makes total sense to me. And here in Topics, we can allow guests and signed-in users, such as Chatter users, to view topics in Salesforce sites and portals. And then this one's really super powerful, coworker invitations. If somebody wants to invite someone within a domain, let's say your company domain is the one at the top, that's our domain. You want to add another domain. Let's say you want to put in a domain name where people can invite. So anybody who's a Chatter user that has this domain in their email, they can invite another person in the same domain. We will allow them to do that. So we want to allow that within Chatter. Very helpful because it allows external invitations. And then you can allow customers to come into a group, and that's helpful. So you're letting your team do that. The next few things might be a little bit more complicated to understand, and it won't mean a whole lot to you right now, but perhaps as you dive deeper, you'll get into it. Here are actions in the publisher. You can add actions that you create to the publisher on the homepage, on tabs, and on record detail pages. And then recommendations. You can display recommendations to use in the Salesforce Today mobile app. So when your people are on the go, they can use that feature. And then you want post and comment modification. Hello, that makes total sense. If someone makes a mistake, don't you want them to be able to change it? Of course you do. You don't want someone to be stuck with what they said. What happens if they, maybe said something they didn't like and they changed their mind and wanted to maybe soften up a message or make something a little bit more professional? They can do that. We're only human. Rich text posts allow us to do things like put bold and underline and italics and bulleted lists and what I call key points, because I don't use the phrase bullets, but I like to use the word key points. But we can set up rich text posts, and then we can also allow folks to pin their posts. Just like on social media, people can pin stuff. So let's click Save, and let's go to Email Settings here on the left-hand side. That's the next section, and we want people to have emails, right? So that they have the ability to get notified. What does that look like? Let's flip over to my inbox for a second. When someone sends a post out, this is what happens. Now, the whole idea behind Chatter is to get out of email. You don't want to be living in email, swimming in email. But if somebody gets a post and they're not a Salesforce user, they're not going to get a push notification, right, on their phone because they're not logged in as a Salesforce user. If they're an external customer, maybe they want to get emailed instead of using your app. So they don't have to install an app. They can just use email. So that's one way to get notified. We want to set all these to be allowed so that people are getting email notifications. But here's a tweak. If you want the from email name and address to be branded, you can certainly do that. and put that in there. If you want to make that something else, you can put it as whatever you want to call it. And you can put some branded email information there. Of course, it has to be a real email address. And then if you want to add your company logo to Chatter, you have to use a program like Photoshop, or I use GIMP because it's free. And you can find GIMP at gimp.org. And right here, you can set up a graphic 150 by 50 pixels with your company logo and just put that into your documents on Salesforce and then add it right here. If you want to put footer text like your company address, it's usually recommended just to comply with CAN-SPAM laws here in the US. You can do that. Now, let's go ahead and click under the next section, which is we're going to take a look at feed tracking. And feed tracking is something that's a little new to most people, but you can follow field changes. So let's say you've got a sales team and your sales team is working hard and you want to see what they're doing. You can track up to 20 fields with feed tracking. So anytime somebody changes an email, or they change a phone number, or they change a name, or they change a mobile phone, or whatever they're changing, you want to be notified. You can do that with feed tracking because you can then track the individual changes to an item. And how does that work? Well, when you're in a lead, I'm going to switch over to leads for a second and show that to you. When you're in a lead, you have the ability to do chatter within that lead. You can see the chatter feed there in the lead right here. And you can talk to other people on your team about that particular lead item by using the posts here. You can use the @mention and you can start typing if you want to and send a message to someone right here. But there's also a really handy feature called follow. If you click the follow option, any of the things that are in here that are changed in this lead, you can go ahead and see in your chatter feed. It'll be notifying you that there's been a change. And that's a very helpful feature. So feed tracking allows you to track individual field changes. Very useful feature. Let's talk about the last thing, which is influence. The activity threshold for influence sets how much activity a user must have before they're included in the influence level calculations, showing who's been proactive in responding to feed posts. And we can set a level here. Use caution because it does have an effect on people's influence, so to speak, within the system. And users' influence levels can change immediately. So how they're included in the influence calculation will be determined by these numbers. So go ahead and read up on that and learn more about it. That completes my tour of activating and managing and configuring your Salesforce Chatter. Remember, Chatter is personality. Chatter is a fully customizable to fit your team's needs. It's a powerful and intuitive way to connect your team and your customers. And I find that many projects managed via email can fall down in the email clutter. But with Chatter, the conversation is always in one place. This is controlled within Salesforce. There are many facets to access control of data within your organization. First, individual users must have access to the organization, and as the administrator, you accomplish this by setting up user accounts for your team and then permitting their login using specific IP ranges during the login hours you determine. Users then need to be given permission to access data objects. Profiles are set up to limit access to only the objects you want people to see. Sales teams can access leads, and support agents can view cases. Each profile determines what's visible. A user can have one profile at a time, and that profile can be changed if their role within the company changes. User record access is further managed using role hierarchies. This is where staff can see what their subordinates are doing within teams. And some fields may contain highly sensitive data. Field-level security allows data privacy to be maintained on a need-to-know basis. This is where field data should only be made available to authorized profiles. An example might be a bank account number or personally identifying information such as a social. Let's review the essential blueprint for managing Salesforce organization data access. You can manage who sees what data at 4 main levels. At the organization level, you have a list of users with password policies, with login hours and approved login locations. Next, you'll set permissions on data objects to reveal only the data that you've established visibility on for a team member's role. Then you can grant data access or prevent it for a specific field so that the most sensitive data fields are only visible to the right people. And you can grant record access to users so they're only permitted to view what's allowed for their job position. Record access can be tailored in 4 main ways. First of all, we have organization-wide default settings. They specify the default access that all users have to view each other's records. Role hierarchies allow users to view data for their subordinates. Sharing rules enable exceptions to organization-wide defaults for groups of users by giving them access to records that are not assigned to them or that they can't normally view. And manual sharing allows a record owner to grant record access to other users. When your team is small, data visibility can be kept very simple. If your organization is a large one, then how data is shared and who can see it becomes more complex and requires more robust management tools. Salesforce data visibility can be as simple or complex as needed to meet the needs of your team and what you're doing. Let's discuss a few basic points about setting up users and data access. Salesforce users adopt data access permissions from profiles and roles. Visibility and data access is handled in 4 specific ways. Users are provided access to the organization through IP ranges and login hours. Users are granted access to data records through profile permissions and organization-wide default sharing settings. Roles and the role hierarchy is a way to grant access to records when organization-wide defaults have been set up to anything more restrictive than public read-write. Field-level security controls highly sensitive data that's not set to public read-write and where access is granted to specific users. Smaller organizations might allow everyone access to all data, while bigger teams need more complex sharing rules that grant data access to the right people and limit access to sensitive information. Let's create a role hierarchy within Salesforce before adding users, and then we'll apply these roles to all our new users. You need to be signed into your Salesforce account, and we're starting at the Home tab. Then let's head over to the gear cog icon. You'll click here, and then you'll click on Setup. This opens up a new tab for Setup. And here we'll type the word role in the quick find. And then we'll click on roles. And then we get to this little landing page here where we can set up the roles. This splash page is optional. You can turn it off if you want to. You see the checkbox there that allows you to do that. Let's go ahead and set up roles and add some roles. So first we'll go ahead and click Set Up Roles. And then from here we'll add the president. Let's go ahead and click Add Role, and in the next screen, we'll type the name President. A unique name auto-populates. Now, you have the ability to change how information is displayed on reports and if it should be different, and this field right here allows you to do that if you'd like. You also have the ability to change a user's visibility to Sales Opportunities, and that's this section right here. We'll leave it alone for now, and then we'll click Save. Now from here we can see that this has been added. This role is now in there. Let's go ahead and click Roles again, and let's go back to Setup Roles, and you can see that the president has indeed been added to the roles. We'll add some other roles that report to the president, and you can see the hierarchy now is starting to form. Let's click Add Role under the president. And let's go ahead and add some additional roles. We'll add Office Manager. Let's click Save and New. Then we'll add Sales Manager. Then when we're done, we'll click Save. And then let's head back over to our Roles Setup page. And from here, if we click this little plus symbol, we can see the list of the people that report to the president that we've just added. And it's that simple. Now let's go ahead and add the role of sales agent under the sales manager, and we'll go ahead and click that. You'll notice that like a tree, it has branches, and we keep going down the role hierarchy, and we keep adding subordinates. So let's go ahead and do that. Now that we've added that role, let's go ahead and take a quick peek and look at it. If you click the plus here, you'll see that the sales agent now reports to the sales manager. Now we'll add some users. Let's type the word users in the quick find search tool right here. And then we'll click the menu option for users. And from here, we can see a list of our users. I'm going to pull down this menu just to show active users. And we can add a single user, we can reset user passwords, and we can add multiple users at once. Let's go ahead and click New User, and we'll add a user into the system. When we select the user license type, let's use a Salesforce license, which activates the role pull-down. And you can see there are different license types, and the default is Salesforce. And from here, we have the ability to pull down the role as well. We'll go ahead and make Henry a sales agent. Profiles can be set up as another type of permission set, and Salesforce offers some already populated. We'll go ahead and use the pull down, and we'll select standard user as the type, save this user, and that generates a welcome email to them. Now let's go ahead and click New User again, and we'll go ahead and do that. So let's head over to the menu for users. Let's click New User again, and we can add chatter users from here. So let me show you what that looks like. If you use this pull down and you select one of the user licenses for chatter, it's completely free. And this can be set up for folks who don't need a full license, such as customers and vendors working within your teams. Now let's go ahead and cancel this, and we'll add multiple users to the system. Let's click Add Multiple Users. And then we'll select the user license type as a Salesforce license. And then from here, we have the ability to put in multiple users into the system. Let's just add a couple. The form adds up to 4 users at a time with only a few fields to be filled in. However, I only have 3 licenses left, so you only see 3 sections in this particular field. So I can only add 3 at this very moment. This means that the user will have to go back and edit their profile and fill in the rest of the information into their profile by themselves. But just for this demonstration, let's go ahead and fill in some information. And then when we check this box right here, it will generate a password, and it will also send a welcome email to the new users, letting them know that they've been added to the system. And then we'll click Save. Setting up users is easy, allowing us to set up different types of team members quickly with a structure that mirrors the relationships individuals have with each other. Let's learn how to manage data visibility using role hierarchies. In Salesforce, your data visibility can be managed in a number of different ways using different layers of control. And working with hierarchies, users can gain visibility of everyone directly below them within the role hierarchy tree. Your company's organizational structure and your org chart, if you have one, is a helpful starting point for developing the role hierarchy. You should consolidate roles whenever possible. If a sales agent should see the exact same data as a marketing manager, you could combine these two into the sales and marketing role rather than having 2 separate roles. And as you learn Salesforce and as you get deeper into it, you'll understand why this consolidation makes more sense. And intuitively, it's always best to have less things to deal with, fewer moving parts. Now, let's go ahead and see how roles work. We're going to start here at the Home tab. We have to be signed in, first of all. And head over to the gear cog icon on the top right. Go ahead and click on that, and then click Setup. And give it a second to load, and you now have a new tab for the Setup system. And from the Quick Find over here on the left-hand side, type in a keyword, and it will be the word roles. And you'll see the menu down below, and it's highlighted in yellow. We'll click on that. You'll see the splash page for role setup. And you can always turn this off. If you don't want to see the splash page, you can use this checkbox. But I kind of like it because it gives you a visual understanding of the different types of role hierarchies from territory to product to company size based. You can see the different samples that they give you, which really helps you to better understand how these particular features work within Salesforce. So we'll click on Set Up Roles, and from here, we've got a list of roles. Now, you can expand or collapse this list if you want to, make it all go away, or you can expand it to show all the different roles. It's very easy to do that. And you can see there are already some high-level managers who report to the president, and you've got the office manager, operations manager, and sales manager, and then you have a sales agent who rolls up to the sales manager, and this is how the hierarchies work. The president can always view all the records owned by anybody below them within the hierarchy, and they can view all the data all the way down to the individual agent, in this case, the sales agent. And it really doesn't matter how the organization-wide defaults are configured for the organization, because if somebody reports to someone else, even if they don't own that data, they'll be able to see that data. Now, users must be assigned a role in order for their data to be viewed by their manager, and you don't have to be in the role hierarchy to be a user in the system. So if you've got an organization set up and you don't assign a role to someone, then those rules don't apply and they won't be able to have their manager view their stuff. So you have a user with a profile that grants that user specific organization access, and then if they're assigned to the role, all their records will be seen by everyone above them all the way up within the role hierarchy. Now let's go ahead and add a role, and we'll assign a user to it. I'm going to add a role underneath the president, and we'll use the role name, which will be Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing. Now you notice it doesn't really fit, and I don't want it to be so long. So what I'll do is I will move back down and take this Senior Vice President, and we'll just call it SVP for short, just to make it a little bit smaller. And then we'll use the ampersand. That makes that easier as well. And I'll press Tab, and then a unique name auto-populates in the role name. And then from here, the Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing will report to the President, so we'll leave that alone. And then we'll go ahead and click Save. Now, we have an issue because if we go back to roles and we take a look, we're going to see that we've got the Senior Vice President at the same level as all the other folks in the hierarchy. So what we'll do is we'll click Edit here, and we'll make the other roles report to the Senior Vice President because they've been added as middle management. And instead of having them report to the president, we'll use this finder and we'll change them to report to the Senior Vice President. So that's done. And now we've reorganized the role hierarchy so that the president has one direct report, and then that person, who is now the Senior Vice President, has 3 direct reports, and then the sales manager has 1 direct report. It's that simple, and it's very easy. Now let's go ahead and assign somebody to the role of Senior Vice President. We'll click Assign, and from there we've got our list of employees who are in the system, and we can go ahead and assign a person to the role. Now I'm going to assign Harendra to the role of Senior Vice President, and we'll go ahead and push that name over, and then we'll click Save. And that's all there is to it. Now, we can add other people to the roles that are underneath the Senior Vice President, and if you wanted to make those assignments, you can do that now. And you just push those names over and click Save. Now, I feel important today, so I'll assign myself as the president. And that's all there is to it. It's very simple. Now, you can always edit or delete roles using these buttons. You can see all the buttons here, and it allows you to make changes to those roles at any time. Now, there are other sharing methods. However, using role hierarchies greatly simplifies the work of record visibility within teams where users report to managers and whenever their manager should have full transparency to see the records of their subordinates. Let's talk about sharing rules to provide record access to users when your organization's permissions are more restrictive than public read-write. When permissions are locked down so that only the record owner can see a record, sharing rules opens up record visibility laterally across teams, such as providing access to managers on teams other than their own. We can go ahead and use sharing rules to make this happen. And I'll use sharing rules to open up record access horizontally across roles, regardless of the position of the user in the role hierarchy. I can use sharing rules to extend access to roles, public groups, and territories. Now let's go ahead and sign in. We need to be at the main page on Salesforce. We're starting at the Home tab. And then head over to the gear cog icon and click on that. Click on Settings. Now we're in the new tab, which is Setup. And from here, we'll go ahead and put our mouse in the Quick Find and type in the word sharing into the Quick Find search tool, and then select Sharing Settings. Now, there's a lot of stuff here in Sharing Settings, and it can be a bit overwhelming for a new user, especially if you're new to Salesforce and you're not using this on a regular basis. But what we'll do is we'll go down to the section for Account Sharing Rules. And just to simplify things, I'm going to explain that we're going to set up a share across teams for accounts. And we need to click on New to start that. And we need to give it a name. And I'll go ahead and give it the name Sharing with OM, which stands for Operations Manager. And then when I press Tab, a unique name auto-populates. The description is optional, but you can put something nice and descriptive there to help you understand what you're setting up here. Now, this rule will be defined by record ownership. So in step 2, you're going to have the default, which is based on record owner. And then in step 3, we're going to select the records that we plan to share. And in this case, we want to select the sales manager and subordinates. So we're going to change this to roles and subordinates. And then we're going to use the pull down, and we're going to pull down the sales manager. So all of the sales manager's employees and all the records of those people and the sales manager, all that will be shared with the person in step 4. And since we're sharing with the operations manager, we don't want to share with their subordinates, just them. We'll just select roles, and then we'll select operations manager. So now only the operations manager can see that data. And we don't want them to have the ability to make any changes, just have read access. So we'll go ahead and change all 3 of these options should all read only. Now, at this point, when we click Save, this will go into effect immediately, and there'll be a little recalculation of records, so you have to say OK here. And that may happen in the background for a few minutes, but once it's done, all those records will be shared with the operations manager role. So anyone who has the role of operations manager can now see the records of the sales manager and all their employees as well. Now, we'll set up a second rule that reverses this, flips the script, in other words, and provides the sales manager all of the visibility of the records of the operations manager's employees and their records. So we'll go ahead and click New. And we'll give this a label. We'll just call it Sharing with, and then in this case, it's SM, which stands for Sales Manager. And again, you can put a description in there if you'd like to do that. We're going to leave step 2 alone because we're doing record ownership sharing. And what we want to do now is reverse this. We're going to have roles and subordinates and all the records for the operations manager and their subordinates will be shared with the role, just the role, of the sales manager. And again, it's read-only access, so we're just going to do a read-only. And then we'll click Save. And then we'll agree to recalculate. Now, I've just demonstrated sharing rules that are based on record ownership. And let's go ahead and set up another rule. And we'll set up this rule based on record criteria. I want the sales manager to have read and write access to any account with an account type defined as prospect. And this is very easy. We're going to set this up in just a few moments. I'll add a sharing rule, so let's go ahead and click New. So first we need to give it a name. Sharing prospects with the sales manager. Press Tab, and a unique name auto-populates. And in step 2, you need to change this to based on criteria, and you'll see a new menu pop up here in step 3 with field pull downs. And what we want to do now is pull up the account type. So the account type, and then use the operator equals, and then use the finder to pull up the pick list. And from the pick list, we're just going to select prospects because that's the name of the rule. We want to show prospects only. And then we'll go ahead and we'll share these records with a specific role. So let's go down to step 4. And we want to share with roles and subordinates. And we agreed that it was going to be the sales manager. So let's go ahead and pull down the sales manager role. Now, the sales manager and all of the subordinates of the sales manager will have full, unfettered access to read and write these records. So we'll go ahead and change those and then click Save. Then we'll click OK. Now, with this new rule that I've set up, the sales manager and all their subordinates on the sales manager's team will have full read-write access to any account that's considered a prospect. Even though my organization-wide defaults are set to private, I've given access to records to the team members who definitely need it. You'll notice that sharing rules can be set up for a number of different data object types to really give you the flexibility you need to share important records with the right people in an unlimited number of ways. Now, from here, the sky's the limit. Simple and complex sharing rules can be established to grant record access according to your needs. The sharing rules feature is extremely flexible in opening data access in a powerful way. Let's have a look at user profiles. Profiles are templates that allow you to set permissions and settings within your Salesforce organization. And having these profile templates really speeds up onboarding for Salesforce users. We can limit or open up data access with profiles and assign people to those profiles. Profiles relate to job functions such as management, sales, and so forth. So let's go ahead and have a look at them. Now, you need to be signed into your Salesforce account. We're starting at the Home tab. From here, let's click on the gear cog icon, and then let's click on Setup. And that opens up a new tab for Setup. And on the left-hand side, you'll see the Quick Find box. And go ahead and put your mouse in there. And then we'll type in the keyword Profiles. And you'll see that you have the option to click on Profiles from here. Now, Salesforce comes with pre-made profiles, and we can also edit them. But we're going to add a new profile, which is called Outside Sales. So let's click New here, and we'll give it a name, which is called Outside Sales. You can call it anything you want. And then Salesforce requires us to clone from an existing user profile to speed up the configuration process, but also to avoid making mistakes when you're setting up a profile. It's best to go ahead and clone from an existing one. So we'll use the standard user profile as our template to make this clone. And then we'll go ahead and click Save, so the Outside Sales profile is now set up. Now we can edit our new profile, and we'll make some adjustments to it. So what I want to do is click on Edit right here. And then we'll edit the Outside Sales profile. Now, there's a lot of information here. It can be a bit overwhelming to somebody who is new to Salesforce. But we're going to make some adjustments. So outside salespeople don't need to see anything but leads. So let's go ahead and scroll down. And we're going to scroll down to the Object section. And we'll keep scrolling. It's quite a long list of things here. And then we have the Standard Object Permissions section. In Standard Object Permissions, we can turn off access to a variety of Salesforce data. And since we only want them to see leads, we'll go ahead and start turning off access to all these data objects. Now, we want to go ahead and open up additional access to leads to allow data administration for this team. So we'll go ahead and check all the boxes here. And then when we're done, we'll go ahead and review everything, and then you can go ahead and scroll up and then click Save. Something worth mentioning is that standard profiles can never be deleted. Now let's go ahead and verify this new profile is available through the new user flow. If we click on Profiles here, we can see that we have our new profile, and it's definitely there. We also have the option to delete it if we want to by clicking on the delete button here. But let's take a peek at adding this to an actual new user. And so we'll type user into the quick find, and then we'll click on users, and then we'll click new user. Now let's verify that this profile is available to set up a new user. So what we'll do is from role, we'll go ahead and give this person a role, and let's check to see if the profile is available. And there it is. It's definitely there. So that worked. Profiles are applied to a user when adding new users into Salesforce, and these users adopt all the permissions of that profile. It's a way that Salesforce really streamlines the ability to onboard new users, and it's a very helpful aspect of user management. Permission sets open up data access. The helpful thing about them is that we can apply one or multiple permission sets to each user while the user can only have a single profile. It's a way to rapidly add and remove sets of system permissions within Salesforce. You might want to elevate a person to a new position, such as an executive assistant, without editing their profile directly. So let's go ahead and see how this might work. We'll need to be signed in, and we're starting from the Home tab. And then from here, go ahead and click on the gear cog icon on the top right. And then you should click Setup. That launches a new tab for Setup. And then on the left-hand side, you'll see the Quick Find, and go ahead and put your mouse into the Quick Find box and type the word permission. And then go ahead and click on Permission Sets. And from here, we can manage permission sets. So we'll go ahead and click New, and we'll add a new permission set here. So we'll just click New from the list of permission sets, and we'll give it a label. And we're going to go ahead and call this Leadership Admin. When you click Tab, a unique name auto-populates, and you can also give this permission set an optional description. That's only if you want to. It's really not necessary. And here at the bottom, we have the opportunity to limit the permission set to a specific license. And I don't want to do that. I want to leave that blank so that we can go ahead and apply it to any license type. And then we'll go ahead and click Save. Now we can go ahead and make some changes to this permission set to grant access rights to the person who has the permission set. So let's go ahead and edit some additional settings. Let's go ahead and scroll down to the Object Settings section, and we'll click on Object Settings here. And then from here, we will scroll down to Leads. Now let's grant the Leadership Admin full access to all the object and field permissions within Leads. And we're going to go ahead and do that by clicking on the Edit button right here. And then we'll check all the boxes. Now we did that for object permissions, and we also want to grant access to all the fields. You can't tick all of the boxes because some of these fields are actually cross-referenced to other data objects and can't be checked here to allow editing access. And then when we're done, we'll scroll up, and then we'll go ahead and click Save. Let's go ahead and click on Permission Sets again, and we'll see the permission set that we set up, and then we'll go ahead and click on that. And then let's scroll all the way to the bottom, and we'll click on System Permissions. If we'd like, we can click Edit here, and this permission set can then be configured for access to any of these system features, and we can add and remove them as needed based on this person's authority. Or you could set up a new permission set to grant different types of access within the system, and then apply those permissions to different users. Now, on the left-hand side, we'll go ahead and click on Permission Sets again, and then we'll click on the new permission set for Leadership Admin. And then from here, we'll go ahead and click Manage Assignments. Then we'll go ahead and add somebody to this particular permission set, and what we'll do is we'll click Add Assignments, and then we'll see a list of the users who are active within the system. And then we'll tick off the little tick box here next to the name of the person for whom we want to assign to that permission set. And then we'll click Assign. Now they're assigned to this permission set, and Soren Avante is now part of the Leadership Admin permission set. And we can also remove them just as easily. If you'd like, you can take them off a permission set. So if you want to adjust an assignment, you go ahead and click on the particular permission set, and you click on Manage Assignments. And then all you need to do to remove them is to go ahead and tick the box and then click Remove Assignments and then click OK, and they're off. Now, permission sets offer a very powerful way to extend data visibility within Salesforce to the individual users who require it. It's one of the ways that Salesforce provides flexibility to the admin to grant rights quickly and with little effort. Protecting your data and access to that data is really critical. You can limit your users' access time of day, and you can also limit them by IP address. Now, anyone outside of a trusted network will be blocked when you do that. And when needed, you can limit the time of day so that people can't log in outside of work hours, so that you can kind of make sure that folks who are supposed to be working inside of an office in your presence, like if you're a manager, are people that cannot log in outside of the office when they're not on work hour shifts. So let's see how this works. First, you need to be signed in, and we're starting from the Home tab. And then over here on the right-hand side, click on the gear cog icon and then click Setup. And then type the word Profiles in the quick find box over here on the left-hand side. And then click on Profiles. And from here, select the profile that you'd like to manage. We're going to click on the outside sales profile. And let's set the permissible login hours. And I'm going to do that by scrolling down. It's way down at the bottom, and then we'll go ahead and click Edit. And let's set the login hours that this profile can log in as 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific time, Monday through Friday. And then when you're done, go ahead and click Save. Now let's scroll way back down again, and let's set up something else, which is the IP range restriction. We can see our schedule there, the one I just made, and then right beneath it, we'll set up a login IP range restriction. Now we need to set a start and end IP address. It could be the same address if you want it to be, but for us, we have a number of different IP addresses within the same range, so I'll go ahead and I'll put in the range. And let's go ahead and give this a description. And then when we're done, we'll click Save. Now I'm getting a little warning that's telling me that this does not cover my current IP address range. And that's okay because this profile is not one of the ones I'm using to sign in. I'm at a different office. So I'll go ahead and tick this box and then I'll click Save. Now these login hours and IP ranges are applied to all users within the user profile of outside sales. Now you need to balance the benefits and the downsides of adding user restrictions. Not everybody wants to have their login restricted, especially managers. They need to have more flexibility. But data is very valuable, and there are situations when having restrictive settings makes good sense for teams, and managers want to control the data within their team. Discuss this with the managers and be sure to use your best judgment when setting up these profile settings. A common and essential Salesforce administrative task will be handling user login challenges, and these can range from password resets to session timeouts. First of all, let's go ahead and cover a password reset. You need to be signed in, and we're starting from the Home tab. And we'll go ahead and head over to the gear cog icon on the right-hand side. Go ahead and click that, and then click Setup. And then over on the left-hand side in the quick find, type in the word Users, and then select the Users menu option from here. Now let's select a user from the menu, and we're going to select a user who's been having some login issues, and we'll go ahead and click on the first one. Soren's been having trouble logging in, and what we do is we scroll down and go down here to this last section here, and you'll see the login history. And very clearly the problem is Soren has forgotten the password for this account, and it's that simple. There's no other reason why there's a problem getting in there. And so what we'll do is we'll scroll back up, and if someone's forgotten a password, we'll reset it for them. And let's go ahead and reset the password. All we have to do is click the Reset Password button, and we click OK. And what happens at this point is a link will go out to the user, which gives them a direct link that allows them to change the password to a new one. Now, logins can be restricted in multiple ways, including the use of IP ranges and time of day. Anytime a user says they're having issues logging in, be sure to verify that they're aware of any schedule or networking limitations. And you're going to find that in that audit as well. Anytime there's a specific reason someone's not allowed to log in, you'll see a different code that's listed in the login history. Now, I'll enter the word session in the quick find over here on the left. And then let's go ahead and select Session Settings. And let's go ahead and scroll up. Now, the standard session timeout value here is listed as 15 minutes. And for most people, that's really short. They're going to have challenges with that. They want a higher number. And we can go ahead and make this something that's more reasonable, like 8 hours, because that's the average work shift. If someone is working in an office and there's no reason for them to be signed out very quickly, we can go ahead and change that value. And then we can go scroll down and then save this. Now, password policies are adjustable. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that. To get to password policies, type the word password into the quick find. And then click on password policies. And from here, you can take a minute to review all the policies that are set up in your Salesforce account. And what you want to do is balance, have a little balance between security and convenience. You don't want people to get frustrated using Salesforce because user adoption is very important at organizations. And at the same time, you want to protect your data. So review your password policies to make sure they're nice and secure. And then over on the left-hand side, we can also see expire all passwords. Now, in the unlikely event a computer virus has infected all the computers on your network, you can quickly expire everyone's passwords and require all your users to set up new ones. And all you need to do that is search for the word password in the quick find, click on expire all passwords, and then check this box. You tick the box and then click save. And then everybody's passwords have now been expired. And the next time they try to log in, they're going to have to use a different password. They'll get a notification from Salesforce to make a change. Now, sometimes a login challenge can relate to the browser technology being used. It's helpful to have a standard technology for every user, so everyone should use the same browsers or at least have up-to-date browsers when using Salesforce, so older computers might be a challenge. When a user can't log in for some unknown reason, always make sure their browser is up to date, clear cache and cookies if necessary, just to make everything clean on the browser, so if there's any problems with that, you've covered it. And having a clear plan for diagnosing login and password challenges will ensure smooth resolution of those issues. So data within Salesforce is stored in what Salesforce calls objects. And if you're a database person, you can think of an object as a database table. Salesforce comes with a bunch of standard objects such as leads, accounts, and contacts. And there's also other types of objects that store data within the system. Custom data objects can be created too. You can make custom objects to store different kinds of data that aren't supported by standard objects. In most teams, data should only be accessible to individuals who really need it. For example, a sales team person should only see sales-related data. Salesforce allows the object permissions to be managed at the profile level. So, profiles provide the fundamental access that users have to data objects in Salesforce, and those records that are in those objects, which are permissions such as creating, reading, editing, and then deleting. Profiles also control user access to apps, tabs, and system settings. And if you give people too much access, and they make a mistake or they delete something by accident, you can have a really bad day. So we want to make sure we control that at this level. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start by being signed in. We're at the Home tab. And what you want to do is head over to the gear cog icon on the top right, click Setup, and from there, go ahead and type in the quick find. You're going to want to type in the word Profiles. And then from there, click on Profiles in the menu. And let's adjust the setting for the outside sales user profile. And that's this one right here. We'll go ahead and click on that. And then we need to click Edit in order to make changes to the profile. Now, something to keep in mind, it's always best to clone, in other words, duplicate a profile and set up a new one if you're going to make a lot of changes to that profile like we're doing here, rather than making changes to a standard profile. Now, everyone assigned to this profile within the system will adopt these changes, so be sure you know what you're doing, and you might want to practice on a profile that's not assigned to anyone if you're going to actually do this for the first time. Let's go ahead and scroll down, and there's a number of sections, but the one we're interested in is the tab settings. So if you see here, you'll see that this is called the tab settings, and we're going to turn off a bunch of things. And what we want to do is just leave on the Home tab, Campaigns, and Leads, and we'll remove everything else. And by removing visibility, it takes away the ability for these profiles to see these tabs. And that's good because less is more. You want to give people only access to things they need. So let's go ahead and start turning things off. Now that we're done turning off all the unnecessary tabs, let's scroll down to General User Permissions. And this is the section for General User Permissions. I want to give the sales team permission to import and transfer leads, so we'll go ahead and enable those permissions. Let's go ahead and scroll a bit further down to Standard Object Permissions. As you can see here, this particular profile already has access to the Leads object. I'd like to open up access to outside salespeople to work with campaigns, which are marketing efforts tracked in Salesforce related to leads and contacts. So I'll go ahead and enable those here in this object section. Now that we're done, we'll go ahead and scroll back up, and then we'll save this. And then we'll go ahead and click Save right here. Profile settings determine the assignment and permissions of objects, fields, record types, page layouts, and tabs available to each user who are assigned to these profiles. These settings are quite detailed, but are easy to understand and change. When cloning profiles, I don't recommend extending system administrator access to anyone other than a fully qualified Salesforce admin, since that profile has superpowers and has unrestricted access. So when you're in profiles, it's never a good idea to clone the system administrator profile and just give it to someone unless they really are a system administrator by training. Tuning access to database objects provides admins with the finer control of placing focus on what matters to users within teams. Let's talk about record access using the role hierarchy. The role hierarchy is an organization chart within Salesforce that allows you to extend data access to your users based upon their location in that hierarchy, just like an org chart. The role hierarchy opens record access when the organization-wide record default access is anything lower than public read-write. You can configure users within the role hierarchy to have no access, so that they have view-only access, or the third option is to open access to view, edit, and delete. And I'll set up the role hierarchy here in this example so that users have access to the records they need. Now, this is an unlimited topic area, so you could go on forever with configuration, and this example will help spark some ideas for you. So we'll switch over to Salesforce. So you need to be signed in, and we're starting at the Home tab. Head over to the right-hand side and click on the gear cog icon and then click Setup. This opens up a new tab in the browser, and then on the left-hand side, you'll want to use the Quick Find search tool, which is right here. And then in this box, go ahead and type in the word roles, and then click on Roles here in the menu. And you'll see the splash screen, which comes up, And you can always turn this off if you want to by checking this box, but I kind of like it. I like being able to refer to this chart as an example. And let's go ahead and set up roles. And then here we can expand or close using the collapse or expand option. So we can collapse this or we can expand this, and we can see the company's role hierarchy. Now, anyone who's in the role hierarchy adopts the records or has visibility of the records of the people that are in their team. So anyone higher up on the role hierarchy has complete access to all the records of those team members who nest under them in the hierarchy. Now, you don't have to assign someone to a role within Salesforce. It's not required. But if you do, just remember, anybody above them will be able to see those records. Now, I'll go ahead and click Edit under the Sales Agent role. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll click Edit. And you'll notice something. You'll see that Opportunity Access is set up here so that the sales agent can only view all opportunities associated with accounts that they own, regardless of who owns the opportunities. So with an account, you can have multiple opportunities owned by different people. What we can do is switch this privilege and change it. And if I switch that to allowing the sales agent to edit opportunities on all their accounts, we can go ahead and click Save, and that will change the way that that works and allow them to now manage editing and deleting those opportunities. So with this knowledge, you can adjust permissions to every role within your Salesforce organization hierarchy, and you can make it different depending on the person's role, how you want to manage it. Let's go back over to the Quick Find, and we're going to type in the word sharing. And then from here, click on Sharing Settings. And there's a section here called Organization-Wide Defaults. This is what controls your entire Salesforce organization's default permissions. And whenever you switch one of these around, that is the permission level adopted by a user who has really no access. They're going to only see the records that your organization allows unless you grant them higher levels of access through profiles and permission sets. So then we're going to go ahead and click Edit. And I want to make a change to the case. You'll notice here that cases are public, read, write, and transfer. That's some pretty wide open access. And I'm going to change that to public read only so that not everybody can edit and delete cases. And then we'll go ahead and click that Save button, and then we'll click OK. And then once we do that, let's go back to roles and take another peek. We'll type roles here in the Quick Find again, and we'll go ahead and click on roles. And after you click roles, go ahead and click Set Up Roles. And we're now going to go ahead and click the Edit next to the Sales Agent role again. And you'll see that the screen is different now. And you have this case section that's popped up here at the bottom, which is the case access. And this is new because we've changed the global, what are called organization-wide defaults for cases, and we restricted access to them. So now we can open up and grant access using this option here. Now, these options appear to adjust access by role, otherwise they're hidden. So I'm going to go ahead and just restrict case access so that users in this role can only view cases associated with accounts they own, and they can't actually edit them. And then we click Save, and then we'll click OK. A user must be assigned to a role within the hierarchy to inherit these permissions. The role hierarchy cannot grant users access higher than they have in their profile permissions. The role hierarchy can only open access, and it can never reduce access to anything lower than what is already permitted via the sharing settings for organization-wide defaults. And granting access this way provides finer control to opening up record access for your team. Let's go ahead and dive right into field level security. Field level security allows you to control data visibility right at the field level. And this is important for organizations with very sensitive data. Think things like bank account numbers, socials, phone numbers, and things like that. And when we don't want the field accessible to every single person in our organization, that's when you're going to want to make sure that it's a little bit more restricted. Now, I have certain fields I don't want users in the sales team to edit, but they can look at them. Field level security allows me to master this challenge based on a user's profile. Profile determines the baseline access that an individual has within the Salesforce system. that rises up above the organization-wide defaults. Organization-wide defaults establishes data visibility for records that a user does not personally own. Plus, a role hierarchy allows the manager to open up access to records for the subordinates of executives and other managers within a team. So let's go ahead and see how field-level access works. Now, you need to be signed into your Salesforce account, and we're starting at the Home tab. And then over on the right-hand side, you'll see the gear cog icon right here, and then click on Setup. Now, on the left-hand side, type in the word Sharing. Then click on Sharing Settings. Now, in the organization-wide defaults, we can lock things down, and this is where you do that. We'll go ahead and click Edit. And what I want to do just for this demonstration is change the organization-wide default for leads to private, because right now it's wide open. Everybody can see it, edit it, and delete it. But any of the lead records that don't belong to someone, we're going to make them private, and we're going to change that right here. And then we'll go ahead and click Save. Now, that's going to change it for the entire organization. So all profiles now, leads are private unless you actually own them. It's going to take a minute for this status here to change because, we just changed it. And as soon as it finishes recalculating on all the profiles, you'll see that this will be private. So what we'll do is we'll refresh the screen so we can see that. Now, this prevents users from seeing leads unless we open up record access another way. And let's go ahead and do that. So we'll click on this tab, which is the Object Manager. And that's in the setup here as well. We have the other tab. And I'd like to limit the fields that the sales team can see within the account objects records. So I'll go ahead and scroll down, and I'll go down to the section for leads. And here I'll go ahead and click on Lead. And we'll allow our outside sales team to read, but not edit the phone number field. So let's go down to the Fields section. It's Fields and Relationships. We'll click on that. And then from there, we're going to make some changes. So what we want to do is go to the phone field. And I only want people to be able to see but not actually edit on the sales team. So from there, we click on that. And from here, we'll go ahead and click Set Field Level Security. And you can see the different security levels by profile. And we'll change it for the outside sales team. Now, we have the ability for them to see the field, but we want to make it read-only for that team. So what I want to do is, for outside sales, I'm going to check this box, and then I'm going to click Save. Now they can't edit the phone field. I can repeat this for all the fields that I'd like to control with field-level security for this particular user profile. Note that setting this up cannot lower access below what is already permitted by the organization-wide defaults. Salesforce permits field-level security on multiple fields on a single permission set or profile, or field-level security for a single field on all profiles. The fields that users can view and edit are managed by both page layouts and field-level security settings, and the most restrictive of the two always applies to the user. The field-level security overrides the page layout. Field-level security doesn't prevent searching on the values in a field when using the search box. Field-level security permits further fine-tuning of the visibility of your users' data and how they can access that data within Salesforce. This data object maintains a clean separation from the existing customers, clients, and partners in your Salesforce organization and offers an intuitive way to track prospects. Leads within your Salesforce organization will allow you to maintain a list of prospects for the type of outreach your organization manages. Leads are an optional aspect of Salesforce. You can use contacts to track people, but leads is a step before contacts for folks that aren't already you. The idea is to keep the data for customers, clients, or partners separate from those who have not yet converted. Access to leads is enabled by default and can be hidden if you don't want it. The nice thing about keeping it separate is that once prospects have become part of an outreach, the leads who have not yet converted can be quickly removed from the system. All of your Salesforce data types called objects come with standard fields, and Leads starts with a robust list of fields that work well for most teams, but you can also add custom fields as well if you'd like to add additional data types. There are some powerful features within Leads. Let's talk about them. Emails can be quickly sent manually or using pre-made templates. Leads can be followed, tracked, and shared through social media feeds called Chatter within Salesforce. Leads can be followed, tracked, and shared through Chatter, which is a social media style feed within your Salesforce account. Leads can also be marked with a status to help visualize the strength or weakness of that prospect. Leads support notes and connect with the prospect's social media profiles. Once a lead has been qualified, it's converted and split into an account and contact pair. All calls, emails, notes, and other activity data are moved to the account contact pair upon conversion so that nothing is lost in the conversion translation. So let's check it out. We're going to review how to use Leads in your Salesforce system, and we're starting at the Home tab. First of all, you need to be signed in, of course. So let's review a few things. Let's talk about adding, editing, and deleting a lead. Very simple stuff. You may already know how to do it, but if you're new to Salesforce, let's check it out. First, we want to go over to the Leads tab, so let's click on that. Then from here, click on New. Then we're going to go ahead and enter our lead data. Salesforce has a convenient status option to help with tracking the lead's journey through the Salesforce pipeline. Now, the red asterisks that are within the form indicate required fields, so you'll have to fill those out. They're not optional. So let's go ahead and do that. When you're done, click Save. And here's your new lead. We can also do other things with our lead to track important information, details, and files. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Under the Activity tab, we can log a call by entering notes from the call and then clicking Add. Let me give you an example. When you're done, you can go ahead and click Save. This tab is called the New Task tab. It can be used for many things, including noting reminders for future calls, reminders to send birthday cards, or noting any past or future completed task. Anything at all you can use the Task tab for. Here's the New Event tab. Here you can record meetings on your calendar or other calendar-specific activities. Events are cross-referenced to your Salesforce calendar. And this last tab is the Email tab. This is very helpful. It allows you to send emails to this lead prospect. And editing leads is quite simple. All we have to do is click the Edit button here on the top right, and you can make your changes, and once you're done making the changes, you can go ahead and click Save. The clone option is helpful if we'd like to duplicate this lead. All you have to do is click Clone, and you can make a few changes to the clone, and you can go ahead and save it, and it becomes a new lead in the system. Now, if you no longer wish to pursue this prospect, you can click Delete, and it's gone. We can list our leads using the different list views pull-down right here. You can see things like open leads, new leads, your recently viewed leads, and also today's leads. Let's go ahead and click Home. So we're here on the Home tab, and if we scroll down a little bit further down the page, we see on the left-hand side, down at the bottom, recent records that have been added to the system. The Leads data object maintains a clean separation from existing customers, clients, and partners, and offers you a very intuitive way to track your prospects in a clean, separate manner within your Salesforce account. A website is a lead-generating tool. Salesforce has native functionality to incorporate a form directly into a website to collect leads and place those leads directly into your Salesforce account. Now, Salesforce captures up to 500 leads per day within the Web to Lead feature, and that's a great feature that you can use on Salesforce, and I'll demonstrate this feature for you. First of all, we need to be signed in, and we're starting at the Home tab, and then head over to the gear cog icon on the right-hand side and click on that. And then you should click Setup, and then it opens up a new tab for Setup. On the left-hand side, click into the Quick Find box, and then just type the word Web. Just find it that way. And then under the Marketing submenu, you'll see Web to Lead. Click on that, and then the Web to Lead feature is presented to you. Now, before I get started, nobody likes spam, and before you make a form, I'll mention that the reCAPTCHA is recommended for use with this form to prevent automated computers from posting to your organization's form online. And it's free, and you can check it out on your web search, so go check out reCAPTCHA. It's something that you should probably use with every form. Now, while we won't be using it for the demo, because we want to streamline this demonstration to get it moving, setting up a form without it will most certainly result in lots of automated computers spamming your form. So from here, we'll click on the Create Web to Lead form, and then you'll have some options. In the first section, we can push fields back and forth. The selected fields will show up on your form. Let's take off a few things. We don't really need all of those items, and let's add one thing, which is a phone number. And by selecting and pushing them back and forth, you can tweak your selected fields. And you can also just select a field and move it up the list if you'd like to reorder it. And that's how it's going to show up on the form. The return URL will present a page to the person posting on the form after they've submitted it. It can be a company website, and some users add a confirmation page that acknowledges successful form submission. And I've set up a simple demonstration for you, so I'll go ahead and type in the URL of the page that I set up just for this demo. Now, here's where the reCAPTCHA API pair is entered. And when entering the pair, you're going to click the magnifier. And then right here, you'll go ahead and click on New. That's if you're going to actually set one up. And as I said before, we're going to move this forward without it. And we'll be turning this off for the demonstration just to speed things up a bit. And then we'll click Generate. And then here we have the Web to Lead code. Now, I'm going to copy this, so I've got my cursor already in there, and we'll press Control and then the A key. That's on a Windows computer, and then we'll right-click and copy the code that was generated, and then we'll move that over to a plain text editor. I'm using Notepad. And then in the plain text editor, we'll go ahead and paste this, and this is how I'm going to show you how the form works. Now, Notepad comes pre-bundled with my Windows computer operating system, and for Mac users, this might be called TextEdit. I'll paste the code here just to save it to my desktop. So what I'll do is I'll go up to File, I'll click Save As, and then in the desktop, I will save as type all files. I'll give it a name, and we'll just call this Web to Lead Demo. And then you have to put .html. That way we can open it up as a web page. Let's go ahead and click Save. And then we'll head over to the computer desktop and we'll open up and test it. Now let's go ahead and open up the file. We'll just double click it and it opens up a page. It's just a sample just to show you what it'll look like. And when you're done with the code and you've tested it, you'll install this directly into your website. And if you don't know how to do that, you can hire somebody. We'll just test the form out and make sure that it's working. And then we'll click Submit. Now that that's done, you'll see the confirmation page that I set up. That's what's presented to the person after they go ahead and submit their information on your website. Let's go ahead and close this tab, and then we'll head back over to Salesforce. Let's click on Leads. And let's go ahead and search for the lead. And there it is. It's in the system. Now let's head back over to the setup, and I'll show one more option to you. We'll click Finished here on the Web to Lead setup. And then from here, we'll click Edit. And here's the option to turn the feature on and off. So if you wanted to turn off your form at any time, all you'd need to do is uncheck this box and click Save. Let's click Edit again. Now, in this section here at the bottom, this is where you can set up a default email template that's associated with the form to send your new prospect an email after they've submitted their information on the form. And if you've got templates set up, you just click on this little option here, and you can go ahead and select the template that you want to use. Leads generated this way will possess the default status specified by the lead status pick list and are marked as unread by default. To quickly locate these leads, the assigned user can view My Unread Leads within the Leads tab under Views. So let's talk about accounts and contacts. The accounts and contacts objects allow teams to track existing relationships. And while a lead record will stand by itself, an account can have one or many contacts just as a company can have many employees. Accounts represent companies or organization, and just as with leads, with the correct permissions, these database objects within Salesforce permit the storage and editing of account and contact data, as well as tracking of activities, sending your emails, and uploading your files. Just to be clear, I store information about companies and other entities in accounts, and then the individual people that are affiliated with them or who stand alone without a company in the contacts section within Salesforce. It's always fine to store contacts that have no affiliation with an account. That's absolutely fine. It happens all the time. And it's also fine to have an account with no contacts. However, I'm typically associating a contact with an account in my workflow. That's usually the way it works, but not always. Records can be added directly, or a lead can be converted, and a converted lead is split. It gets a little divorce into both an account and contact pair. Accounts and contacts can also be imported from an external file, and typically we use an Excel spreadsheet, and then we export that to CSV, which is also known as comma-separated values files, and then we import that into Salesforce. Salesforce doesn't support the importing of Excel directly. Now, in my workflow, I regularly convert leads rather than directly adding accounts and contacts because most of my new touch points in business are prospects until they convert into actual business associates. I get a business card, and one of the members of my company team will add that into a lead in Salesforce, and then I'll call them and speak to them, and then when we do a deal, we'll split it up into an account and contact pair. So let's see how it works. You need to be signed in, and we're at the Home tab. And then what you'll do is, first of all, we'll head over to Leads. So let's click on Leads. And in this section, I can go ahead and grab a lead. Let's grab a lead that I already have. And for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to use myself as the lead. And then I will go ahead and convert this into an account and contact. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and do the conversion. We'll use this pull-down menu and we'll click Convert. And this great tool pops up now. And we see in the tool, we see that we will convert the lead into an account, contact, and opportunity. Opportunity is optional. And it asks me a question, okay? It checks the system. If there's an existing account named H plus Sport, it's going to associate it with an existing one. Otherwise, it'll make a new one. You can always go over here and search and see if you find an actual existing account. And if you don't find it, and there isn't one in there, then you're going to want to create a new one. Same thing with contact. If you've got duplicates in the system, that's not a good thing. So you can merge contacts with an existing contact. I know that I'm only in the system once. And then opportunity is something that's optional. Typically, you're going to want to rename this. Notice there's a dash there at the end of it, and that's because the system is designed for you to type something in there, and you can go ahead and type some additional information about this opportunity. We'll call this 100 widgets, and that's the name of the business opportunity. Now, if you don't want to convert to an account, contact, and opportunity, you can turn off the opportunity by just checking this box, and I'm going to go ahead and do that because I don't need it. And you can change the record owner at any time during this conversion. If I want to make the owner someone else, I can do that. In this case, I'll just keep it as myself. And change the converted status if you'd like. In this case, our sales path, the way it's set up right now, is that anybody who's converted is automatically given the qualified status. Then we convert. So let's go ahead and take a look at the final screen. It says everything's done, and it gives us an account and contact confirmation screen. And then we can go ahead and go to leads and keep doing that if we'd like to. So just to prove that it worked, let's go to accounts, and we can see that our new account is there. We click on that, and we can then see that the new related contact is there. I'll scroll down. We can see that I'm in the system now as a contact. So you'll see that the contact was set up, and they're both cross-linked. So you can click the link to go back and forth between them and see them in the system. Now let's go ahead and directly add another contact to H Plus Sport. Now that we've set up that account, we can add a new contact right here, and we can go ahead and just put it directly in the system. Keep in mind that this will be directly associated with the account. Once that's done, I can go ahead and click Save, and then you've got the new person in the system. There's now a related contact named Shannon Riza, and this is also related to the account H Plus Sport. So they're both in there, and you can see that they're cross-referenced to each other, cross-linked. That's called a related list. Anytime you have a record that cross-links to another record, you can find the relationship under the related lists section. Now let's go ahead and add a contact that has no affiliation at all with an account. And we can do that. So let's go ahead and click Contacts. Let's go ahead and click New. And you'll notice here that in our system, we are required to put an account name. However, I'll show you how to get around that. We don't want to do that because we don't have an account name. So we're going to make a workaround. And this is typically how you do it with Salesforce. We have a little workaround. We're going to click here. We're going to go ahead and add a new account, and we're just going to call this the auto household because we don't want to actually affiliate this person with a company. And then you fill in all the information there, and once you're done doing that, you click Save. So if the contact is not affiliated with a business account, then the workaround is always to add a household account. And you see this more handled in things like the Nonprofit Success Pack. Salesforce has a Nonprofit Success Pack for nonprofit organizations where you mostly work with household accounts instead of corporate accounts. Accounts and contacts are core elements within Salesforce. They're an extension of leads, and they track critical customer and contact data to support your team's big success. Let's discuss views in this video. A view is a standard or custom set of search conditions that displays data from objects that match the search criterion set in the view. Now, data objects are displayed in columns for easy review, and unlike a spreadsheet, a view does not force you to present every field, and it makes data review much easier. Views allow you to filter, sort, and find records. Now, I'll add a custom view to demonstrate the flexibility of this tool. So let's go ahead and do that. We need to be signed in first of all, and we're starting at the Home tab. Let's go ahead and click on the Leads tab right here. And this shows us recently viewed leads. Now we'll go over here to this section, which is the pull-down menu. It's for list view controls. Now, keep in mind, this gear cog icon should not be confused with the gear cog icon up a little higher, which is the one we use for setup. Then we'll go ahead and click New, and then we'll give this view a name. We'll call it New Leads. A unique name auto-populates in the next field. Now, who sees this list view? Well, let's go ahead and keep this private. I'm going to be the only one looking at it right now because I'm experimenting and I don't want to confuse other people within my team with this new view, so I'm going to be the only one taking a look at it. Now let's go ahead and click on Save, and then you can see the new view here. And then up here towards the left, we see the name of the view, and it's here in our pull-down menu as well, and so we can pull it up later. Now let's take a peek at that gear cog icon again, and we'll pull this down, and then we'll click on Select Fields to display. Now we can push fields back and forth from available to visible, and I'm going to remove some fields that we really don't need by highlighting them and then using the little symbol here to push the field over to the left. And then we can add some fields if we want to. We can go ahead and push some fields over if we'd like to add them in. And we can also reorder fields if we'd like to change the sequencing of those fields as well. And we can do that just for convenience and to make it visually more readable and understandable. So I'll go ahead and finalize my selections, and then I'll click Save. Now that's how we make custom views. Now we'll go ahead and look at the view for all leads. Let's do that. And I'll go ahead and click on All Open Leads. And we can change the view and make some adjustments to it if we'd like to. But let's go ahead and take a look at another feature. What I'd like to do is use this option here to switch to a Kanban view. I can change the view to the Kanban view, and in Japanese, Kanban means literally billboard or sign. The Kanban view displays leads which share a common lead status, and it puts them in these columns so that you can understand what's going on with your data easily. And let's go ahead and switch back to the other view, which is the table view. And you have the option to change data directly in here, and that's called inline editing. And if you want to make a change, all you need to do is click on the little pencil icon, and you can change the name of a company. You can change the status. Let's make this column just a little bit bigger, and we'll change the status of this lead. We can use the pull down to do that and change it to a different status, and then we have to click Save when we're done. And there's also an option here to make quick charts if you want to. If you click on this option right here, you can make a donut chart that shows you leads by lead source, and you have the ability to just hover over and see what the lead sources are. Very, very helpful information. Now, nearly all data in Salesforce can be displayed using views. Using views effectively improves your efficiency, and it's a better way to handle data, which results in better transparency and service within your team. A Salesforce group is a set of users and can include team members and external chatter users, plus other groups or the users in a specific territory or role. So let's talk a little bit about it. There are public groups, and anyone in the organization in your Salesforce account can use a public group. A popular way to use this type of group would be, for instance, a company carpool program. Then there's private groups to limit communication between specific users, including external chatter users. Now, a chatter user who's not an actual Salesforce licensed user can be somebody on the outside of your organization who has limited visibility to just the very smallest amount of your Salesforce account, and that would include something like a group where they can collaborate. Just think about social media, how you collaborate on social media. That's how you can use chatter profiles, but they don't have access to data and objects. And there are unlisted groups, which is a group that isn't visible unless you're a member of that group. And then you have broadcast-only groups, which are just exactly what they sound like. They're used for announcements where group members aren't allowed to post or reply. They can just receive information, like a classroom lecture. So let's go ahead and check it out, and we'll set up a group just to see how it works, and I'll give you a brief overview. So let's set up a group. We'll click on the Groups tab. That's where you'll start. And then over here on the right-hand side, you'll click New. And then you need to give your group a name, so we'll give it a name. Let's go ahead and call this group the Sales Team Knowledge Group. That sounds very official. And then optionally, you can give it a description. And down here is an optional section for information about your group. It has a little WYSIWYG editor, so you can put some fancy footwork in there and make it look nice if you'd like. And then let's scroll down a little bit further. Now, every group has an owner, and I'm set as the owner by default because I set up the group. However, if you click the X, you can go ahead and assign the group to a different owner if you'd like to put them in charge. But I think I'm going to go ahead and stay in charge of this group. The access type is the type of group. I'm going to make this a private group so that it's by invitation only, and only my invited guests can post and collaborate. When this group is inactive for a long period of time, you're going to want Salesforce to archive it automatically. So go ahead and leave this checkbox unchecked where it says Disable Automatic Archiving. So we're done at the moment. Let's go ahead and click Save and Next, and we'll pull up the next screen where we can put a group photo. Now I have a logo. We'll just use the logo as a demo. You can put a picture here if you like, have some fun with it. So let's go ahead and navigate over to our desktop. And from here, let's pull up the logo for this particular group, and then we'll click open. It goes in there, and you can adjust the zoom on it if you'd like. We'll go ahead and click next when we're done. Now, in the next step, we can add some members. So you'll see a list of the available members that are in your Salesforce organization. And I'll go ahead and add a couple of people. Let's just add 2 for now, and then let's click done. So here's the group landing page, and if at any time you want to add new members, you can do so right here under the Manage Members section. You can go ahead and click the plus here to add a new person to the membership of this group. And let's scroll back up for a second, and we can take a look at the different tabs. Now, the first tab is for Chatter. That's the Chatter tab for posting content. And if you wanted to post some information here, you can do that. You can start a post by clicking in there and then start typing something. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll type in a quick note. When you use the @ symbol or you press this button right here, you can go ahead and mention people. That's called an @ mention. And you can also give them a little brief note, what you want to say to them. And if you want to use this paperclip, you can add up to 10 files at a time. You can add files directly from your library, or you can use the Upload Files option. Navigate to where the file is on your computer, select it, and it'll go right into the post. And then you click Share. Anybody who is @ mentioned in the post will receive an email notifying them about the post for when you mention them. So we've got over here an announcements tab. You can make announcements here and send out an announcement to this group if you'd like to. And you can also post a poll if you'd like to ask questions to people as well. These are some great features that are part of groups, and these really make it a feature-rich opportunity. Keep in mind, Chatter, which is really a social media tool, it drives productivity through collaboration, and it helps people innovate and share ideas quickly. And it permits them to take immediate action without getting bogged down in endless email chains. All paid Salesforce licenses come with Chatter, but you also get free Chatter licenses for outside vendors, contractors, and team members who don't need a full Salesforce license. Those are free, and Salesforce licenses cost money. So it's great to have those free licenses. Now that you've seen all the ways that you can use groups, it's really endless. Your mind can just go wild with great ideas. Customers can be set up as Chatter users, and vendors and partners can be invited to use Chatter and collaborate in these groups for free. Groups and Chatter feeds are very powerful collaboration tools for Salesforce, and they foster productivity and facilitate communication. The native Salesforce calendar is a great time-tested way to stay on track, keep organized, and help you stay on time. You know, as with most calendars, the Salesforce calendar allows for essential time management of your daily routines, meetings, and your actionable items. We're here on the Home tab and we're signed in. And as you scroll down, the default behavior of the home screen here is to provide you with the next 5 events that are on your calendar. And you'll see them under the section called Today's Events. And items will disappear as the day goes by. And Salesforce also supports multi-day calendar events. An activity report can be used to view events owned by team members below you in the role hierarchy if you have subordinates on the team. You'll have to write a report to do that. Now let's click the View Calendar link and we can see the entire calendar. And here's today's calendar, which has my events for today. And you'll see all the calendar entries, which I can set up just by clicking on New Event. And from here, you can go ahead and add in a new meeting. We'll fill in some information. And in Salesforce, records always have some form of ownership. And we'll talk about that in a second. But first, let's go ahead and type in the information for the meeting. Addie is one of my existing business contacts within Salesforce. So we'll go ahead and put in a location. And we'll enter in the additional information here as well. In Salesforce, records always have some form of ownership, and if it's appropriate, you can assign this to another user, and all you would need to do is click the little X here and then pull up a user from the user list. I can assign this calendar event to any one of the users in Salesforce. However, I'm just going to keep myself on there for the moment because it's supposed to be on my appointment calendar. Now, when we have this meeting, we also can cross-link it to a record in Salesforce, and that helps to keep information relative to other records within the system. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and pull up a name of an actual person that I'll be meeting with, which in this case was Addie, and I'll indicate that it relates to a particular account, which is Twilight Makers. And then I'll set a reminder here for when I'm going to be reminding myself that I'm having the meeting, and then I'll click Save at this point, and it goes directly onto my calendar. And you can see from here that the appointment is right here. I can go ahead and take a look at it if I want to, and click on More Details. The cross-linking of records helps to prevent data from becoming orphaned or irrelevant within Salesforce. The Salesforce calendar is nicely integrated. It keeps users in Salesforce informed, and it helps with meeting preparation, and it also just streamlines your day because reminders are right on the Home tab. The calendar information displayed also appears in chatter feeds and records that events are related to. So let's talk about Salesforce Cases. Cases in Salesforce are used to solve puzzles or issues. A case tracks an actionable item such as a customer service challenge. However, cases can be used in endless ways. Here are some of the use cases for cases. A customer can open a case asking for help or information. Sales associates in call centers can open cases instead of using a pad and paper. Cases can be used for literature requests, or they can be used for other customer service challenges. Cases can cross-link to inventory and proposals for fulfillment of quotes or products. Really, virtually any situation you can think of can be managed with a case. You can use your imagination. Cases are generally used to manage time-sensitive items, and cases can be used for high-touch customer situations. Traditionally, cases are considered customer support incidents, but you can also use a case to remember to buy copier supplies. Cases are owned by a user, and that ownership fosters accountability within Salesforce teams. Now, managers can open cases and then assign them to subordinates. That's one way to do it, or you can open your own cases if you manage yourself. Cases are great for managing tasks, everyday activities, and events that you want to handle. When the case is resolved or completed, the assigned user can reassign that case to the supervisor to show that it's been resolved, and teams can use cases to handle incoming customer support requests, to identify the need for reordering an office supply, or you can call out a needed repair on a company vehicle, for example. There are different ways to open cases, and you can open them via things like logging them directly into the system via data entry, or they can be brought into the account via email or through a web form. So let's go ahead and see how it works. First, we need to be signed in. You're going to want to start from the Home tab, and from here, you'll want to log a case by getting into the case object. There is a finder here. This is the app launcher. It's also a tic-tac-toe board, if you want to think of it that way. When you click on it, you'll see cases, and it's in the list of available objects. These are Salesforce database objects. And you'll notice that you've got a new tab that pops up over here. And if you want to, you can always pin this. You can go ahead and pin this directly to your nav bar if you want to keep it there for a long period of time. And you have the ability to do that with recently opened tabs. You can also drag it around if you'd like to put it somewhere else. And that's helpful information because cases is something you might use often. So let's go ahead and open up a new case by clicking New, and we'll go ahead and fill some information out. Now, let's manually add the information in here. We're going to associate this case to a contact in the system. You also have the ability to add a new contact right here and now if you'd like to. But let's use an existing contact, and you optionally can associate this with an account. It's a good idea because this cross-linking will allow you to see the case when you're on the actual account or the contact record. And then we want to set a status for this case, so let's go ahead and set the status as new. We have some other statuses available, but I like new. New is correct. and the case origin, which will be by phone. We got this as a phone call. And let's set the priority to low. It's not urgent, but it's important that we take care of it. And we can also set the case type. Let's go ahead and set it up as a case type problem. And we can change the case reason, which is a new problem. And you can customize these pick lists in the back end of things. It's not covered by this video, but do know that you can change any of these pick lists and make them your own. And let's go ahead and add a subject line. This is a lost shipment. That's as simple as we're going to make it. And in the description, let's go ahead and put some basic information. Also, if the case originated from a website, you could fill in the section below if you'd like to, and you also have space for additional comments. And then let's go ahead and click Save. And here is the case landing page. The case has been assigned a unique case number, which you can see right here. And that case number will help you with tracking the progress of this case. And from the cases page, you can do a variety of things. You can log a call. You can put a call right here and make notes about that call. And you can go ahead and save that if you'd like. And then you can add new tasks if you want to. For example, if you wanted to ship out a new shipment, you could have a task to do that. And set a due date for this task. Let's get it done by Friday, the end of the week, and we can assign this to another person. And that's the person who's in charge of completing the task. We also have the ability to add things like new events, which cross-reference to our calendar. If there's something that's very time sensitive and we want to reference it to our daily calendar. And we can use social media posts, it's called Chatter, to identify action items for other members of our team. And if you want to do that, use an @mention. We can use the @ or we can use this button right here. And then we can put the name of the person here. I just start typing and their name pops up and we can ask them to do something. And when you're done, go ahead and click Share. And an email will go out to Leo telling him that I need that tracking number. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at some other things. Let's look at the Related tab. Then we click on that, and we'll see some additional information about the case. We've got the case history. We can add things like case comments. Let's go ahead and do that. And when we're done adding the comment, we can click Save. We can also post notes as well, slightly different than comments, but similar. And we can upload files to associate them directly to the case, which is very, very helpful. Adding files might be something like a manifest or some tracking information. We can make PDFs and we can put them directly onto the case. You can drag and drop them here, or you can click Upload Files, and you can go ahead and attach them by navigating to your computer. And then when you attach them, you'll see them right here on the case directly, and here's that file. So you can see open activities, things that need to be done. That's the replacement shipment that we'd set up. And when the case is over and everything's been resolved, you can edit the case and you can change the status of the case to closed, and then it's done. There's some other options too. If you'd like to assign the case to another user, all you have to do is put your mouse over here on this little icon, go ahead and click it, and then find the user to whom you want to assign the case. And then once you do that, check the email here to notify them about the change of ownership, and then click Change Ownership. So cases are very, very helpful for Salesforce. It's one of the most powerful things that you can do with Salesforce is managing cases. It's a great way to resolve issues and interact with other people, including your customers. It also helps teams have visibility of customer challenges, client challenges, questions, and interactions. Cases allow for team collaboration in an unlimited number of ways to solve puzzles in a super streamlined fashion. The Opportunities data object within Salesforce allows your team to maintain a list of business opportunities that can be prioritized and reported on. Opportunities cross-reference to accounts, contacts, and other Salesforce database objects. In your organization, you can track opportunities to maintain visibility on deals in motion as well as closed deals. An opportunity is typically associated with both a contact and the contact's account. And as with most database objects in Salesforce, opportunities interact with other objects. You can add an opportunity directly on an account or contact and then add them also from the Opportunities tab as well. So let's check it out and see how it works. So you'll need to start out by being signed into your Salesforce account, and I'm here on the Home tab. And then let's go ahead and click on the Opportunities tab here. Now, if in your app you don't see an Opportunities tab, you can always click on the App Finder. It's right here, the App Launcher. And if you click on that, you can go ahead and scroll down to Opportunities and click it from here. I do have a tab for it, so that's one of the ways I can get there. Now, from here, let's go ahead and click on New. Now, let's go ahead and add the opportunity information. We'll give it a name. We're going to call our new opportunity 100 User Guides, indicating that this contact has an interest in buying these user guide products. And then we'll go ahead and look up an account name. We can select from an existing account, or we can add a new account into the system. And then we'll also indicate what type this is, and it's going to be considered new business. We can also add a proposed close date, which is something that is fluid and will change. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and put that sometime in the future. And that's flexible. It's not something that's set in stone. And then we'll set the stage. At this point, this is in the proposal stage, so we'll go ahead and set that. The probability is a tool for analytics purposes, and it pre-fills automatically from the system. It's not something that you can change. And we'll enter a proposed value here. Go ahead and put some value, a value that you think this opportunity would be worth, and we'll go ahead and fill that in. And there are other fields as well that you can fill out, and you can put that information in here if you'd like to. A lot of these are optional fields as well. And then when we're done, we'll go ahead and click on Save. Now, here we have the opportunity landing page, and all the information is on here. Now, let's go ahead and add an opportunity a different way. We'll go ahead and add an opportunity from a contact record. So we'll go over to the account, and we'll pull up a related contact from the record here. And let's go ahead and do that. And from the related list, we can click on New under Opportunities. And we can enter the same exact information. Let's just do that just to show another way to add the opportunity. And now we've added this opportunity directly to the contact, and we can see the opportunity is right here. And if we click on that opportunity, we'll also see, if we scroll through it, that it's cross-referenced to that contact, and we can change the contact's role within the opportunity by clicking that Edit option and then selecting the role. You can change the role to another role, such as Decision Maker, and you can make them the primary decision maker, or you can add additional people to this opportunity who have decision-making power within that opportunity as well. Now, when we have an opportunity record, we can go into that opportunity and do a bunch of things. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that might be. You have a status ribbon here where you can change the status of the opportunity. And each time you click on the status ribbon, you can set that as the current opportunity status. Let's say you want to change it to proposal. You can go ahead and do that. And let's say you close the deal, you can go ahead and do that. And when you do this and you select closed, you can indicate that you won the business. And then when you save that, you show that it's a won opportunity. There's also the ability to do a bunch of other things. You can go down here and log a call. If you make a telephone call on this opportunity, you can go ahead and make a note for that call and had a discussion about next steps. And 2 wants to buy in 2 weeks. And when you're done, you can click Save. And you can also put new tasks here, such as things that you need to do in the future. You need to make a follow-up call, and you can put a due date on that, something that you need to do on another day, and then you can save that. You can also add events to your calendar in Salesforce that cross-reference to the opportunity. And if you'd like to send the contact an email, you can go ahead and send an email directly from the opportunity record, and all of those emails will be associated with that business opportunity. And that's a great way to track the information of correspondence and communication that you've had with the potential buyer of this product. And to view a complete list of opportunities, just click on the Opportunity tab. You can see it right here at the top of the screen, and you can see the opportunities that we've put in there. If you need to delete a duplicate opportunity like this that goes to the same account, you can use the pull down here and delete it. You can also change the ownership of an opportunity just as easily by using the same pull down and clicking Change Owner. And you can switch the ownership, and you can notify the new owner of the opportunity ownership change. Now, with Salesforce Opportunities, deals are very unlikely to fall into the cracks and become neglected. It's an efficient way to see what new and past business is being handled within your Salesforce account. Salesforce campaigns are a great tool for tracking sales and marketing initiatives. Campaigns track marketing efforts on leads, contacts, accounts, tasks, activities, and files. Campaigns within Salesforce allow your team to manage and maintain focus on their projects, building prospects, and generating brand awareness. This could be something like a trade show, an email marketing campaign, a direct mail campaign, and you can also track data and team actions. Really, anything you can think of can be managed in a campaign. A campaign organizes a list of leads and contacts and results in a landing page to track responses and the campaign's success with team collaboration. Sales teams use campaigns to track their sales initiatives and keep up with their progress. Campaigns focus on leads and contacts objects within the Salesforce system. Let's check it out and see how it works. Now, we need to be signed in, so the first thing you'll do is start from the Home tab and use the App Launcher, which is the tic-tac-toe here on the left-hand side, and then click on Campaigns. Now, Salesforce makes this tab sticky. You'll see it over here, and you'll now see a new tab that's popped up, and it can be pinned. If you'd like to go ahead and pin it, you can do that. I'm not going to go ahead and pin it right now. I'm just going to use this as a demo. So let's go ahead and add a new campaign. We'll click New here, and we'll go ahead and give it a name. The first thing we want to do is call it something. So let's call this our Summer Sales Drive. And we need to go ahead and set it as active because this is a campaign in motion. And because it is in progress, we want to make sure that it is active. And let's go ahead and set the status as in progress. And we want to set a start date for campaigns, and we can also put an end date when it's over. Since this is an ongoing campaign that's in motion, we're going to set the start date, but not the end date. We'll make the start date as today, and then we'll leave the end date open. And we can set a type as well, and we can go ahead and do that if we'd like. We can go ahead and add whatever type we want here, and we can go ahead and put this down as a social media campaign. We're doing our sales drive through social media at this time. And there's optional fields for description, your budget, your actual campaign cost, and other things that we'll fill in later. Then go ahead and click Save. Those other fields permit some planning, and we'll look at it in a minute. But for now, let's talk about what you can do with a campaign page. This is your campaign page, and you've got a lot of information here, so let's go through some of it. We'll start on the right, even though that's not the first section. In a campaign, you can do things like log a call. You can click in here and recap your call if you want to. And when you're done, you can go ahead and click Save. You can also send emails from your campaign record, and what you can do with that is address an email from here. It goes out from the system, and then when you do, it'll be noted inside the campaign. And you can set up new tasks with actionable next steps as well. You can have tasks with this pick list. You can pick one of these items here, or you can just fill in the information manually. And you can set a due date for your tasks, which reminds you when to do it. And then you can go ahead and scroll down and save it. You also have the ability to add events to your calendar. And if you add an event that's cross-referenced to your campaign, it will show up both on the campaign and on your personal calendar within Salesforce. Now let's talk about how campaigns connect to other data objects within Salesforce. Campaigns involve leads, contacts, or both, and we'll add some of those records. So we'll set them up as campaign members. And there's a couple of different ways to do it. And what I want to do is show you the way to do it from here. You can also do it from list views within the leads tab or the contacts tab. Let's add some leads. We'll click on add leads. And you can see the leads here. There's some recent leads that we can add. We also have the ability to just tick boxes next to them. You can go ahead and press the plus right here and add the leads to the campaign. And they're quickly added in. And then when you click next, you can set the member status. This indicates whether they've been sent information or whether they've actually responded. You can also update their status within the campaign and click submit. Now, these leads, not actual customers, have been added to the campaign. And contacts are slightly different. Contacts are people you've actually done business with, and we can click on add to that, and we can pull them off the recent list, or we can add new contacts if we'd like. But as we add contacts into the system, we can do it from the recent list. We can also do it from this view. And as we tick off the boxes, they go in, and then we click next, set their status as well. And once you do that, go ahead and click submit. So we've added our contacts and our leads to the campaign. And then when we click here under view all, we can go ahead and see the contacts here. It shows us whether they're a contact or a lead within the summer sales drive. And those are our campaign members. And when our campaign is concluded, we can add an end date to it. So let's go back to the summer sales drive. Let's use this breadcrumb and we'll click it. And then we'll click edit. And when everything is done and the campaign is over, we can go ahead and put the end date on it. And then we can fill in some additional information, such as our original budget. Our costs. And our expected revenue. And then we can go ahead and click save. Campaigns tie together our team's marketing efforts, and they are a powerful way to maintain visibility of the prospects, customers, and the success of your business activities on Salesforce. Form emails without personality usually head for the trash folder on the inbox. However, with Salesforce, you can make great email templates, and you can send them in a style that speaks to your individual personality. And you can also save a lot of time on typing. Salesforce allows emails to be sent directly from records such as leads, accounts, contacts, opportunities. Anywhere you see an email feature, you can use an email template. And we're going to go ahead and head over to our Leads tab. First, we need to be signed in, and we're starting out on the Home tab. So let's click Leads. And I've got a lead here with my name on it. I'm going to use myself for testing. That way I'm not sending something out to an actual customer. And I've set up this lead in the system. So let's go scroll down and take a peek under Activity. And under Activity, you'll see 4 tabs. One of them is the Email tab. We'll go ahead and click on that. And let's give us some room here so we can see everything. And the first thing you'll notice is that you can address the email. This is going to go out to myself, and I have my inbox open up here at the top. And I'm going to put a subject line in it. I'm going to call the subject line Follow-Up Proposal because we're sending an email to follow up on something we've already pitched, an idea. Next, let's go ahead and build out the email. Now, let's scroll down just a little bit more, and you're going to see some options here at the bottom. And one of those options is you can attach a file, and then the very next one is insert a merge field. So let's do that. The first thing we want to do is build out an email and set up some merge fields. And what that means is that Salesforce will take the data out of its database, out of the object data, and put it in there. Let's take a look at it. First, we need to address our email, and I usually say, Dear. I'm very formal because I have old school correspondence in my blood. So I'll use a Dear as the opening line, and then we'll go ahead and click Insert Merge Field. There's 3 sections. The recipient will either be the lead or contact that you're sending the email to. You are the sender, so if you're signed in, any of the information in your profile can be a merged field. And then your organization's info, we're going to use a little bit of information from all three. So let's start with the first name. We can scroll through the list, but it's faster just to type in the word first and then grab it here and then insert it directly into the template. And then you see the code that's there. So let's go ahead and finish out the email. I'm going to quickly put in some other merge fields, but let me show you just briefly all the different possibilities. We can go from the sender. We can put your first name. That's going to be you because you're sending the email. Your last name, and that's you again. And then you can put your title in the email if you'd like. And then if we go to organization, we can put the company name in there. We can put the address. And if you've got a web address and things like that you'd like to put in your signature, you can do that. So I'll go ahead and finish up my email. Merge fields can also be used in the subject line as well as the email body. And so now that I've completely built out my email, I've included the lead first name, I've included my name, my company's name and address as well. Just for your edification right here, the organization.address token will fill in the complete company address from your company's information. Now, most users will have an email signature in their Salesforce profile, and the email template will overwrite that signature. So using merge tokens is a great idea for the signature since your company brand, address, and contact details are going to change over time. And then let's use the preview button to get a good look at it. So let's scroll down just a little bit and hit the little I. That's the preview email button. And you're going to get a preview with all the merge fields put into the template, and you can get a quick look at what it's going to look like. And let's talk about attachments for a second. Sometimes in a form email, you're going to want to attach documents. You can attach documents from your Salesforce library or directly from your computer. So now that you've previewed your email template, and if you like it, go ahead and save it. So we'll do that by clicking this third option here, and we'll save as new template. We'll give it a name and description. And we've described it, and let's go ahead and put it into the public folder so that everyone on our team can use it, and then we'll click Save. So if you'd like to edit your template and make some changes to it, you can do that, and once you've made those changes, all you need to do is click this button again, and just click Save Template, and click Save again, and it just made those changes so they're now amended to the template. Let's go ahead and click Send. We'll send out the email template, and it's going to give us a little warning about attachments. We can say don't show this message again because we're aware that this attachment will become publicly viewable by the recipient. And then we'll go ahead and send this out. And then let's switch over to our inbox and take a look. And there's the email. It just came through. And as we take a look at the email template, we can practice and test and make sure it's exactly what we want it to be, and look at it in our inbox. And if we're happy with it, then we can go ahead and keep it. So once you've made your email template, let's head over to the app launcher. That's the tic-tac-toe right here. And you can manage email templates from the email templates option under all items. Click on that. You'll see the email template here. You click on that, and you can change things like the name, the content, and so forth by clicking edit. Anytime you want to make a change to your template, you can do that here. It comes with a nice WYSIWYG editor. And if you'd like to use straight HTML, let's say you're a coder, you can click the source option and you can use code here and type it in, or you can paste it from another source if someone's provided you with an HTML email template. Email templates speed up our workflow and improve support through more efficient communication. When you're working with large volumes of records across teams, it makes the most sense to share the responsibility for those records. With queues, you can assign records to teams that share workloads. Instead of individual record ownership, users can be added to a queue, and records are then assigned to the queue, allowing queue members to take ownership of any record in that queue at any time. This is helpful for the management of cases, leads, orders, custom data objects, service contracts, and knowledge article versions. Now let's go ahead and see this in action. We're starting here at the Home tab. You need to be signed in, and then over here on the right-hand side, click on the gear cog icon. then click Setup. When the Setup tab pops up, over here on the left-hand side, you have the Quick Find box, and in the Quick Find box, go ahead and type in Queue. From here, go ahead and click on Queues as the menu option, and then we're here at the Queue Setup landing page. We have no queues, so let's make one. We'll click on New, and then enter the label for your queue name. We're going to call this VIP Sales Team. When we press the Tab key, a unique name auto-populates. Then enter in the queue email. And then when you check this box, anyone who's in the queue will be notified when new records are added to the queue at that email address. Now let's go ahead and add the objects to this queue that the users will be allowed to access. And in this case, we're going to add leads. And then finally, we're going to add queue members. Now, members can be added individually. You can also add roles, public groups, territories, connections, or partner users. Now, here's a simple use case. Rather than continuously adding sales reps to the queue, you can use the option for roles and subordinates. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll select that. And then we see a list of the roles that pop up here and the subordinates. So what we want to do is we want to allow the sales manager and all the sales manager's subordinates to pull records from this queue. So we'll go ahead and select the sales manager and push that over. And then we'll click Save. Now, anybody who is in the sales manager's downstream, or in other words, in their role hierarchy, can go ahead and take record ownership of any record in this queue. In addition to this possible sharing option, consider that members of the queue and every user above them in the role hierarchy can also take ownership of records in that queue. Since this queue involves the leads data object, we can now see it in the list view when we pull this little menu down here. We'll see the VIP sales team queue. And there's no records here yet. We haven't added any into the queue itself. It's blank since there are no records here yet. Now let's go ahead and change the ownership of some leads so that we add them to the queue. I'll go ahead and pull down here, and I'll go to All Open Leads. And then let's tick off some boxes. And then let's go ahead and change the ownership of these leads. And we'll change them to the queue. I typed in VIP so I could pull up the queue name, and then I'm going to go ahead and tick this box so that we send an email out to the people who are members of that queue so that they're notified that we've changed these records and assigned them to the queue, and then we'll click Submit. Now let's go ahead and pull this menu down again and take a look at the list view for VIP sales team, and we can now see the 3 records that we changed, and those are now owned by the queue. Once a queue is set up, members of the queue can view records and assign them to themselves in the record for management, and a support team can assign their records to the queue so that other members of the team can help with support cases that assists with customer satisfaction and helps with distributing workloads. Anytime a workload becomes unmanageable for one person, a queue helps to spread that out to a bunch of people. And especially when someone's on vacation, they can move their records over to a queue to allow other team members to handle them as well. Queues are a very useful tool for managing big data across teams of people so that the work is accomplished and the needs of customers are handled efficiently. So let's talk about automating Salesforce in ways to really supercharge your team's work. Here in this movie, we'll cover assignment rules, which is the antidote for many business pain points. We can automate the routing of sales leads and customer service cases to the correct user or group of users, and we call groups of users queues. Using automation removes human error from the equation and ensures that your policy for lead and case assignment is always meeting the vision of your management. Setting up lead and case assignment rules is accomplished in the same way, so I'll just provide you with a walkthrough of setting up lead assignment rules in this video. Now, we need to start on the Home tab, and we need to be signed in, so be sure you're signed in, and then on the right-hand side, go ahead and click on the gear cog icon and then click Setup from there. A new tab opens up for Setup. Over here on the left-hand side, you'll find the Quick Find search box for Setup, and go ahead and type in the word assignment. And then select Lead Assignment Rules from the menu. Now here's where we set up lead assignment rules, and we'll go ahead and start by clicking New. This starts a new assignment, and we'll give it a name. Let's go ahead and call this California Sales Support. Now there's a checkbox here to make it active, and we're going to leave this unticked because what we want to do is master this process. And until we're actually ready, we're not going to activate it just yet. So let's go ahead and click Save. And then underneath, you'll see another menu here. You'll have the opportunity to click on the new name. And here's the rule. And then we're going to add a rule entry. It's a 2-layer step process. Just like a layer cake, you've got to start with the actual rule. And then underneath, you have rule entries. And these rule entries are numbered. So let's go ahead and click New. And when we add a new rule entry, we're going to put the number 1 here under sort order. It's that simple. So we finished step 1, and now let's go to step 2. In step 2, we have a couple of different options. We can run these rules if criteria are met, or we can use a formula. Formulas are a bit more complicated, so what we'll do is I'll show you a quick demo using criteria. And the first thing we want to do is pull up California leads. So what I'll do is I'll grab the state field. That'll be the first thing. And I'll use the operator equals. And then in the value, we're going to represent this in 2 different ways. People tend to enter data in a number of ways, and Salesforce does have text fields for the state. So what I want to do is add it with a comma in between both the abbreviation for California and we'll spell California out. In the lead status, we want to go ahead and pull up that field. So let's do that. And we want to pull up the equals operator, and then use this finder here on the right-hand side to look up the different pick list values. And qualified means that the management has approved this lead, so we're going to use that as the value. And in the third section here, number 3, under fields, we'll go ahead and look up created date, and that's the next one. And created date equals, and this is something you may need to study a little bit, how to use these phrases, and you can do this independently on your own. Google is your friend. Go ahead and type in 30 days ago. It's not something that you'll instantly find out about by just going to the screen, but it's something you'll learn about. Salesforce can understand this intuitively using a little bit of AI in their system. Now, we've developed a very helpful automation here that will review all the leads, check if they're in the state of California, and make sure management has actually approved them so that they can be reassigned to a queue. We're going to use a queue. And if they've been in the system more than 30 days, we want to go ahead and make sure they're not neglected. So these leads will become transparent to the rest of the sales team. We'll have it reassigned to a sales queue. And that ensures that lead prospects receive appropriate outreach. So now in step 3, we want to select who the leads get assigned to. And I'm going to use a queue. We get assigned to an individual user. But since users change roles in companies, queues are great because you can put multiple people in there and they can grab those leads if they're reassigned to them. And we'll use the finder, and you can see we have one queue, which is called the West Coast Sales Support Team. And what we want to do also, if we want to notify the people on the team that they've been reassigned a particular lead, then we can use an email template. You can set a template up. It's not covered in this particular movie. That's another thing that you can learn on your own as well. But there are templates that are in Salesforce that are already pre-made for this purpose. And you can let people know that they've been assigned the lead using a sample template here and customize that for your own use. And then when you're done, you click Save. Now, here's our rule. And what we can do from this point is we can add more rules. They're processed in sequence. So if the first rule doesn't yield any result, it would go to the next rule and so forth. The next rule in the sequence would be number 2, and they're processed in order. If a lead is outside of California, we could set up a different rule for assigning those leads to a different team. And as mentioned, setting up this type of automation for case assignment is handled in the exact same way. So now you know how to do that. When we're ready to start this assignment rule, we can go ahead and edit it. So let's click Edit here. And once we're happy with the rule and how it works, you can always change the name of the rule if you'd like to. And then you can tick this box to make it active and click Save. Now, anytime any lead follows these criteria, then you can go ahead and have the system automatically reassign them to that queue. Think of these rule sets as a strategy for your company, for your organization, your team, that really is a way to catalyze amazing teamwork, and it removes the uncertainty of having to remember to handle the important duty of assigning work out to your team members. Salesforce allows system administrators to set up escalation rules to reassign customer service cases to a new person or a team. Teams are often called queues in the system, where there's more than one person who's inside of that team. They can be organized into what's called a queue. Anytime attention is needed to help shepherd things along, you can escalate a case so that other people can have visibility of it. And that's very good for customer support. Escalation rules are a type of artificial intelligence that ensures that your policy for case escalation and reassignment is always meeting your vision. And let's go ahead and see how it works. We're starting on the Home tab. We need to be signed in. And then from here, let's go ahead and click on the gear cog icon. Click this right here on the right-hand side. Click Setup. And then a new tab opens for Setup. And on the left-hand side, let's go ahead and type into the quick find the word escalation. And underneath the service submenu, you'll see escalation rules. Let's go ahead and click on that. Now, after you click escalation rules, you'll go to the setup for escalation rules, and you can go ahead and start a new rule. So go ahead and click new, and we'll give it a name. We're going to call this neglected cases because that's what it is. So let's go ahead and do that. This checkbox is made to use the rule active. However, let's leave it unchecked until we've mastered this process, and then when we're ready, we'll activate it. So let's go ahead and click Save, and this is like a layer cake. There's a bunch of different steps involved, so let's go ahead and get to step 2. Let's click on the rule name, and you'll see another menu here, which is called Rule Entries, and we need to go ahead and click New to start a new entry. And in the first step, we need to put the sort order. Now, these rules are handled in order, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, etc. We'll put the number 1 here under sort order. This is our first rule entry. And then in step 2, we're going to have a couple of options. First of all, we can use criteria, and we can also use formulas. For the average system admin, you're not using formulas. That's just the truth. Most people are using criteria. So let's go ahead and set that up. So the first thing is we want to add a pull down. So let's use the field pull down. And let's go ahead and look up case reason. Then use the operator equals, and then use the finder here to pull up the pick list. And then let's go ahead and select the issue. Instructions are not clear was the reason the case was opened, and then we'll click Insert Selected. So we've made it through our first field selection. Let's go ahead and pull up another field. And what we want to do is go through and keep adding additional information here to go ahead and make it clear to the system which cases we want it to reassign. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we're going to go ahead and pull up the case state. So here is the mailing state and province, and what we want to do is have certain time zones managed by certain teams. So people who are in this particular state, which is going to be California, we're going to go ahead and have them assigned to this queue. And the reasoning is pretty simple. People who are awake at a certain hour are more likely to be fresh and able to handle customers who are also awake at a similar hour. So the reason we have California represented 2 ways is this is a text field. State is a field that you can type in freely, text, and a lot of reps put in the abbreviated state. Some people put in the information spelled out. Putting a comma between them allows you to separate a multiple value list. Now let's move to step 3, and what we want to do in step 3 is work out the hours. So how does that work? Well, we need to set business hours, and what we'll do is we will go ahead and use this third option. And why is that? Because your organization has set hours that you're operating, and the software, which is Salesforce itself, is knowledgeable about your information based on your company profile. So you have a set of default hours. We pull up the Finder and we select default. And that way, if you're working in a specific time zone, that the escalation occurs based on that time zone. And setup allows you to have multiple sets of business hours in case you have support teams across multiple time zones across the world or even across the country. And you can do that. That's not covered in this particular movie, but you know that you can do it. In step 4, we'll specify that the escalation times are set when the case is created. That's the default, and we'll leave it there. And we can keep adding more of these rules. They have to be numbered, and we're just going to use one as our example. And now we have one more layer in the layer cake. We have escalation actions. We need to click on New so that the third layer, which is what do we do when these rules happen, well, that's the next thing in the process. So something meaningful I want to explain to you about queues. Queues is really helpful because people change roles all the time. Having a queue is a static thing. It's a group of users, and then you can reassign cases to a queue. And that way, if you have multiple people in that queue, and let's say their role changes, you take them off and you add someone else on, the cases still remain with the queue, and it's really like a group of people rather than an individual user. Now, we're going to escalate cases when they're more than 4 hours old. I'm going to hover my mouse over here. You see that hours is what this field is for, so I'll go ahead and put 4 there. If you wanted to go by the half hour, you could use this, but we're not doing that. And then we want to auto reassign cases, which we can do to users if we wanted to. We could pull up users individually, no problem. Or what we're going to do is set a queue. And we're going to use the Tier 2 Support Escalations queue so that anybody that has a neglected case, they don't get ignored. They're going to be reassigned to Tier 2 Support, and it's going to be taken care of for them. Now, notifications. Why is that helpful? Well, people should be notified when things happen in the system. You don't want things happening silently. So we want to notify people when things happen. So let's notify the management anytime something happens with these cases. We're going to notify the manager. In this next section, we can notify users of this case assignment change, and you may wish to make the department manager aware. So that's somebody that you can put here in the notify this user section. And then you can use a standard template or make up your own templates. We're going to use a pre-made template just to streamline the demonstration. And so I'll go ahead and do that. And the notification template will go out when the reassignment occurs. Also, the previous owner of the case before it's assigned can be notified as well. And if you've got a really large team but they don't have Salesforce accounts, you can add additional emails here followed by commas. You separate them by commas so that you can notify additional folks within the team, perhaps external partners if you'd like to. And when you're done, go ahead and click Save. So we're not quite ready yet. We need to go back to escalation rules and we need to activate it. So what we'll do is we'll click on the rule name and then we click Edit. And then we can tick the active box to make it active. And now the minute I click Save, the system will start to check and Salesforce will reassign those stale dated cases to the queue for Tier 2 support. So something to keep in mind, you can only have one active escalation rule at a time. However, you can have multiple rule entries that allow for simple or complex escalation of your cases. That helps you with your strategy for handling your customer support. Escalation rules ensure that the needs of your valuable, precious customers are being met in the way that they need to be when those people reach out for support to your organization by routing those cases to the correct person at the right time or the correct team at the right moment. All users within your organization can always log in at salesforce.com. However, maybe your team wants something a little bit better than just a shared launch page, and we can accomplish that with the My Domain feature in Salesforce. So within the My Domain feature, you'll be able to add your own company name to the login URL. So you can go ahead and have a custom subdomain. And you can add your own company logo and branding to that page as well, including your company colors. And you can stay signed in to multiple Salesforce organizations from the same browser at the same time. And you can also set up single sign-on and social sign-on to allow users quicker access to their login with social credentials from single sign-on external identity providers. Think Google and Facebook account credentials, for example. Let's go ahead and see this in action, but before we do, a word of caution. When you try out new features in Salesforce, you should always sign up for a free developer organization at developer.salesforce.com and then test it, do a test on everything you're doing right there on the developer org before you deploy it out to your actual company's production Salesforce account. Single sign-on and social sign-on can be explored independently of this video by looking at the help documentation for Salesforce. So let's go ahead and head over to our account. And you need to be signed in. We're starting from the Home tab. And then from here, go ahead and click on the gear cog icon and then click on Setup. Setup is opened up in a new tab. And then over here in the Quick Find search box, type in the word domain. Then click on the My Domain feature in the menu. Now you'll see the menu options for My Domain, and we'll be able to go ahead and set up our domain. There's a little instructional information here, and we'll scroll down just a little bit, and we can go ahead and choose our name. Not all domain names will be available, so go ahead and check the availability by punching in something. And then click Check Availability. It just happens to be available. Now, keep in mind that your subdomain will follow the following format. First, you're going to have the domain that you pick, the subdomain, and then it will have dot and then my.salesforce.com. And then go ahead and click Register Domain. Then go ahead and click on My Domain. It brings you back to the landing page. It tells you that your registration for your domain is setting up. And as soon as it's ready, we'll get an email letting us know that we can start using the My Domain. Salesforce is now registering the domain, and you're going to receive an email confirmation when it's ready for testing. Now let's go ahead and head back over to My Domain from Setup using the Quick Find, and we'll go ahead and scroll down here just to take a look at what's happened. And the domain name is now ready to use. We can log in to test it out, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll click Login, and we'll click Open. So once you've logged in, you can go ahead and deploy this to your users, and we'll go ahead and click that button right here, Deploy to Users, and then we'll click OK. And then this is now deployed, and we can make some changes to the My Domain settings. By default, users can still log in the old way. However, eventually you want everyone using your subdomain. Do your homework on these additional options before changing them here. And while it is still possible to prevent users from logging into Salesforce.com, it also may throw some people off who are new to Salesforce. Now let's go ahead and make some other changes to the setup here and add some customized branding so that users can see our logo when signing in. Under the Authentication configuration, we'll click Edit. And then from here, we'll go ahead and upload a logo. Now, if you don't have Photoshop and you need to make a logo that's exactly 250 by 125 pixels, you can use a free program like GIMP, and you'll find that at gimp.org. That's GIMP.org. Then you can go ahead and click Choose File, and then I made a file for my logo here. It's on the computer desktop. And I also took note of the hexadecimal color for this particular brand logo so that I can enter it in here as well. And once you've uploaded the logo, you also want to enter the hex color for your branding so that it shows up on Salesforce when you sign in, and it has a nice consistent look and feel. And here is the hex color for that green that you saw there. And then once you're done, go ahead and click Save. And that's all there is to it. And now that's done. Once someone goes to your portal to sign in, they're going to see the new branding. So let's go ahead and take a peek at what that looks like. you'll see that this is your new domain right here. This is the subdomain and then the Salesforce domain. And you can go ahead and give that to your users so they can sign in. And we're going to go ahead and close out these tabs. And what I'm going to do now is sign out so that you can see what it looks like. And I'm going to go right there to that new portal. Then when you sign out, you'll see the new login page with the updated branding on it. And you can see here the new logo and the new green that's on the screen. The Salesforce My Domain feature provides custom branding and flexibility for your team when signing into Salesforce. It's an excellent way to make Salesforce your very own. And if you sign into multiple organizations at the same time, like many administrators do, and I certainly do, it's a must-have to dispense with constantly having to log in and out. Since Salesforce is designed to be used across the globe, the system allows you, the administrator, to customize language, locale, time zone, and currency. This is super helpful. These settings affect the display of data objects such as leads, accounts, and opportunities. Let's talk about it a little bit more in detail. We'll check out how to tailor the various regional settings for the needs of your team. Now, we're starting out on the Home tab. You have to be signed in, of course. And from here, let's head over to the right side of the screen. Click on that gear cog icon and then click Setup. Setup is opened up in a new tab. Then we'll type the word company in the quick find box that's here on the left-hand side. Just type in the word company. And that brings up some menu options. And from here, we can see there are various sections, but let's go ahead and take a look at company information. Let's go ahead and click on company information. And then in the center of the screen, we can see that there's different parts to the company information section, including your company name and address and phone, plus your user license information. So anytime you want to check out how many licenses you have on Salesforce, this is where you do it. And some other things here as well, which we're not going to cover in this particular movie. So let's talk a little bit about company information and anything that you might need to amend. This is a great time to update that info. So let's go ahead and click Edit. The general information and address should be kept as current as possible at all times, since users can merge data into multiple places within Salesforce using this data. So let's go ahead and type it all in. Places where this might be used would be autofilling company information within an email template, for example. Now let's take a look at the locale settings, and we'll scroll down a little bit to go there. Now, here in locale and language, it may seem the same at first. However, some locales have multiple language, such as Canada, where many people speak both English and French. When you adjust these settings, be sure they match up with your business requirements. Here, I've got all the information set to my company information. However, I'm going to change the time zone to match my time zone because it's not set correctly, and I'll change it to Pacific Daylight Time. The Salesforce locale is intuitive, and it will affect the way Salesforce displays information formats for date and time, usernames, address, and even commas and periods in numbers. So be sure it's set right. Next, we have the option to select currency, and here's where you set your organization's default currency for things like fields and reports. And of course, it needs to be the correct currency. Even if you speak English in your country, the currency may be different. You want to use the correct pull down. Salesforce also supports multiple currencies. And if you want to, you can activate multiple currencies by ticking this checkbox right here. We'll leave it off. But if you opt in for multiple currencies, keep in mind that there's not going to be a way to go back. There's no turning back once you check that. It's a permanent decision. So I'd recommend you use a free developer account with Salesforce to test the feature out and see how it works before you use it in your own production Salesforce environment. And you can check that out by going to developer.salesforce.com. Now, once we're done making all those changes, let's go ahead and click on Save. And as the system administrator, you'll be determining the default locale. However, users can set a personal locale if they're based in another country so that they can have a Salesforce experience that makes the most sense for where they work. And this is really useful if someone reports to the corporate office from another country, for example. Let's see how this works. We'll go ahead and close the Setup tab right here and go back to the user interface for Salesforce, and we'll take a peek at it. And from here, go ahead and click on the avatar. Now you can do that from any screen, and then click Settings. On the upper left-hand side, you'll be able to adjust personal information. And from here, you've got the language and time zone option. Let's go ahead and click on that. And let's talk about it. So we'll test it out. Users can change their regional settings and language from here. And I'm going to go ahead and just to show you how it works, I'll change the language. This doesn't change the company language, just the language for the individual user. And we'll just quickly switch it to another language so you can see how it works. Chrome browser is trying to translate the page, you can see there, but I'll leave the translation off so you can see it, and you can switch around to different languages at will as the user of the system. Generally, company information and personal settings should match up, and when team members work in different time zones or speak different languages, it's helpful to share with them how to adjust their individual settings within your Salesforce account. Let's check out standard and custom fields in Salesforce. Your Salesforce account comes with standard fields, and you can also add custom fields as well, which really is great because it allows you unlimited data storage opportunities. Let's look at some standard fields on Leads. First, we need to be signed into our Salesforce account, and let's go ahead and click on the Leads tab right here. And we'll select a lead. Let's pick the first one off the view here. And then let's go ahead and click on Details and scroll down. Here's some of the standard fields that address the most common data types, and these come straight out of the box with Salesforce. However, sometimes you need a little bit extra, and let's go ahead and check out custom fields. There are over 24 different types of custom fields, so it's important to select the correct type for what you're doing, and I'll show you how this works. We'll go ahead and add a custom field to our Salesforce account. First, what we want to do is go over to the gear cog icon at the top right of the screen, and then from there, click on Setup. There's two different tabs in Setup. One is the Home tab, and the other is the Object Manager. We'll be working with data objects within Salesforce, so let's click the Object Manager. And we're going to go down to the section for Leads. So let's do that. Scroll down to Leads. Now, in terms of Salesforce, the word object is really analogous to a database table. So if you're a database person, that's what it is. And then we want to click on Fields and Relationships under the lead object. And here's a list of all the standard fields that came with Salesforce right here. And we're going to add a new one, so let's click New. What we're going to do now is add a field for the closest subway station because our sales agents are using public transportation to make their sales calls and to get around town. I'm going to add a text area field so that we can go ahead and put subway instructions into that field and post them for the sales reps. So let's go ahead and scroll down. You can see all the different types of fields that are available, and we're going to select the second text field, which is called the text area field. It allows users to enter up to 255 characters. That's enough. We don't need a lot more than that. And because each one of the fields that you see here has different sizes, bigger fields take up more storage space. So let's go ahead and select the second choice that holds up to 255 characters, and then we'll click Next. Now let's go ahead and give it a name. We'll go ahead and call it Public Transportation. When I press Tab, a unique name auto-populates. And then we'll give it a description. And down here, there's a help text field. And what that is, it's an in-context help that allows the sales agent to see this information when they're on the lead record. So let's go ahead and add that as well. This isn't a required field, so I will leave this next section unchecked. We don't need to tick this box right here. Go ahead and ignore the default value. We don't put a default value in here, but sometimes you do need a default value, which may be useful in some situations when you want the field pre-filled with something, but not in this particular instance. And then I'll go ahead and click Next. We now need to establish field level security. Not everyone needs to be able to edit this field, and not everyone needs to see the field, so we can pick and choose. I'm the system admin, so starting at the bottom, I'll just leave everything checked there. For our standard users, we'll let them edit. I don't think our solutions managers need this. Our read-only users don't need this. Our marketing users and contract managers don't need it. But for the outside sales team, we don't want them editing it. We just want them reading it, and we'll let the standard users and the system administrators have edit rights. So that's how you manage the field level security. You can give some people edit access and some people read-only access, and then we'll click Next. Now, page layouts are used to view and edit records. We only have one for leads, but you can have multiple page layouts. They can be assigned per user profile. So different profiles can have different layouts if you want. So at this point, we can decide if we want to automatically add this new custom field to our standard layout. That's when we were viewing the lead record earlier. And if we want this to be visible immediately to users on the layout page, we'll leave that tick mark checked, and we'll go ahead and click Save. Now let's check out our new field. I'm going to go ahead and close the Setup tab here, and let's go back to Leads, and let's go ahead and open up another lead. I'll just open up any lead. And let's scroll down a little bit. And let's click Details. And you can see our new field right here. If you have edit privileges, you can click on the pencil icon to edit just that information, or you can click Edit over here on the top right, and you can add data into that new field that we've set up for public transportation. It's that simple. And you notice when I use the little I icon there, you can see that help text that we put in there. With custom fields, data can be better managed and tailored in a highly personalized way. Salesforce data is organized into objects which work like tables within a relational database. Data within two Salesforce objects can relate to each other, and we can set this up as an object relationship. There are a couple different kinds. There are two different primary object relationships, and they are lookup relationships and master detail relationships. Let's go ahead and take a look at this and see how it works in practice. We'll go ahead and start signed in, of course, and then we're at the Home tab. Let's go ahead and click on Accounts. I have one account in this demonstration organization, and let's take a peek at this first account. And you'll see that for this one account, we have multiple contacts associated with it, and if we scroll down, we can see the related contacts here in the related contacts list. And then if we click View All, we can see all the contacts that relate to Twilight Makers. This is a one-to-many lookup relationship because an account can have many contacts associated with it. Lookup relationships can also exist on a one-to-one relationship, and with lookup relationships, deleting one record does not automatically remove the records related to it. Master detail relationships are much stricter in nature, so when you use those, records within the lookup relationship can have different record owners, but records in a master detail relationship cannot. So detail records are automatically set to the owner of the master record, and then when you delete the master record on a master detail relationship, it will also delete the detail records as well. They are tightly bound together. And if you get confused about this, don't worry about it. It'll make sense as you start to get into developing these relationships in your Salesforce organization. We generally establish relationships between two different Salesforce objects. However, it is possible to link an object with itself. For example, if you're tracking a list of support issues and you'd like to show how two different issues are related to each other, you can do that, for example, in Cases. Now let's go ahead and look at how to add a lookup relationship. And we're starting at the Home tab again. Let's go ahead and do that just so that we're at the beginning. And from here, go over to the gear cog icon and click on that, then click Setup. And then select the Object Manager tab. Since I like chocolate, I have a custom data object called chocolate, and we'll set up a lookup relationship. So first of all, we want to go to that object, and it's right here. It's chocolate, and we pull that up, and then we go to Fields and Relationships. Then we go ahead and click New. We're going to set up a new one. So we'll set up this new relationship, and we'll select a lookup relationship right here from the list. I'll be tracking from contacts who likes a particular brand of chocolate. And then let's go ahead and click Next. Now we need to choose the related object, which is going to be contacts. We're going to indicate for each contact what chocolate brands they like, and then we'll click Next. And then you need a field label here for the lookup field, and we're going to leave it as it is. And then when we press Tab, a unique name auto-populates there. And there's some other values here which you can study and research on your own using Salesforce documentation, but we're going to go ahead and click Next just for the purposes of this demonstration. And then in the next screen, we can establish field level security, and that allows users in the system to read or edit. So what we do is we'll leave this as visible, and if we don't check read only, then everybody can make edits to these. And just for the purposes of this demonstration, we'll let everybody continue to edit these fields, and then we'll go ahead and click Next. And then we have the page layout. The page layout is in the chocolate object where we're storing the information from the user experience, the user side of things. And you could have more than one layout if you'd like. This particular organization has one layout for the chocolate object. However, you could add different layouts for different user experiences. An administrator could have one look and feel, and then a user could have a different layout, which is a different look and feel, and we'll go ahead and click Next. And now we need to give the related list a label. This is the label that appears on contacts. It can be different than the object name, but we're going to go ahead and keep it as the default, and then we'll go ahead and click Save. Now let's go ahead and head over and see how this looks. We'll switch back over to the user experience, which is the tab over here, and we'll go ahead and click on Contacts. And from here, we'll select a contact, and we'll scroll down to the Related List section. So you'll see at the bottom here that we now have a section called Chocolates, and it's been related to contacts. And for an individual person, we can go ahead and click on New, and we can put in a variety of chocolate that they like. Let's say they like Hershey's, a good American brand, and then we click Save. And then we can see there that that particular brand of chocolate is now part of the related list of chocolates that are favorites for Alvin. Now, perhaps you'd like to track something more relevant to you, such as partnership relationships between contacts instead of chocolates. Well, you can do that and much more with lookup relationships. And now we can associate specific types of chocolates to individuals who like them. You'll also see that chocolates is here on the tabs because we've added it. And you can see that we've got a list of chocolates. We've also got a duplicate here, and we can delete duplicates if we like just by using the pull-down menu and then deleting it. Now we're going to set up a different kind of relationship called a master detail relationship in Salesforce. And we have a database that's for objects that are considered collectible. And I'll go back over to the Setup tab, and we'll go back to the Object Manager here, and we'll scroll down to this new object called Collectible. This is a custom object, and then we'll go to Fields and Relationships. And here we're going to set up a master detail relationship between the collectibles object and contacts, again, tracking what collectibles individuals like. But this is going to be slightly different. We're going to set this up as a master detail relationship, which is a much stricter relationship. And you can read a little bit more about how this works. I gave you a brief explanation earlier in this movie, and you can read these details on your own time. And then we'll go ahead and click Next. And we'll relate this again to contacts. And then we'll click Next again. And then we'll go ahead and click Next again. And then from here, we'll go ahead and click next, and then next again, just as we did before. And again, we're going to call this as collectibles related list under contacts, and then we'll click save. And then we'll go back over to the contacts section, and let's go ahead and click on the home tab. I'll show you that you can see collectibles is now in the tabs section, but we also can pull up a contact. We can grab any contact here, and we'll also see in the related list that we now have a section for collectibles. And we can add collectibles to this contact here as part of this related list. Now, you can do this in an unlimited number of ways. Relational databases are very powerful, and Salesforce allows you to customize the relationships between your data so that your Salesforce experience is purpose-built to accomplish exactly what your team needs. The Salesforce Schema Builder is the tool for visualizing and editing your data model in Salesforce. And it's pretty cool. Whether you work with Salesforce's default configuration or your team works with extensive customization, it's helpful to see how data objects are built and how you can relate them to each other visually. It's like a whiteboard. So let's check it out. First, we need to be signed in, and we're starting from the Home tab. Let's go over to the gear cog icon on the top right and click on that, and then we'll click Setup. Setup is opened up in a new tab now. And then in the quick find over here on the left-hand side, go ahead and type in the word schema. And then click on Schema Builder. Now, here in the default view, some of the database objects in Salesforce show up, and there's a few different things to keep in mind. Some of the most common things are checked, and you can see them here on the list. And then you have a navigation tool here on the lower right. You can see how you can navigate around and take a look at your schema. And you also have the ability to zoom in and zoom out using this tool over here. And you can see the legend that shows how database objects are related to each other. And we can also drag objects around to help with the visualization of our data. However, this doesn't result in any changes to what you've got on the back end of things. So your Salesforce organization won't be edited when you drag things around. This is simply a great way to offer another member of your team a visual understanding of what's going on with your Salesforce account organization. We can use the left panel to clear the palette. So let's go ahead and do that. We click Clear All and everything disappears. Now that didn't delete anything. It just takes it off of this whiteboard. And then we can check a couple of things and see how they're related to each other. I'm going to check on the account box, and then we'll also tick contacts. And then you can see by going here and dragging down, then you can go ahead and put them side by side and see the relationship between these two database objects. And you'll notice that accounts are related to themselves, which I find interesting, right? Because you have the ability to have a parent account, and that would be the same as an account, but it would relate to another account. So that's why you see the connection here to itself. And that's a relationship of an object to another object, but it's the same object. And then you also have this connection from contacts to accounts, and you have a lookup relationship from contact to account because every contact can be related to another account, although it doesn't have to be. Now, with Schema Builder, we can accomplish a few things. We can manage custom objects. We can set up lookup relationships. We can set up master detail relationships. And we can add custom fields except for geolocation. And we can also do simple drag and drop operations. Let's go ahead and walk through just a really high level to see how we can accomplish these actions. We'll do a demonstration. It's not comprehensive, but it'll give you some ideas. And let's go ahead and add some stuff. First, we'll click on Elements, and let's go ahead and drag some space over here. We'll move this over. And let's drop the object here, and we're going to set up a new object. So let's do that. Let's give the object a name. We're going to call this just a very simple object that tracks hobbies. And then we'll go ahead and click Save. And then we've already set that up. See how easy that was? It's quick and easy. Now let's add a field. You can see how fast and easy that will be. Let's just add a simple text field. We'll add a text area field to that, and it'll be related to the object, hobby. And let's go ahead and put in here favorite. And then we'll click Save. And that's all there is to it. It's very easy to add new fields to objects by doing that. And then let's go ahead and see how to set up a relationship between two database objects. And it's very simple to do as well. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll set up a relationship, and we'll go ahead and set up a lookup relationship. And we'll drag it over. And we'll relate this to contacts. Now that we've done that, we can click Save, and you can see the connection has been formed, and we now have a connection which is called a lookup relationship between hobby to contact. It's very, very simple and easy to do. And if you're done with a database object, you no longer want it, all you have to do is use this pull-down option, and you can quickly delete it if you no longer need it, or if you made a mistake. Read all the warnings, because it's going to delete everything that you just set up, and then we can get rid of it. So it's very, very intuitive. Schema Builder is a wonderful tool to help you visually understand, but also manage your Salesforce organization with drag and drop simplicity. So let's talk about customizing your record and your homepage layouts. Your team's going to have specific needs, such as wanting to make their Salesforce account pages look like a legacy systems user interface, or to adjust the page layouts based on their preferences. And when I say a legacy system, I mean if you're migrating from an older piece of software to Salesforce and your team wants their layouts to look a certain way, it's easy to make that happen with no programming. A lightning page is a collection of components that are displayed using a template. And let's go ahead and take a look at it. First, we need to be signed in, and I'm going to go over to Leads. So let's click on the Leads tab, and let's open up a lead. This is me, so I'm just going to put that up as a sample. And most of these pages, they have a header, they have a subheading, and they have a body, and then they have a sidebar. So let's talk about the different sections. This first section here is called the Highlights Panel. That's the name of it. And then the second section, where you see the progress of your lead, it's really called the Sales Path, but it's a ribbon. We call it a ribbon. And it's called the Sales Path, which appears only in Leads and Opportunities pages. And then we have some tabs, and the tabs are the sections down below here. And in the tabs, we have Activity, Chatter, Detail, News. And then we have Activities below that, which allows us to do things like sending emails out, making notes, logging calls, and setting up events and things like that. And then let's go to the right-hand side of the screen as well, and you have a thing called Related Lists. And related lists are places where you can put related files, notes, and things like that within the record. And let's go ahead and see how easy it is to change this page. Scroll back up a little bit, and then from here, you're going to want to click on the gear cog icon, and then you'll see an option here called Edit Page. And that puts this into an edit mode. And you're going to see the same page, but you'll see editing options on the page now. And on the left-hand side, there is the component palette showing standard components. And if you installed any, you're going to have custom components, and also there's AppExchange components. Where do you find those? If you scroll down to the bottom, you're going to see the custom stuff, and you're going to see managed. And these are things that are custom and AppExchange items that you've elected to put into your account, and we don't have any custom things. We're going to just use the standard stuff. Now, components can be added and removed until the page looks the way you want it to. And I'm just going to do a quick demo, get you thinking, get your mind going. And my demo is very simple, but the possibilities are expansive and endless. And let's go ahead and take a look at that. What I'm going to do is show you how it works. First of all, as you put your mouse in different sections, you'll see that they come into focus, and you have a hand that allows you to move them. And what it does is it allows you to actually make changes to it with a drag and drop editor. So I'm going to go over here to the palette and I'm going to grab something, which is an item I want to put in there. And I'll start by selecting the head here. And then over here, I'll grab recent items and I'll just drop it in. Notice I haven't dropped it yet, but wherever I put it, you'll see that it highlights in green. So I'll just drop it here and you'll notice it pops in underneath the previous section. But that's not where I want it. So I'll go ahead and grab it with my mouse, my left mouse, and I'll place it where I want it to be. And I'm going to drop it over here, down here under related lists, and I'll put it there. And you can see how it's going to look. It gives you a preview, and the recent items have been dropped here. And then there's an activation button. Let's go ahead and click activation. And then a menu pops up, and you have different choices here. We can set this as our organization default, as the default for specific Lightning apps if we want to. That's another option. And we can also select it for app, record type, and profile. And we're just going to maintain this as our organization-wide default. And that means everybody's going to see it this way. And our custom layout will be adopted when I click close. And then when I click save, it's done. It's committed and it's finished. Now let's see how this worked out. Click on the back button right here. You see the little back button at the top left. And that brings you back to a non-editing state. And you can go ahead and scroll down and you'll see that our page has changed. Recent items are now here on the right-hand side. And you can see it there. And you can easily remove a section if you want to. And let's go ahead and do that. Let's say you make a goof and you don't like how it looks. Go ahead and put your mouse over it and you'll see that there's a little option here. Of course, you can move it if you want to. You have the ability to do that if you want. You can adjust the ordering and move things around if you'd like to do that. But that's not what I want to do. I just want to take it away. Click on the trash can and I'll go ahead and I'll activate it. And I'll do that. And then I'll go ahead and click save. And then over here, I'll click back. And then it takes the section away. Being able to customize your record and home pages is easy within the Lightning App Builder, and it allows teams endless possibilities, flexibility, and it keeps the right data in front of your teams when they want it. It's a great tool. So when your team is trying to find a record and they're just getting overwhelmed by the massive number of search results, they might come to you in frustration hoping for some answers. Well, I'll help you with some pearls of wisdom, and I'll show you the tips that you can share with them to make searching easier. You might even want to make a video for them. So let's check out some of these tips. I'm going to go ahead and search for a company name. The first thing I want to do is type a few characters that will provide record suggestions, and then I'll just start typing. And then the system will show me some record suggestions, and I can go ahead and pick one. I want to pull up this account, so that's all I have to do. Now, then we can also enter in a keyword. If we want to just type in a keyword and look up a specific name, we can do that. So I'll go back to the search box, and I'll type in the information, and I'll press enter. When I press enter, I get three things. I get an account, I get a lead, and then it shows me a file. And the reason I'm getting three different kinds of results is because there's different records with that keyword in it. And over on the left-hand side, we have the ability to perfect our search to just the type of records that we want. Since we have an account here, we could just filter out accounts only. That's one way to do it. And that would be one way to do it. We can expand our list and then just search for leads. We can expand our list, and we can also just search for something like a file, because that's one of the things I have there. Now, you can refine this even further, and you can put things in there such as the title of the file extension, the modification date. Each of these has different refined options. So for accounts, you have a slightly different refine option. You can look for phone numbers, account owner aliases, etc. And then the other thing you can do is you can scroll down and you can expand this even further to show more. So there are a whole bunch of different objects in the system. So you can take a peek at all of these different things to filter down and narrow your search even more. So let's take a peek at some other ways to conduct searches. Let's use an asterisk to find records that match 0 or more characters at the middle or end of our search. So if I use the asterisk and I put in 3 characters and I press enter, It's going to pull up things. If I'm not 100% sure how to spell a word, for example, I can use an asterisk. And we can use a question mark to find items that match only one character at the middle or end of a search. And let me demonstrate how I mean to do that, which is QUA question mark Z. You kind of know how to spell it, but you're not sure about a particular letter. Usually you conduct these kind of searches when you've had trouble finding a record, and you want to use that. We can also use search operators, and there's a different operator for different things. Like we can use and, we can use and not, we can use the phrase or. Let's try that. Let's go ahead and put in QUATZ. I know there's two different words in the record, so the other one is Hamish. So if we don't want a whole bunch of search results, we just want to find these two keywords in the search, we can narrow it way down to just the item that has those two keywords in it using the AND operator. And we can use parentheses to group search terms together, which are evaluated before other terms in our search. And I'll give you an example of that. Let's use QUATZ. Let's put Hamish, and then let's use the additional phrase Salt Lake. And then it evaluates the term that's in the parentheses first. We still get the same result, but if you've got, let's say, 1 million records and you're trying to narrow it down, these are some of the tips and tricks for doing that and getting just the records that you want. We can also use quotes to search an exact phrase in the exact word order as entered. Think about that most search engines will search a record with any of these words in it, right? So it'll find hundreds of records. But if you're only interested in records with the phrase global media, then you can use quotes to limit the search to just global media, and it won't pull up any records that might have the word media or global in them. Now, when you search a value in a field that is hidden by field level security, the search results will show that record, and it will show that the record contains the field. However, you can't see the data in that field. So something like a date of birth or a social, you're going to be prevented from seeing if it's blocked by field level security. If a Salesforce object has custom fields, you can find records of that object with the custom field values. It will show up in the search results also. Now, let's talk about layouts. Search layout is what you see in front of you. For example, accounts. You've got a search layout here with these three fields that are presented to you in the search results, kind of like a spreadsheet. Let's change that. We'll click on the gear cog icon. Don't forget, you always have to be signed in. And then we'll click on Setup. So click Setup. It opens up a new Setup tab. You still have the other tab open here on the left. Let's go ahead and change the search layout for accounts. Click on the Object Manager, and from there, you're going to want to click on Account. This is the account data object, and we're managing it. We have all kinds of options here. We want search layouts. And then we have 7 different search layout configuration options. We want the search results option. Use this pull-down menu, click Edit. Once you're in Edit, we're going to focus on which fields we wish to display. Currently, you remember you have the account name, phone number, and the account owner alias. That's what we saw when we conducted the search. Let's push over another field. Let's add the billing city. That's right here. You can add any of these fields. All these fields are available, but you don't want to clutter up the screen with a bunch of stuff. Just pull over what you need. Push it over with this button, and then when you're done, click Save. Let's keep this tab open for a second. We're going to make another change. And then flip back over, and then what we're going to do is we're going to conduct that search again. Now, after we flip over, let's go ahead and conduct a search. And you'll notice that the billing city is here, and the information is empty. That's very helpful for someone if they can conduct a search for missing data. And if you go ahead and edit the record and you want to add that information in, let's say the information is not there, it's missing, you can go ahead and add that information into the record and then make sure that it's put in, and then it will show up in the search results. So you can push other fields over. Let's flip back over to edit the object and the search results. We'll pull this down, and then we'll make some other changes. We're going to remove some stuff now. Let's get rid of the billing city. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. And let's just show the account name. Let's just make it really super streamlined. Let's flip back over, and we'll pull up that search again. And now you'll notice that just the account name shows up. The other fields are gone. I'm going to go ahead and reset this back. Let's go and fix it back the way it was and put a few things in there. Sales teams like to have the phone number, and a lot of times they like to know the city so that they're calling people in the right time zones. So that's how you make changes to the search layouts. Now, fields can be added and removed from the layouts to suit your preferences for any object data. You don't just have to do it the same way for everything. You can customize it for each and every object. So you might have a different layout for accounts than you have for leads. Salesforce Search is a great way for you to develop exactly the look and feel of how you want the layout set up for your team. It's highly configurable. It's a great way to tailor make Salesforce to fit your business. And it's a great way to help your team streamline their work and find the important information they need when they need it. Salesforce allows administrators like yourself to accomplish a team's business needs through customization, and this is one of the key benefits of using Salesforce. Let's check out custom buttons and links, and we'll show you how to use them. We'll streamline workflows with this. We can add custom buttons, links, and places of interest within Salesforce layouts so that users can quickly access your internal or external URLs like help pages, or they can launch custom website links as well. There's three main types. There's a detail page link, which appears in the links section of the record page. Record page is where you're looking at a record like a lead or an account. There's a detail page button, which appears in the action menu in the highlights panel, and a list button, which appears on the related lists within a page layout. And I'll explain to you how to make one of each of these. So let's go for it. First, we have to be signed in, and then you're starting out on the Home tab. And then from here, you'll go ahead and click on the gear cog icon, and then you'll click Setup. That launches the Setup tab. We're going to stay inside of the Setup tab for the moment, but we still have the other tab open, so we're going to flip back and forth. So just watch carefully because I'll be going back and forth to show you the changes that I make. Now, we're going to click on the Object Manager. That's the first place we start. And then we're going to make some changes to leads. We're going to add a custom button here. So let's go down to Leads. This is the Leads database object within Salesforce. And we're going to click on the buttons, links, and actions. This is where we can then click New Button or Link. And if you study the page, you have three different kinds of links here in the middle. We're going to pick them off one at a time. Let's go ahead and add a detail page link as our first one. And then I'm going to give it a label. A unique name auto-populates. You can give an optional description as well. And then we'll keep this super simple. You can put the URL that you want down here. This is my YouTube channel, so I'm just going to use that as an example. And then you want to show the behavior of how you want it to open up. We want this to open in a new window. You can pick a variety of choices here, but the default is to open a new window. And since this is a URL, we'll just leave the content source as URL. And from here, we'll go ahead and click Save. Then we'll click OK. Now we need to click on the Page Layouts button here under Leads. And we'll click on the default layout. There's only one for this Salesforce organization. And then you have this interface where you can adjust things, add them, and so forth. So what I'll do is I will drag that new button that I made to the custom links section of the layout. And first of all, let's make sure we know what we're doing here. There is a sections here, and as you scroll through, you'll see that there is a custom links section. And there's a bunch of other sections as well, but we're going to go to the custom links section. And then you can quickly find things by using the search box here if you'd like to. But anytime you add a button or a custom link, it's going to go into its appropriate section. So we're going to custom links, and I want to drag the new one that I just made into the section that it belongs in. And you'll see here that I've got it right where I want it, and it's now there, and we're going to go ahead and click Save. So let's go ahead and check it out in context. Let's click on Leads, and I'll click on my name right here because I'm a lead in the system. And it may take a few moments for this to actually deploy, but let's go ahead and click on details. And then from here, we scroll down and we'll see the new link right here under custom links. And when I click on that, bam, it asks me if it's okay to go to this new link. I'll click proceed. We can turn off the warning so that won't happen again next time. And then you'll see that it goes to my YouTube channel, and that worked out great. So that's one example of how to do it. And the next one, we're going to go ahead and set up a different kind of button. So let's do that. We're going to stay in Leads object for just a moment and click on Button Links and Actions. Let's go ahead and click on New Button or Link. And we're going to do something slightly different. We're going to set up a Google Maps button so that when someone clicks it, they can go ahead and see the address of the lead on Google Maps. And when I press Tab, a unique name auto-populates. And then we're going to make this a detail page button right there. Now, just to save you time and effort, when you do a search on Google Maps, you get a URL, and then you can use the Salesforce merge fields within that URL. So without getting into a long explanation of this, you can study this on your own. And Google is your friend, so you might want to Google what the Salesforce merge fields is all about. So we're going to display this in a new window, and it's a URL. And then I've got some text here that I'm going to paste in, and I've already prepared this text. You'll notice this is really just the Google Maps URL, and then I substituted the street address, city, and postal code with the merge fields from Salesforce. And you'll notice that right here you can see all the merge fields. They're the ones inside of the brackets. And you can easily get those merge fields. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is use the pull down here that's offered to you, and you can build this and experiment on your own. Here's what I suggest. Just copy mine. It's probably a lot faster, so you don't have to try and make one yourself. And then when we're done, we'll click Save. And then we'll click OK. And then what we're going to do is add this to the lead page layout. Let's go to Page Layouts. Then let's click on the lead layout. And then from this list over here, let's go ahead and click on Mobile and Lightning Actions. And you'll see our new button is right here. And you want to scroll down just a little bit, and you want to drop it into this space right here. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and drop my button. You'll notice how it turns green, and you can decide where you want to put it. You can put it anywhere you want, but we'll put it at the beginning just to make it easy to find, and then click Save. And then let's flip over to our first tab, and we're going to refresh the screen. So I went ahead and refreshed the browser. And you'll see our new button here. You'll see it right here at the top, and it's now there, and we can now see it in action. Let's go ahead and click on it and see how it works. And then we can see the address pops in automatically, and it pulls up Google Maps. It takes that information right from the lead record, and it merges it in, and there's the address, and it found it on Google Maps, and it came up just perfectly. So that's another way of using it, another great use case for using custom links. So we're going to go ahead and we'll add another custom link. Let's go ahead and first make sure that we kind of understand what we're going to be doing. So let's review that. First of all, I'm going to click on the app launcher, and I'm going to go to Files. And what I want to do is give a password-protected internal document called Talking Points to the team so that when they're looking at a record under related lists and accounts, that they can see under the opportunity related list the talking points that we give them. And so what we're going to want to do is we want to go ahead and view the file details from Files. Here's the file we uploaded. Here's the actual talking points. They can quickly look at them if they'd like to, but we don't want everyone in the world seeing this, so we're going to use a Salesforce password protected page. We'll copy the URL from our file. And let's go back to Setup. That's the second tab up here. And from here, we'll go ahead and click on the Object Manager, and we're going to scroll down to Opportunities. We're going to add a custom button to Opportunities. And here we'll click Buttons, Links, and Actions. We'll click New Button. And in there, we're going to put here Talking Points. A unique name auto-populates. We're going to make this a list button. But there's something here we need to think about. This is password protected, so I'm going to go ahead and paste in the URL, but we don't want everyone in the world to see this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off our custom domain in Salesforce and just put the URL for the page which means you need to be signed in order to view this page. Then let's go ahead and click Save and then OK. Now, keep in mind, we added the button to the Object Manager for Opportunity under Buttons, but now we're going to switch to Accounts because we want this to show up on the Opportunities related list in Accounts. If it gets confusing, don't worry, just follow along and I'll show you how it works. And then from here, we've gone ahead and set up that button, but we're going to go to the page layout for Accounts, and we're going to click on Account Layout. And then what we want to do is scroll down to the opportunity-related lists within the page layout. And you'll see that here's the opportunities. Let's go ahead and click on the wrench right above Opportunities in the Opportunities-related list on Accounts. And then over here, let's go ahead and click the plus under the Buttons section. And you'll see the custom button that we made in Opportunities. Keep in mind, you don't make this in the Accounts section for buttons. You make it in the Opportunities because that's the list you're going to be using for the custom button. Go ahead and select it, push it over to the right under Selected Buttons, click OK. This gave me a really hard time when I first learned how to do this because I kept adding the button to Accounts and it never showed up. But if you add it to the Opportunities, it will show up. Then we'll go ahead and click Save. Now, let's head back over to the first tab. Let's go ahead and click on Accounts, and let's pull up an account. And we've got the account here, and it's all pulled up. Let's scroll down to the Opportunities related list, and there it is, and there's our talking points. We click that, and sure enough, it pulls us up right to the page for the talking points, and there it is. Now, this is an internal link. We can't get at it unless we're signed in. And being able to add custom buttons, really these links provide a powerful benefit to your team members because important resources are at their fingertips, not likely to be forgotten, and it really makes your organization more streamlined and more successful. It's easier to overcome team resistance in adopting CRM by reducing the number of moving parts within your Salesforce workflow. We've got a thing called Sales Path, and that helps Salesforce users stay focused so they can close more deals. What does that mean? It means when someone opens up, let's say, an opportunity within Salesforce, we can just show them only the opportunity stages that they need to be focused on. Not everyone uses the same opportunity stages. Someone at the early stage of a sales cycle might use just a few opportunity stages. Let's see how we might actually do that in practice. And we'll work out a custom sales process. First of all, let's start at the Home tab. You need to be signed in. And from here, go ahead and click on the gear cog icon, and then let's click Setup. This brings us a new tab. And now we have a new tab for Setup with a Home and an Object Manager tab. We still have the other tab open, so let's just flip back over there really quickly and click on Opportunities, and let's click on New. And what we're going to notice is anytime a salesperson sets up a new opportunity, they have all of these 6 different stages that they can work with. And we're going to make a change to this and set up a sales path that is customized for a particular user. Now, I'll be making this demo for my own profile, which I'm an admin, but you can use the same concept to apply it to, let's say, a sales team. So let's flip back over to the Setup tab. And from here, type the word sales and then start typing the word processes. Not everyone can spell processes. I always have a hard time with it. And then we'll just type P. So sales space P brings up sales processes. And then click on that. And then we're going to set up a new sales process in this flow. What we'll do is, first of all, there's a couple of case studies down here. If you click on them, you'll learn more about them. But let's jump right in. Let's click New to make a new sales process. We'll select the existing sales process as master, since this is our very first one. And then we'll use a name. We're going to call this SMB Clients, and that'll be clear in a minute why we're calling it that. So this is really designed for people who are green, who are new to the team, and we'll go ahead and click Save. And then from this point, what we want to do is select the values. So we see that we have 6 different choices within our flow here for opportunity stages, and we don't need that many for a new team. A new team, somebody that's not an expert salesperson, is only going to handle the beginning cycle of opening up a lead, qualification, and analysis. Let's push these items over and get rid of them. We can go ahead and remove everything but what the actual team needs to be looking at, which is qualification and needs analysis. And that limits the number of items in their pick list. So we'll click Save. And at this point, our sales process has begun. We've started the process of making one. So now a record type will determine which business processes, pick list values, and page layouts are presented to the user when they add records for the very first time. And record types are a requirement for setting up a sales path process. So what we'll do is we'll click on the Object Manager, and then we'll scroll down, and we'll go ahead and click on Opportunity. That's the Opportunity object. And then we're going to be changing record types. So let's do that. Record types, there are none yet, and we'll set one up for the first time. So we'll go ahead and click New. And then from here, we will fill in the information. Let's go ahead and do that. And what I want to do is first select Master again, and then under Record Type Label, let's put in a label. A unique name auto-populates, and let's pull up the sales process that we've already created in the previous demonstration, and then let's put a description. And we want to make this active. It has to be active. And then once we're done, we can enable this for particular profiles. Now, typically you would disable this for most people and just make it available to a particular group of folks. And under the profile outside sales, I would want to apply this because, our outside salespeople do 2 steps of the sales cycle. But in this case, I want to demonstrate this to you. So I'm also going to make this available for the system admin, which is myself. That's really just for me to show you that it works. Otherwise, I would have just left it for the outside salespeople. And then we click Next, and then we have the ability to apply this to our layouts. We only have the one layout right now. If we had a bunch of different layouts, we can make custom layouts for different kinds of salespeople. But because we only have one layout and I don't have any extra custom ones, we'll go ahead and click Save. And then we're done with setting up this particular sales path. Now, let's flip back over to the first tab. And what I'm going to do is I'll just to refresh the screen, I'm going to click the Opportunities tab again. I'm going to click New. And then as I enter up a new opportunity, I'm going to pull down this menu. And you'll notice that only the 2 items in the pick list now show up. And that's what our sales path looks like for the outside salespeople. Now, you can also delete if you'd like. Let's go back to the Setup tab. And you can also delete this if you'd like. We can certainly do that. And you can change page layout assignments by clicking that button if you'd like to do that as well. But before you can delete a record type from a profile, you're going to actually have to go into the profile and make some changes. So let's click on Home underneath Setup, and let's go to Profiles. Click on Profiles. And because I don't want the system administrator to be forced to use that flow, let's click on that profile. And let's scroll down a little bit. And you're going to see a whole bunch of sections. Get to the one that says Record Type Settings. You'll notice that one sales path we set up is here. We're going to have to edit that. And we have to remove that from our profile. And we need to add the master back. And what we're really doing now is taking that sales path off the system administrator profile. It's still going to be maintained for the outside sales profile. We could take it off there as well if we wanted to. But at this point, let's go back to the Object Manager. Let's go back down to the Opportunities. And that's the Opportunities object. Go to Record Types. And let's go ahead and click SMB Opportunity. We will disable it. First, you have to disable it. And it will tell you that it cannot be taken off the system while it's still attached to outside sales. So if you want to remove it, you go to the outside sales profile, go ahead and remove that from the record types in that profile, and then you can go ahead and delete it from here as well. So that's how a sales path works. That's how you delete the sales path if you no longer want it. We didn't actually do it because we're still assigning it to someone's profile. But we've now set up a customized sales path for specific users to follow that helps them focus on the opportunity stages that are relevant to their workflow, and that's been set up by you and approved by your team or the manager, whoever's in charge of making those decisions. The success of your team is going to be based on proven resources and clear processes. And within Salesforce, the opportunity data object is one of the multiple data points within Salesforce where deals are managed, and it allows you to have paths. You can have paths in different objects within Salesforce, such as leads and accounts and things like that. And a path is what helps your team manage the journey, and it's tailor-made content within Salesforce that's determined based on the context. It provides sales tips, links, and other resources when users are in particular parts of the system. Let's go ahead and customize the opportunity stages and see how this works. First of all, let's go ahead and take a look at it. We're signed in and we're at the Home tab. Let's click on Opportunities, and from here, let's take a look at a sample opportunity. We have this status ribbon, and it goes through the stages. So it really could be called a stage ribbon, but you've got these different stages of the opportunity, and as the stages progress, you'll see a section called Guidance for Success, and that's actually editable. You can change this section right here using what's called a path, and I'll explain that to you. So as you change the individual stages of a particular opportunity, different tips will show up for your reps, and it will provide them with some information. You'll notice that it's only available on 4 of the stages, and as you go through the different stages, you can edit the content there. Let's go ahead and make some changes to that. I'm going to go click on the gear cog icon. You should click Setup at that point, and from here, we'll customize these stages in the path. So let's do that. In the quick find on the left-hand side, type in the word path, click on Path Settings, and we've already got paths enabled. This is by default. Anytime you register for Salesforce, you're going to have some default paths for opportunities and leads already set up. Now, we could just start a new path, but we can't have a duplicate path for these 2 objects. If you click New Path, you'd have to set it up for a different object. So what we're going to do is we're going to edit the existing path. We could delete it and start over, but why? There's already a path there. We'll go ahead and edit it, and you'll see in the path that it has a name and it has some information already filled out. We'll rephrase this to something else. We'll call this California Sales Team Path, and we'll give it a path for the opportunity object. That's what's already there. And then we can decide based on this whether it's a pick list stage path, what pick list we're using for this path. These are not things that you're able to change once a path is set up, but if you're setting up a path for the first time, like you delete the path and you start a new one, you can make changes here. And then we'll go ahead and click Next. You'll see the stages now, they're listed here. And as you click each stage, you can define which fields are presented to the individual agents and what help text you want to give them. You can see that there is a little congratulatory GIF file here if someone won a deal, and you've got other bit of text here if someone lost a deal. I'm only going to change a couple things here. First of all, I've got a Word document with the text that I want to put in here, so I'm going to grab that text and paste it right in. Under qualification, I want to change that text to something else, so I'm going to copy from my Word document. This is helpful because a lot of times when you're working in big companies, you need to get things approved anyway. It's good to do it in a separate document. Then we'll go back to our qualification stage. First of all, you may not want people to see all the fields, and that's the whole benefit of having the path. You can add and update fields, and when you do that, so you can push fields back and forth depending on whether you want to see them or not. And if you want to add a field to that stage, you can, and you can give people whatever stage fields you want, whatever fields you want to be displayed at that stage. Now, we've changed the qualification stage to show more fields. And then what I want to do is I'm going to clear this out, and we're going to go ahead and just paste in the text that I want them to read. Now, we're going to go ahead and click on Needs Analysis and do the same thing. And we'll do the same thing for Proposal. And you can keep going through and changing the text for everything. no problem. And the nice thing about this is it is a WYSIWYG editor. You can format it using these tools. You can also add an image if you'd like. You can stick an image in there. Perhaps you'd like to put something fun and friendly and encouraging for your sales team. You can add links if you'd like to do that as well. So if you go back to proposal, you go back there and you see that we've got a link in there, and we want to make this a real link. That's not a real link, but you get the idea that you can put your own link in there. And then what you do is click on the links button, and that's this one right here. And then you make it into a link. And then when you're done, you click next. And then you decide if you want to make this active or inactive. Clearly, we're going to deploy this, so let's go ahead and make it active. And then once we're done saving that path, we'll see it's back here on the list. And if we want to deactivate the path, we can always do that by clicking this button or delete it if we'd like. Let's flip back over to the other tab. This is our Salesforce account, and we're going to do a refresh. I'm going to reload the screen. And hopefully all the changes that you just made will take effect. And you'll notice that if I click on Opportunities and I click on an opportunity now, you'll see that the qualification stage now has just the fields that I selected. It has my new text. When they click Needs Analysis, it has that new text plus the fields that I selected. And then here's our proposal stage. You can see that you've got the link here that I just put in there and the new text. And we didn't change negotiation, and we didn't change the close stages. So if I selected closed 1, you'll still see that congratulatory GIF file will pop up here and it'll show. So this is how it works. It's very simple to do and very easy. We've now set up a customized path and established a proven way for our sales teams to follow this path for greater success in the use of Salesforce. And so when you're tracking business opportunities, this is the way you can guide your team and give them tips and tricks. So in Salesforce, you're going to get used to the idea of apps. The apps come in different flavors. You've got apps for interacting with data, and then you have apps that you can download from the AppExchange. And this is where it can be a little confusing. Apps from the AppExchange are totally different than apps that you use for reviewing and editing data. We're going to use the app that you use for managing data, and apps are a collection of components that can include tabs, like you see here on the screen. These are tabs. And it also includes things like reports, dashboards, custom pages, which we call visual force pages. And a visual force page is something that's coded, but you can also use an editor. There's a visual force page editor within Salesforce. And this is how you tailor your system to an individual user or a group of users' specific needs. That's how you get the data in the hands of people the way they want to see it. There are standard apps which can be customized, or you can set up new apps, which is what we're focused on today. And that particular app that we're going to make is for a business process. So let's do it. We're signed in at the Home tab. You can see that we're signed in. And then we're going to click on the gear cog icon on the top right. Then what you do is click Setup. And from Setup, you're going into a section which is for actually creating new apps. And we're going to type in the word app in the quick find box. And then we have a thing called the App Manager. Let's go ahead and click on App Manager. Now, let's try to connect the dots. You have different kinds of apps. You have apps that are Lightning apps, and you have Classic apps. Salesforce Classic is the previous version. Some of these apps are available when you switch to the Classic experience. And users can still switch over to Classic Salesforce, although I'm telling everyone, hey, stick to the Lightning experience. It's better. That's where it's headed, so stay there. So we're going to focus on building apps for Lightning. Let's flip back over to the tab here at the top where we are still at Salesforce in our app, our sales app. The app name appears right here. If you click the app launcher, that's the tic-tac-toe, that little tic-tac-toe on the left, you'll see all your apps. There are these cartouches here, and all the apps are there. And when you click on a particular app like Sales Operations, it changes the available tabs and the look and feel of the screen. All the underlying data remains. It's all still there, exactly the way it was before. But each time you switch to a different app, you're going to see a different experience so that individual roles within your company, the people might want to have a different experience. Let's go ahead and make a different experience. We'll click on the Setup tab again, and we're going to create a new app. Now, let's go ahead and click New Lightning App, and then we're going to give it a name. All apps have to have a name. We're going to call this Outside Sales. And then a unique name auto-populates when we press the Tab key. Let's give it a description. And then let's upload our logo. I have a logo on the computer. Click Upload and navigate to where your logo is. This logo is square. It's better if it's square. It's going to look better. So I click on it, and then I click Open, and then it's uploaded. You can see the logo right there. Now, we can change the color of our app so that it has a different look and feel, and you can, move this around until you find the color you want and make the adjustments here. And you can certainly do that. I'm going to go ahead and put in a hex color. You can put in RGB, or you can use hexadecimal. And I've got the hexadecimal color for my company brand, which I will just punch in, and I'll replace this one with my own. And that will allow the color to look just like the brand color. You see how it matches up. And then let's go ahead and scroll down a little bit more. And then you can see here it says use the app's image and color instead of the organization's custom theme. I'm going to go ahead and check that box, and then I'll click Next. And then we have navigation style. Standard navigation is what I use. It's what I'm used to. I'm going to go ahead and leave that as the default. And then we have a couple of personalization questions. Do we want to disable the end user personalization of nav items in this app? Probably not, because people like to have their own personal way of doing things. And don't automatically create temporary tabs. So in Salesforce, anytime you open up a data object, it will dynamically create a tab for it. That's not permanent, but it allows the user experience to be slightly enhanced. That's a new feature within Salesforce, and I'd say leave it alone because people like to have those tabs. Click Next, and then in the next section is utility items. You can explore this on your own, but people like Chatter. Chatter is the social media aspect of Salesforce that people really like to use for collaboration. You can add all these things to the utility bar, but I'm just going to click Chatter Feed. That adds that to the utility bar. Let's leave all these default settings alone and click Next. And then let's push over one data object. It's leads. We just want leads. We have a sales team. They should look at leads, and that's it. And that keeps them hyper-focused on what they're doing. They don't need to see everything else. And then click Next. Now, what we'll do here is assign which profiles will be able to use this new app. And we want our outside sales team to use it, that's for sure, because we want outside sales to see it. But for testing purposes, keep in mind you can switch between apps. So if you're the administrator, you can have all the apps assigned to you. So I'm going to push over System Administrator, and then I'll click Save and Finish. Now, only 2 profiles can see the new app. Let's go ahead and flip back over from our Setup tab here to our Salesforce account. Let's go ahead and click on the App Launcher, and you'll notice that immediately the outside sales team, that is sitting right there. And did you notice that if I drag it up, I can make it the first item? Look at that. Isn't that cool? Just make sure you've got that 4-way arrow. If you want to move something around, it's got to be like that. And then when we click on outside sales and we open it up, notice that the color has gone to our custom branding. Our logo is there, and everything is exactly the way we want it. Salespeople just see leads. So apps and branding allow you to have the delivery of the information for the correct user experience. It's the user experience that's going to really get you focused on what you want to be doing. It's a great tool to present data for your team in a way that helps them stay focused and on track with what they require without cluttering up the screen. Salesforce's mobile app is a trim, slim version of the Salesforce user experience for your people on the go, and it's very robust and powerful and helpful for mobile users. It's going to have some limitations as to what you can do with it as compared to the desktop experience, and this mobile app is available to install on most mobile devices and will access your key Salesforce activities, tasks, objects, and so forth. Mobile users inherit the same visibility and permissions that are controlled by the system administrator. relating to their profile, permission sets, groups, however they're connected within Salesforce. And to get Salesforce Mobile onto your phone or your mobile device, you'll need to go to the App Store, or you need to go to Google Play and then log in using your Salesforce credentials. And let's go ahead and take a peek at how to configure this in our system. First of all, we want to do some branding, and I've got a logo for the mobile app that's on my desktop. I've already made up, and it's ready to go, and I'll show it to you in a minute. Let's click on the gear cog icon. Let's click Setup. And as with all Salesforce setup, what we want to do is go to the quick find and look up what we're looking for. In this case, it's mobile. And from here, we've got the mobile app setup menus. There's 6 of them. And we'll start right at the top. We'll go to Salesforce Branding. And within the mobile app, we'll edit the branding here. And from here, we can go ahead and change the brand color and the load page color and the logo. So the brand colors can be put in here, or you can select colors from the picker. If you'd like, you can do that. I'm going to manually key them in because I know the brand color for our brand. And you'll see it just changes right away. And then we have an option to change the loading page logo. I'm going to use a PNG file, but we can also use GIF or JPEG. And I'm going to use the choose file option. Over here on my desktop, I have a logo. So you can see it. I'll just turn it into a thumbnail so you can see the logo. We can't put the full-size logo there because it's square. It's going to look horrible. It'll be all squished. So I made a logo that fits exactly the dimensions. You'll notice that they say maximum 200 KB, but it's 460 by 560 pixels. So I made a 460 by 560 pixel logo, and I colored the background for it. And then we'll go ahead and load it, and then we'll click Save. And in the second menu option, we can go through and learn about how to use the Quick Start. Now, this is a guided setup for mobile. It's not something we need to go through together. It's something you can go through on your own. That's why it's a guided setup. It is its own tutorial. So you can check that out on your own, and then we can change Salesforce navigation. Now, what does that mean? This means the menus that are available to your users on their mobile device. And if you have people that don't need to see everything in terms of their main menu, you can take stuff off if you'd like. All you have to do is grab something and push it off. You can add it back. You can do whatever you want there. And when you're done, click Save. Keep in mind the mobile experience is going to mirror the desktop experience. That means that when somebody can see the name, address, and phone number of a lead, they're going to be able to see that on the mobile device as well. That's not controlled here. That's going to be controlled through your page layouts. And once we're done tweaking the navigation, we can also edit and change notifications. You have the ability to change in-app notifications and push notifications from the administrator side of things, so you can turn those on and off. But that affects your entire team. It's not a one-person kind of a thing. And then you can decide if you want Salesforce to cache data. I recommend it, although, it can confuse some users because even if they're not connected, they can search data and they may think that they can search all their data. That's not how a cache works. The cache works where it's going to save data that's been previously accessed. So if someone's looking at the same contact over and over again, or same lead or account, they can see it again, even if they're not connected to the web. But if they've never accessed that record, they're not going to be able to access it while they're offline. And you can enable offline create, edit, and delete, which will then sync up later with the system. And then under Salesforce settings, we have the ability to turn on and off mobile browser app, which means that the mobile browser settings means that if somebody is on a web browser on a phone, you can allow them to use that. It's enabled by default, or you can turn it off if you like. And you can also allow your folks to import contacts from their device contacts list, which is a very helpful feature for somebody who has a lot of business contacts. They put them in their phone and then they want to later move them onto Salesforce. So that's how it works in terms of using the mobile configuration settings. Now that we've branded it, let's transition over and take a look at what the mobile experience looks like. We'll just do a quick brief tour. So here's your chatter feed, and on the mobile device, it's very compact. It looks very different. Down here at the bottom, you have your ability to add new things, new tasks, new events, log a call, but then you can pull up a bigger menu here where you can do just about everything you want to do, add new contacts in the system. And this connects directly to your Salesforce account. So you're on the go, but you're managing Salesforce data. And you can see over here, you've got your Finder to help search things. You've got your notifications here. And then you also have these 3 marks, which is the menu. And from here, you can look at your chatter feeds. You can go to your dashboards. You can open up accounts. And you can see your accounts. And you can pop open an account if you'd like to look at it. Go back to the menu. You can pop open your leads. And you can take a look at one of your leads and so forth. So it's a very, very helpful tool. And if you want to edit something, you just click the button to edit it. You make your changes. Once your changes are made, you can go ahead and click save, and it's done. Salesforce Mobile is a cool, handy way for users on the go to access your data. It allows immediate visibility of Salesforce information from anywhere. So be sure to evangelize this great tool with your team so that you all can accomplish more when everyone's on the go. Salesforce offers you useful real-time reports that are actionable and allow you to measure your success within your organization's data. And a report is a set of records that meet certain criteria. There are standard reports, and you can also make custom ones too. Reports can be added to a dashboard, which is a visual representation of the data within your organization. And you can also add a chart within your report to give you a visual representation of the data as well. Reports are generated for specific purposes, such as a call list, using it for a CSV import in an external data purpose, like a mailing list. You can use it for a sales report or any data you're interested in reviewing. Salesforce reports catalyze adoption by showing past success as well as real-time progress. Issues with data must be resolved prior to distributing important reports to ensure the accuracy of those reports. Remember, garbage in, garbage out, and anytime you're distributing important reports to an executive team member of your company, a manager, make sure that the data is clean. Work with standard reports before you develop customized ones, and that'll help you gain a greater understanding of how to do report building. So let's have a look at reports. You need to be signed into your Salesforce account. We're starting from the Home tab, and we're currently working with the Sales app. We can access reports by clicking on the app launcher, that's the tic-tac-toe here, and then clicking on reports at the bottom. You can also add reports directly to your nav. This is a personal feature. It's personalization to your own login, so it's not something that's going to change the rest of the user's experience. But if you click the pencil here, you can add additional items to your navigation. And if you don't see the item there, then you can go ahead and click where it says Add More Items, and then click All. And then from here, you'll see a list of items that are available to add to your navigation. We'll click on Reports, and we'll add that directly to our navigation bar. Once we do that, then reports will show up here under More. You can see Reports, and then we click on that, and then we're in the Reports landing page. Let's go ahead and start with a folder. We're going to go to All Folders, and then from Folders, we can see a list of folders that are available in the system. And let's add a folder. We'll go ahead and do that by clicking on New Folder. This is a Reports folder, and we're going to call this the Sales Manager Reports. And when we press Tab, a unique name auto-populates, and then we click Save. Now, we're going to go ahead and develop some reports a couple of different ways. First of all, reports come in 4 formats: tabular, summary, matrix, and joined. And you're going to want to do some research independently of this video to learn more about how those reports work. But at this point, let's go grab an actual report. We'll go to All Reports, and we'll look at the All Leads report. We can also search for reports using this if we want to just type in Leads. We can find all the leads reports, and it's easy to find that way. So that's a quick demonstration in case you have too many to show and you don't want to scroll through a bunch of reports. You can search for the report. Now, we don't want to ruin this beautiful report. What we want to do is clone it. So what we do is use this pull-down menu, click Save As. We'll go ahead and give it a new name, which will be a Sales Manager Report, all leads. And then after we do that, we'll select a folder. And then we want to go ahead and put this in the Sales Manager folder. Now, we can see that it's right there, but we could also type it in here if we wanted to do that. We could just type in a keyword like manager and then find the folder and then go ahead and select that folder. And then you'll see that it's in the Sales Manager folder and then click Create. Now we have the Sales Manager Report All Leads. Same report, but we're going to mess around with it. And we don't want to ruin our perfectly good report when we're experimenting with things. Now, at the top, you've got some different things that you can do here. One of them is you can try the beta version of this tool, and we're going to go ahead and just proceed without that. You can add filters. You can interact with your reports by clicking on the headers. You can organize data, ascending or descending, and you can also conduct filtering here. Keep in mind, whenever you do filtering on an existing saved report, it's not going to finalize it as a permanent save. Anybody who uses the report again will have to make these changes. It's not a permanent change, so we actually have to edit the report if we want to do that. We can change things like dates and stuff like that. We can modify the report on the fly. And when we do this and we apply these changes, they're not permanent. They're semi-permanent changes. You can also use some settings, and you can change some of the ways that the report is presented. Or you can do what we're about to do, is edit the report. So let's click Edit and make some direct changes that will be permanent. We can group our report. We can organize groupings based on these fields. That's one way to do it. We can also add columns. Let's do that. I'm just going to quickly add a column. It's very simple. If you want to add a column to your report, all you have to do is grab that column. That's a field, and stick that into wherever you want it to be. What you'll see is there's going to be a little blue line. That's where you drop it. That's the drop zone for this new field that you're putting in the report. So anytime you want to drop a field, just drag it over, put it in a blue line, and drop it in, and then you'll see it's there. So if you'd like to remove a column, all you have to do is go grab it using this pull down, and then you can remove the column this way, and it's gone. And anytime you want to sort data within your report and make that sort permanent, make it a permanent decision, you can sort right here, ascending or descending. You can do that. And here's what's really cool. Look at this. You can group stuff. You can click on this pull down and you can group by a particular status. So now all the leads that are in the same status are there. And there's other stuff too. We can filter. So click on filters. We can show all of our leads, or we can just show my leads. I don't need to show everybody's leads. What if I just want to see mine? You can show leads by date. You can organize it by date, by month. You can change that on the fly. You can change it using a variety of presets, and you can certainly do that. And you can use the presets that are offered here. If you want to apply them, you can. Or you can go ahead and put in your own date ranges. Now, what I really find cool about this, and this is something that's relatively new for Salesforce, is the Add Chart feature. Go ahead and click Add Chart and see what you can do. Now, that's kind of a cool chart, but I want to add something even cooler. Let's click on the gear cog icon and pick a much more interesting chart. Let's pick up a donut chart. How about that? It looks a little bit more visual, and we can give the chart a title, whatever you want to call it. You can put that title in there, and then you can also change the different sections as you want, and you can even put the legend somewhere else if you'd like. And then when you're done, you've got a beautiful little chart that you've put in there, and you can go ahead and include it with your report. Once you're done making all your changes, you're going to want to save. And if you want to save to a different folder, you can always use Save As and make changes. Or if you want to edit the properties, you can always adjust the location of the folder there or rename the report there. That's always going to be in the Properties section. Now that it's saved, we can run the report. We see our chart, which is right here. We can hover over that information and we can go ahead and scroll down and see the data there. And we have other features as well. We can reload if data has changed. We can go ahead and export. And we have the ability to subscribe to this report as well if we want to receive updates on a regular basis. Now let's go ahead and make a report from scratch. That was a report we copied from another report. Let's go ahead and just start a new report, and we'll call this something similar. We're going to use a leads report, and we're going to click continue. We've selected our report type, and a lot of standard fields are already included. We can drag a few things over if we want to and add some additional fields, additional field columns. Remember that these are drop zones. These little blue lines indicate where you're dropping. We can quickly group something and we can organize things and sort them and so forth. Let's go ahead and do that. And then when we're done, we just click save. We give it a report name. And a unique name auto-populates, and we can select a folder, or we can leave it in our private folder. If we want to make it a private report just for ourselves, we can leave it where it is, or we can select a folder, and we can go ahead and finish up our report. Once it's saved, we run it, and there it is. That's all there is to making reports. It's very, very simple and easy to do. Anybody can do it. Making reports is the wonderful thing about Salesforce. There's plenty of data. You want to look at it. There's standard reports that do almost anything you could possibly think of already in there, and you can use those standard reports as the mother of a custom report, saving you time, getting your reports done faster and more efficiently. Sometimes data within a Salesforce report needs to be filtered to display only the results that you care about. Making predictive decisions about your data is enhanced by using smarter reports that really present only the data that you want and need. So we're going to check this out. You need to be signed into your Salesforce account, and we're starting from the Home tab. Click on the App Launcher. That's the tic-tac-toe on the left-hand side. And then go down to Reports over here on the left. And then when you click on Reports, you can go to your All Reports section and see all the reports that you have here. Let's go ahead and open up a report, which is All Leads, and we can take a look at this report. We're going to filter this report, and what I want to do is clone this, so I'm going to go over to this pull down. I don't want to mess with the original report, so we'll click Save As, and then we'll give this a name. And then we'll go ahead and put it in a folder. And then when we're done, we'll go ahead and click Create. Now at this point, we can start editing. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and click on Edit. And then we can add some filters. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and click on Filters, and we'll add a filter. The first thing I want to do is change it from My Leads, and I want to select all of the leads in the system. So I'm going to apply that. And then let's go ahead and change the created date to all time, and then we'll apply that too. And then let's add one more filter. Let's change the lead status, and let's make that equal to nurturing. And then click Apply. And that's all there is to filtering. It's pretty straightforward. And then when we're done, we can go ahead and run this report and make sure we like the way it looks. If you like the way this looks and everything looks exactly the way you want it to, you can go ahead and save it. But there's something else I'd like to do. You can interact directly with your report by clicking on the headings to sort the data alphabetically and ascending or descending if you'd like. And as you do that, it's an interactive spreadsheet, essentially. Or you have the ability to freeze that information into that particular sort sequence. So let's go ahead and click Edit again. And then from here, what I'm going to do is head over to the company and account field. And in that column, I'm going to sort it from here. And what I'll do is I'll indicate that I want to sort it ascending or descending. You can change it to whichever direction you want. And I went ahead and did that, and you'll notice that it's now sorted properly. And then I'm going to click Save at this point to finish up. And then I'm going to click Run, and you'll see that it's in the sort sequence that I wanted it to be in. Now, once this is saved, it's a permanent new report. It's always best to clone from an existing report. And when you're filtering within reports, it helps you prevent data from falling between the cracks. It helps keep reports relevant, and it helps you provide visibility of what matters to your team to help you make predictive decisions about your Salesforce data. Reports empower knowledge, awareness, and transparency within Salesforce teams. Let's review how to share reports within teams and provide them to customers as well. I'll go ahead and pull up a report. First, we need to be signed in, and we're starting from the Home tab. And what you do is you hit over here to the tic-tac-toe board and click on that. That's the app launcher. And then scroll down to Reports, and you'll see that here at the very bottom left. Click on Reports. Yours may be slightly different. And then pull up the report you want. I'm going to find All Reports on the left-hand side, and I'm going to use the report Activities by Salesperson. Let's subscribe to this report, and I like to subscribe to reports that change often so that I get notified anytime those reports change. So we'll use this pull-down menu on the far right. Go ahead and click on that, and then click Subscribe. And then you get an Edit Subscription option. And I like to see stuff frequently. I'm not afraid to look at emails from my Salesforce system. So I'm going to do a daily report. I want to see them at a specific time. I like to get them before I start work in the morning. So it's helpful to have that show up at just the right moment. We'll make it 8 a.m. in the morning. And then you have a section where it says Send To. And that's who receives the report. Now, if the report's just going to me, then I don't need to change that. But we can also click Edit Recipients. And we have the ability to share reports with our users. And we can go ahead and put in the username. You'll see a suggested list here, and you can pick the people that get the report. And every time you go and put a person on the report, they will also receive it at that specific time. So then you can go ahead and add them to the subscribers. And now you have a list of 2 recipients for this report. And a subscription means they're going to get them 8 o'clock every day. And if you want to take somebody off, you can certainly do that by clicking the X here, and it takes them off the list. And once I'm done filling all that out, let's go ahead and close this window layer. And then we have a section here where it says Run Report As. Now, what does that mean? Well, each user in the system has different permissions, and someone who has lower permissions might not be able to run that report because they may not have sufficient visibility of the data. And as to which user can run the report, that's something for you to decide as the administrator. And that's helpful if special permissions are needed. I'm an admin, so I can run this as me. I'll just keep it as myself. But if I wanted to run it as another person, I could certainly do that by changing this out, and I could put a different user, or I could have it run as an automated process. Let's go ahead and keep myself for the moment and click Save. That's how you subscribe to reports. It's easy to do, super easy peasy, not complicated at all. Now let's export a report. That's how you share a report with an outside person, someone who doesn't have a Salesforce account on your network. And once you've run the report, you can go ahead and use the pull-down menu and click Export. And you can export a formatted report in Excel if you'd like. That's an easy way to send an Excel spreadsheet. Or you can use the Details Only option and export either as a formatted XLS file, which is an Excel data file, or a comma delimited, or also known as comma separated values file. Either one of those would be fine. Clearly, if someone doesn't have Microsoft Excel, you'd want to send them a CSV file. Let's go ahead and send a formatted report. We'll click Export, and that would save the file here to the Downloads folder. And I'll go into the folder. We'll show it. Now, at this point, we have access to the file, and we can go ahead and just send it out as an attachment to our customer or our partner. These sharing features with Salesforce reports provide a fast and easy way to distribute those reports to team members and customers with very little fuss and in a very streamlined way. Salesforce has dashboards, and just like it sounds, it's a dashboard that helps you visualize all the abundant and important information within Salesforce inside of your team's data. And if it can be reported, it can be assembled into a helpful and cool dashboard with quick links to the underlying reports that build the dashboards themselves. Salesforce is a success-driven product, and adoption is very important. Knowledge and understanding and information transparency, that's what brings your team together, and it really helps with the success of your team. So let's get started building a dashboard. We'll jump right in. Depending on the page layout for your organization, you may see a tab for dashboards like here. And when you select an app, we're in the Sales app, but when you select an app, not all of these apps are going to have a dashboard link. So when you click the tic-tac-toe, let me go back to it so you can really catch it. It's this tic-tac-toe right here. That's the app launcher. When you get the app launcher up, you're going to see all the items down here that are available to your profile. If you don't see dashboards, then your system admin has to add it in, but you're the system admin. So you can go ahead and click on dashboards, and from here you can see recent ones that are created by me, your private dashboards, all your dashboards, and you can also set up folders for them. Folders are easy peasy. All you have to do is press the button for a new folder, make it. What we'll do is focus on making a new dashboard. Let's do that right now. We'll click on New Dashboard, and we'll give it a name. When we press Tab, we can fill in an optional description. You don't need to put that in. You can if you want to. You can also select a folder. So if you click here, you can go ahead and put it in a folder if you'd like to do that. I'm going to go ahead and click Cancel because we'll just keep it as a private dashboard for this demo. And then we'll click Create. Keep in mind, private dashboards cannot be seen by other Salesforce users. If you click this pencil, you can change the name of your dashboard at any time. That's easy to do. And we'll talk about this button in a minute. If you click the gear cog, you can change the information also here, your name, your description of your dashboard, its location. And this is important, how your dashboard is viewed. If the person viewing the dashboard is not you, you're going to want to assign another person who's an administrator. If the data is like highly secure data, maybe you don't want everybody to run it as a particular user, you can change the user. This is configurable. In other words, not everybody can see everything in your Salesforce organization. So if they can't see the data, they also can't see the data on the dashboard. Maybe you want them to see the summary, but not the underlying report. You can also change your theme and your palette, which allows things to look different. You can have a light colored theme and you can have different palettes. Let's just go ahead and quickly change the palette slightly and then click Save. And then let's add components. Click on Component. This is where we put the reports down. So we're going to type in Leads and then By. And then we've got some choices here. I want to first put a component for Leads by Source. We'll select that. And right here we have a different series of different ways that we can present the data. And each of these cool looking charts can be changed. You can just change it around. You've got donut, you've got all kinds of cool different charts. You know, I kind of like this one for this kind of data. And if we scroll down here, we can also change the axis if you want to. You can also change the name for this particular title of this chart. You can change that if you'd like, put a subtitle and a footer. You can change the color theme and click Add. It puts it right on there. Let's do it again and add something else. Here we'll do Leads by Status. So we'll go ahead and add a component that shows the leads by their status. And again, you can pick whatever chart you want. I like this little funnel chart. Let's go ahead and use that. That's kind of cool. And I don't want it to say sample report, so we'll just go ahead and say Leads by Status, and then we'll drop it into the palette here. The problem is it's down here at the bottom, so let's just grab it and move it around. And if you don't like the size, you know what? Just make it a little bit smaller. You can make things different sizes, particularly if you're trying to put emphasis on something. Ooh, that doesn't look too good. How about we make it bigger? See, you can make things really the way you want them to look so the data flows properly. If things are getting cut off, make it longer. So you have the ability to really customize this any way you like. And if you click on the pencil icon here, you can quickly change the type of chart and you can just quickly save that. And it's now a different kind of a chart. It's that simple, easy peasy. When you're done, click Save. And then let's go ahead and take a look at the dashboard. What we'll do is we'll head over to the Dashboard tab. We'll click on that. And here is our dashboard. We'll click on that. And here's our dashboard. It looks great. And if the data within your Salesforce organization changes because people are making edits, you can hit refresh to change it and update it. You can also use this option to subscribe and have yourself sent a routine email on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis on the schedule that you choose. You can also use this pull down to make a new copy, clone it. You can delete it. And of course, you can edit it by clicking here. All of this information is nice and clean. It's visual. It looks great. And anytime you want to add a dashboard, it's a very fast process. It offers powerful, flexible, and visual data reporting for your team whenever they're using Salesforce. Most teams have existing data that they'd like to bring into Salesforce from other databases and spreadsheets. We can import up to 50,000 records at a time into Salesforce using comma-separated values files, known as CSV files, and using that in conjunction with the Salesforce Data Import Wizard. Make sure that the incoming data file is properly formatted. The import file data must match a Salesforce field, so compare the incoming data against the available fields in Salesforce. Make sure the names are split into separate first, middle, and last name. Separate addresses into columns for street address, city, state, and postal code. Separate each phone number into its own column as well. Now, if you've got a lot of records to import, contact Salesforce support or hire a pro to assist with preparing the file. Sites like Fiverr.com offer help with data processing. Fields containing dates, currency, percentages, and numbers pose unique challenges. Salesforce requires that these types of fields be formatted properly, or the data may not import correctly. If the source data has issues, a workaround is to set up plain text fields to receive the data and have someone clean it up after import. Make sure you have fields in your Salesforce account to receive the data. Any custom fields should be added before you do the import. Run tests on a Salesforce trial organization before bringing data into your actual account. We've got a CSV file here saved to the computer desktop, and we'll be importing it into Salesforce. It's nicely formatted, and you can see all the data here. Let's head over to our Salesforce account. First, you'll need to be signed in, and we're starting at the Home tab. We'll go ahead and import it into Leads. So let's click on the Leads tab right here, and then go over to the right-hand side and click on Import. We can also find this option on the Accounts tab. Now, after we click that, it launches the Data Import Wizard. We're importing into Leads, so we'll go ahead and click on Leads. And then in the middle section, we don't want to be swimming in duplicate data, so we'll have the wizard prevent duplicates from being introduced into the system using the email address as our key field. So we'll click on Add New Records, and we'll match the lead by email address. Now, in the third section, we need to locate the CSV file on the computer. So we'll click on here, and then we'll click Choose File. I have the file saved to the computer desktop, so we need to navigate over to the desktop, and you'll notice that you don't see the file, but what we want to do is pull down this little option to show all files. That brings up the CSV file, and then I'll select it, and then I'll click Open. You'll see that it's now highlighted there in the Import Wizard. Let's go ahead and click Next. Now, in this next section, we'll map our data fields. If the columns in our CSV are named differently than the standard field names in Salesforce Leads, we need to map them manually. Fortunately, all of our columns are exactly the same. I set it up that way so it would be easy. Then let's go ahead and click Next. Now let's click Start Import. And then let's click OK. As soon as the import's completed, the leads will show up here. Now, it's best to import a small set of sample records to make sure that everything looks good before importing all of your data. Importing records into Salesforce saves time and money since data does not have to be rekeyed. Once the data has been imported, we can pull down the view and show all open leads, and we can see that the data has been successfully brought into the Salesforce account. Okay, let's talk about updating multiple Salesforce records. We'll look at a few different options for updating records. If we'd like to change a small number of records, we can use a list view to select multiple records and then change them. So let's go ahead and start by being signed in, and we're beginning at the Home tab, and we'll click on Leads. Now, what we see here is called a list view. And in the list view, we can check a few records. We can make a selection of, let's say, 3 records. And then if we want to change the status of these leads, I'm going to expand this column just a little bit just to show the lead status. And then if I want to change the status, I can click on the little pencil icon that's right here. And then since I've selected 3 of the records, it gives me this little checkbox here. So let's go ahead and scroll over so we can see the pull-down menu. And we'll quickly change this from new to nurturing. And then we'll use this little checkbox to apply that change to all 3 of the selected records. And you'll notice that we've quickly changed a small number of records from the list view. This is called inline editing. And if we want to do inline editing, we can do inline editing for all the records that show up in the view. Now, you can easily update records within Salesforce within the Leads, Contacts, Accounts, Solutions, Campaigns, and Custom Objects using comma-separated values files and the import wizard. And we're going to go ahead and do that. Every record in Salesforce has a unique record ID number that we can use as a key field when performing updates. And let's go ahead and check to see how this works. Again, we need to be signed in when we're doing this. And I'm going to use this tic-tac-toe here. This is the app launcher. And then I'm going to scroll down to Reports and select that. And I'm going to discard the changes that I was making earlier. Then I have a report here. This is a report I made earlier today, and it's called All Leads. And in this report, we have some basic information, and I've put that information in here, including the lead status, which is what we'll be changing in this demonstration. Now, what we'll do is we'll edit the report, and we're going to add one more column. That data column will be the ID, so the Salesforce ID. I'll go to the left-hand side under Columns, and I'll type in ID, and then I'll just click Lead ID, and it's automatically added to the end of the row here. You can see it as the last heading, which is the Lead ID. But I'm not going to save this because you don't need to save this to do an export. If I wanted to use this over and over again, I could save it. But if I simply go here and click Run, it won't save the changes I've made, but it will allow me to export the records. I'll use the pull down here, and then I'll go ahead and I'll export. And I'll use the details only option and export as a comma separated values file, which here is called comma delimited, also known as CSV files. And then I'll click export. Now, this automatically goes into my downloads folder because that's how my browser is configured. And then if I use this option here, I can go ahead and show that file in the downloads folder, which you can see in the breadcrumb at the top of the browser. You can see the breadcrumb showing where it's located. And we'd like to preserve the original CSV file. We want to keep it intact. So what we'll do is we'll make a copy of it. So I'll right click on it and I'll go ahead and copy. Then I'll go into the white space and then I'll click paste. And then I've got a copy of that file. And before I make changes, I'll make the copy. Then let's open it up, and it automatically launches in Excel because that's the file association I have for CSV files. It opens in Excel. And I'll make the data columns fit the data. And I'm going to change the lead status. And what you'll notice here is that we still have the lead ID column here, which is our key field that we'll be using to import into Salesforce. And you'll see that in a minute. I'll change the first cell here from new to nurturing. Now, we'll be saving nurturing as the status for all of these records. So there's a number of ways to do that. You can do a global search and replace, or you can just copy and paste. I'm going to just do a simple way of copying and pasting here. And I will right click and I will paste the values, which is this option right here. And when we're done, we'll go ahead and click save and make sure that the file has been updated. And then now let's head back over to Salesforce. We're still signed in and we're starting at the Home tab. Let's go ahead and click on the Leads tab. And from here, we can see the Import Wizard, which I'll go ahead and click on. And from there, we will open up the Import Wizard interface. And we're updating leads. We need to update existing records, which is the middle option. And we'll do lead matching by Salesforce ID. So I'll change that setting. You can drag and drop the file right here, or you can use this selection tool to choose the file from the computer. And so I'll go ahead and do that. And we've got this in the Downloads folder, and it doesn't show up because we need to change this pull down to All Files. And then we'll see our copy right here. We're going to use the copy. That's the one we changed. And then we'll go ahead and click Open. Now from here, we'll click Next. And then we get into the field mapping section. If the column headings match exactly to the Salesforce headings, then it should automatically map the fields. However, you can map them manually. There's a couple here that are unmapped, so we'll go ahead and map them manually. And you can either scroll down or you can type in the information using the search box. So we'll go ahead and scroll down. Now, you'll notice on some browsers you can't see the buttons down here. So I'll go ahead and zoom out of my browser just to make that show up. That's a little tip and trick for you if you're struggling with this. I made it 90%, and that was just pressing the Control key and the mouse wheel. Then I'll click Map, and let's go ahead and scroll down a little bit further. And we've got the lead ID that we need to map as well. And I'll show you how to do that by just using the search option. We'll put ID in there, and you'll see the pop-up for Salesforce ID, and then we'll click Map. Now that I'm done with that, I'll put my browser back at 100%. That's Control, and then roll the mouse wheel. You may use a touchpad. You may have to do it slightly differently. And then we'll go ahead and click Next. Now, all of the fields have been properly mapped, and then we can click Start Import. And then click OK. And that's all there is to it. All the leads that had a status of new are now showing a status of nurturing. I always suggest keeping the original export file as a backup in the event that it may be needed to undo any of the import changes that you've made. You can always revert back to the original data if you've made a mistake or something went wrong during your import. Being able to update a few records or a whole lot of records is very helpful, and the native capability offered within Salesforce is beneficial to teams and helpful in maintaining current records. You can mass transfer records between individual Salesforce users. This can be particularly useful when someone is promoted or leaves a team and the records need to be quickly reassigned to someone else. With leads, you can transfer to users or queues. There's also controls for transferring opportunities and cases associated with accounts. Salesforce supports transfers of these and other data categories. Let's transfer the ownership of some records. First of all, we need to be signed in, and we're starting at the Home tab. And from here, I'll click on the gear cog icon right here. And then I'll click on Setup. And a new tab opens up. Then we'll go ahead and type in the word mass in the quick find box. Then let's select Mass Transfer Records. And then we'll select Transfer Leads. And here's the console to do that. Now, I'll be transferring some records to a queue, and I'll be transferring just some of my leads from my individual ownership to a team queue that's called Executive Sales Team. So we need to do that in the first section. The Transfer From section will be my name because I'm the user that owns these records. And then the user will be switched to a queue. A queue can have more than one user assigned to it. And then we'll go ahead and pull up the Finder, and we'll select Executive Sales Team in the queue. Then we'll put some search criteria here. Let's go ahead and transfer the leads that are located in California, and we'll do that by using this pull-down menu, selecting the state province field, and then selecting the operator equals. And then over here in the search box, we'll put CA, and then we'll put a comma, and then we can put another value because sometimes sales reps type in the full name of the state. And then we'll click Find. This will bring up all the records that have California as the state. There's only 2 of them. And here's a checkbox that allows us to select all of the records to be transferred. or we can selectively choose to transfer only some of them by removing the appropriate checkbox. Once we're happy with our list, we'll go ahead and click on Transfer. And now you can see that I was successful in transferring the 2 leads. Mass transfer saves time because records don't need to be manually reassigned to new record owners. And that makes for a great solution when people on teams leave, are promoted, or when records need to be quickly reassigned. When old data is no longer relevant, Salesforce allows for the mass deleting of records. This is a time saver because deleting individual records is both tedious and unnecessary. So let's see how this works. We're signed into our Salesforce account. We're starting at the Home tab, and we'll go over here on the right-hand side and click on the gear cog icon, and then we'll click Setup. Then we'll type the word mass in the quick find box on the left-hand side. Then we'll select Mass Delete Records. We can mass delete data in all of the Salesforce object data types shown in this list. We're going to select Mass Delete Leads. You should go ahead and read the information in steps 1 and 2, and we'll be deleting all of the unqualified leads from our account. So let's use this pull-down menu, and what we'll do is select Lead Status, and then we'll use the operator equals, and then we'll type in unqualified in the box to the right. This will filter the leads that match the unqualified status. Now let's scroll down. You see that there's a checkbox here to permanently delete. This checkbox sends the deleted records into a permanently deleted state, and they cannot be recovered from the recycling bin. I'm going to skip that step just in case I make a mistake and I want to reserve the right to recover the deleted records later from the recycling bin. So we'll go ahead and click Search. And if you scroll down, you can see the records that were pulled up by the search. These are all the unqualified leads. Now we'll go ahead and check this box at the top, and that checks all of the records, or we could check them individually, or we could check some and we could uncheck others if we wanted to. And then we'll select the Delete button. And that's all there is to it. They're all deleted. Deleting irrelevant and stale data is quick and easy using the Mass Delete feature within Salesforce. Cleaner data means less clutter, more focus, and a more streamlined team. Let's talk about the often ignored subject of data backups. Data is precious, and personal computer hard drives can fail at any time. They're prone to damage, and they're made to be very low cost, but not to last. A compelling reason to use the cloud for data storage is that the server maintenance, including hardware and backups, is handled by experts. Salesforce is a cloud computing solution for storing your valuable data, and the great news is that Salesforce maintains automatic backups of their customer data, which can be recovered at any time. It's still a great idea to regularly back up your organization data locally so you can restore it and avoid having to rely on Salesforce backups. Now, there are a number of ways to export and store data for safekeeping. You can simply rely on Salesforce in the event you need to restore, and in that case, they're going to charge you. You can prepare reports to export your data and then export them as CSV or Excel files. And you can use Salesforce's data loader to export object data and then save it. You can also use the native backup feature within Salesforce to request an on-demand or scheduled backup file that you can store for safekeeping. I recommend setting up scheduled backups because Salesforce will charge you $10,000 to pull their own backup and help you with a data restore. And you can do it yourself for free. I'd suggest you schedule backups for the most predictable data protection. Let's walk through a self-help data export. We need to be signed in, and we're on the Home tab, and then we'll go over here to the right and click on the gear cog icon, and then we'll click Setup. From here on the left-hand side, we have the quick find box, and let's go ahead and type in the word export. From here, let's click Data Export. From here, we can export our organization data right now, or we can schedule it for later. We can schedule the backup to occur on a monthly basis, so let's go ahead and see how that works. Let's go ahead and click on Schedule Export. Let's go ahead and include images, documents, and attachments. We'll check this box. And we'll include Salesforce files and Salesforce CRM content document versions here as well. Now here we have a choice to pick a specific day of each month, or this second option right here permits us to select a specific weekday if we'd like of each month, such as the first Sunday. Let's go ahead and set backups to occur on the last day of each month. I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to pull this menu down, and then I'm going to select last as the option. And we want to make sure that backups are done starting today, which is going to be today's date. And then let's pick an end date really far into the future so that we've got backups going on for a very long time. And I'm going to go ahead and put December 31st, 2023. And then I'm going to set a preferred start time. And let's go ahead and pick a time when we're likely sleeping and not using the organization's data. So I'll put 3 a.m. in the morning. And then we can go ahead and look down at the bottom here and see what items to be exported. So if we check the first box, this will include all the data, or we can select data that we'd like to back up. I think it's best to just back up everything, so I went ahead and selected the first checkbox. But there's quite a few things here that you can select, and if you want to be more judicious about what you're backing up, you can do that. And then we'll go ahead and click Save, and then the schedule has been set up. I'm going to head over to my inbox. And I can see that the data backup has completed, so I'll go ahead and click the link right here in the email. And I can see the download option to download the data file, so let's go ahead and click on that. And once it's completely downloaded, all the data from our Salesforce organization has been backed up, and we can see all the file attachments here, and we have all of these files, these comma-separated files that have our Salesforce data in them if we needed to restore our organization. Now, I've been using Salesforce for really a very long time, since 2001, and I've never had a problem with data getting corrupt or damaged. So it's very, very secure and it's very safe. However, it's crucial to safeguard your data and make sure to have a consistent and available backup for any unforeseen eventuality. If you plan ahead, you'll never be caught off guard. There's a cool tool for reviewing the health of a Salesforce account. And as an administrator, you can use Health Check to locate and mend sensitive vulnerabilities in the security of your account. Let's see how Health Check works. First, we need to be signed in, and we're starting at the Home tab. And then over on the right-hand side, we can click on the gear cog icon and then click Setup. And a new tab opens up for Setup. And then over here on the Quick Find box, let's type in the word health. From here in the menu, we'll select Health Check. Now, after a brief moment, a score is presented. And here we have a score of 78%, which is good, but we can do better. The Health Check score is calculated using a proprietary method set up by Salesforce, and it measures the quality of your account's security settings as compared to Salesforce's baseline standards. Now, if your account meets or exceeds a standard in all categories, you'll reach 100. By default, a new Salesforce account has an initial score well below 100, and some aspects of a new account are not as tightly secured as you might want them to be, such as the password complexity policy. We can see from the dashboard that there are some settings that should probably be tightened down a bit, and they have the indication of being critical problems, warnings, compliant, and so forth. And this tells you what the level of the risks are for that particular category and the suggestion that Salesforce has given in terms of dealing with it to help improve it. And it's complicated. There's a lot of stuff here to think about. Now, there are some settings here that we should probably tighten down a bit to protect our company's data. And this app suggests what's required to improve the security of the account. Now, any changes that you make should involve your complete understanding of the feature being changed. So balance the risk versus the convenience, such as, for example, requiring users to log in from specific IP ranges. That may limit their ability to use their account on the go, such as at a hotel or a public place. Now, let's go ahead and fix everything, and we can do that by clicking on Fix Risks right here. It makes it simple. And we'll go ahead and check this list. We'll select everything and go through and look at all of the changes that are recommended in critical and warning by just using this checkbox right here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and change one of them, which is to uncheck Enforce Login IP ranges on every request. That way that users who are on the go aren't faced with painful security challenges. Now let's go ahead and click on Change Settings here on the bottom right. And we'll be given a warning here. It says, "Are you sure?" And I'm going to say yes. And we'll go ahead and make the changes. And you'll notice that immediately I have a health score of 98%, which is excellent. That's really great. Using the health check tool will quickly flush out any issues with security on your account setup, and it will help save time having to manually evaluate these settings. And most importantly, it'll help to keep fraudsters and hackers from getting into your sensitive data. Let's talk about sessions. The connection a computer has with a remote computer, such as the Salesforce servers, is considered a session. Now, a session is a computer networking term for a semi-permanent interactive information exchange between two computers, your computer and Salesforce's computer server. A session is set up for a period of time and then it goes away. When someone logs into Salesforce and then steps away from the computer, and if that computer is still logged in, someone else could come along and access the data. So you always must remember to log out of public computers when you're done using them or risk unauthorized access to data. That's common sense. Now we'll look at session history and how to adjust session timeout values. First of all, we need to be signed in and we're on the Home tab. And we'll go ahead and use the gear cog icon on the top right. And we'll click on that and then we'll click on Setup. Now we'll enter the word session into the quick find box here on the left-hand side. So let's do that. Two menu options pop up. First, we'll take a look at session management. From here, we can review details about user sessions. This would be helpful in reviewing a team member's Salesforce usage. And in the unlikely event you're concerned about unauthorized system access, you can use this as an audit trail that tracks back via the IP address. Now let's go ahead and click on Session Settings. That's this other menu option right here. From here, we can adjust the session setting preferences, and one of the most common complaints from users is that they're logged out too quickly from Salesforce. And we can fix that pretty fast by changing the length of time that a session lasts, and that's this setting right here. Some folks think 2 hours is just too short, and what it will do is a typical work session here at our company would be 8 hours, so we'll go ahead and change this to 8 hours. And we can make some other changes as well, but I just wanted to show you quickly how to make one of the most popular changes to sessions, and then we'll click Save. And it's done. Now, be sure you remind your team to always sign out of their sessions to prevent unauthorized access, particularly since we've now increased the session duration time. Physical security is always a concern, and you never want to leave a laptop in a public place, etc. You can use common sense for that. Session security is a very critical subject to many organizations, particularly when data contains highly sensitive information. Study the details of the settings in the Salesforce documentation, and you can learn more about how sessions work, and you can find the correct balance between ease of use and also security for your Salesforce account. Let's talk about Salesforce network security. Salesforce administrators can enter a list of trusted IP ranges for specific security purposes, and that's to reduce the eventuality of unauthorized access to an organization's Salesforce data. By default, a Salesforce organization does not restrict the locations from which users can log in, So adding this restriction layer is something you'll need to do if you want to do it. For expanded security, you can add a range of trusted IP addresses for organizational use. These include all of the known locations users regularly utilize for accessing the organization's data. Plus, when the users are in a hotel or remote location, they can just do a Google search. And let me explain to you how to do that Google search. I'll give you a quick demo. Users can search something very simple like the phrase my IP in Google to find their IP address, and it'll show up immediately at the top of the search results. With the IP address in hand, they can convey that current IP address to the administrator so that these IP addresses or ranges can be added into Salesforce on the fly. Setting IP ranges does not prevent access from an authorized user, but any user logged in outside of the trusted ranges are sent an activation code, and then they can access Salesforce once they enter the activation code into Salesforce and prove their identity. Let's set up an IP range. We need to be signed into our Salesforce account, and we're starting at the Home tab. Let's head over to the gear cog icon and click on that. And then from there, we'll click Setup. Go over to the left-hand side to the Quick Find box in Setup, and we'll type the word Network into that box. Then click on Network Access. Now, by default, you can see there are no trusted ranges set up in the system yet. So let's go ahead and add a range for our sales and executive office teams who are on different networks. First, we'll go ahead and click on New. And then we'll enter the start and ending IP addresses in the range. Let's go ahead and do that. And we'll give this a description. Now, the information must be properly formatted to work correctly. There's also the description area, which is just a free-for-all box, and you can put any information you want there. And while the description is optional, it will help as a reminder of which network the range belongs to. Let's go ahead and click Save, and then this is done. And now we'll add another range for the executive office by clicking on New, and we'll enter in that range as well. And then we'll save it too. Now that these trusted IP ranges are in the system, anyone outside of these networks will have to prove their identity further before being granted access to the organization's Salesforce data. Network access settings offer a great way to layer in additional protection for your precious Salesforce data from unauthorized access by third parties. Let's talk about password policies and how to adjust your team's password requirements to strike a balance between convenience and security. We'll cover understanding your account settings for password policies in this movie. And we'll go ahead and start being signed in, of course, and then we're on the Home tab. Over here on the right-hand side, let's click on the gear cog icon and we'll click Setup. Now, on the left-hand side, we'll type in the quick find the keyword that we're looking for, which is going to be password. And then you'll see the option for password policies. Let's click on that. In this pull-down, we allow the user to have a specific amount of time to maintain the same password. So we can change that and enforce the change of a password if we'd like. Here, we can go ahead and enforce password history. This feature determines how frequently a user can recycle a previously used password. In this next box, we go ahead and set the minimum length the password has to have, and that's what the system requires. This next section controls the complexity of the password requirement. This option prevents users from typing their password into the password hint section, which would reveal it to anyone trying to access the password page. This next option controls how many failed password attempts cause the user to be locked out of Salesforce. Here you can set the length of time users are locked out after multiple failed password attempts. This checkbox obscures the secret answer to security questions as users type them in. This next option here prevents users from changing a password more frequently than once every 24 hours. This next option relates to API usage, which isn't covered in this course. Now, here in this field is where we can add the help desk or assign support person's info when a user is having login challenges. Let's go ahead and fill something in here, just for example purposes. Here, we can add a help desk link that's displayed when users have login challenges. Let's go ahead and put something in here for demo purposes as well. The next option applies to API users, which is a subject that's also not covered in this Salesforce course. And when you're done, go ahead and click on Save right here at the bottom of the screen, and these new password policies are now in effect. Securing an organization's data is a critical aspect of being a Salesforce administrator, and it's helpful to strike a fine balance between the convenience and needs of users, and of course, protecting the valuable data that every user depends on. Not all relationships last forever, so it's important to know how to handle former users. Let's talk a little bit about deactivating users within Salesforce. First of all, you can't delete users from Salesforce, but you can deactivate them. We'll see how to accomplish this, plus what occurs to all the data that the user has assigned to them. When someone leaves a position on a team, you don't want the data that they manage to become orphaned, stale, ignored, or lost in the shuffle. Deleting that data means that there will be a loss of substantial investment of time and money and potentially abandoned future business opportunities, and we don't want that. Deactivating the user removes login access and protects the records that the former user managed. I really hope that everyone's a professional and an honest person, but it's not a good idea to inform someone that they're being laid off and still allow them continued and unmonitored access to sensitive company information. Let's see how to deactivate a user. First of all, we'll need to be signed in, and we're at the Home tab. Over here on the right-hand side, let's click on the gear cog icon, then click Setup. And a new tab opens for Setup, and over on the left-hand side is the Quick Find. And in the Quick Find, just type in the word Users. You'll also see it on the menu there, and you can click through the menu if you'd like. And then let's click on Users from here, and we'll see a list of all the current users in our system. Now, we have the ability to view users based on their status, such as active users, admin users, or all users. So let's go ahead and select all the active users in the system. Now, there's the ability to just literally switch people off and take them out of the active status. So let's click the Edit button next to the name of one of the users. We'll just click that button, and we'll uncheck the active status here. We'll click OK to the warning pop-up, and then we'll click Save, and that user is no longer active. It's that simple. The user cannot access the organization's data, but the user will still appear on the user list, and if you go here and click on the pull-down menu and click All Users, you'll still see inactive users on the list here. The user's chatter will show an inactive status, and this user will no longer appear in other users following and followers. Now, the former user will continue to own all their own leads, their accounts, contacts, cases, opportunities, groups, activities, and other object data that was originally owned by them in the Salesforce organization. We can't deactivate a former user if they're assigned a user selected in a custom hierarchy field, or the person receiving a workflow email alert, the default workflow user, the default lead creator or owner, the automated case user, the default case owner, a customer portal administrator, or an approver within an approval process. Now, in those cases, we can freeze the user, which is a hold on the login access, while we remove them from any or all of those different elements of the Salesforce organization's business process. Simply go over to the name of the user from the user list, and we'll select one. We can see active users by using this pull down. And then we'll select the name of the user by clicking on the link. And then all you have to do is click on Freeze. Once deactivated, the ownership of records and groups should be changed to an active user as well. Now, at this point, that will immediately put them on hold without actually deactivating that user. Communicate with leadership on these procedures so they can make informed decisions before handling the separation of a team member. Knowledge is power. The subject of separation isn't really a fun one, but it's an important one to know how to handle correctly in every situation, especially with very sensitive data like Salesforce data, to preserve and protect your organization's valuable information. Thank you so much for taking the time to experience and complete our Learning Salesforce Admin course. I hope that this course provided you with valuable insights and information on Salesforce administration. Knowing how to set up teams and manage Salesforce features is a valuable asset that will open doors in your career. If you'd like to continue your education, please explore the Salesforce Trailhead at trailhead.salesforce.com for guided learning paths and expanded education. It's also a good idea to become involved with the Salesforce community, where you can browse help and training and interact with other Salesforce admins. You'll find the community at success.salesforce.com. I'm hoping that your experience with Salesforce will be long-lasting and wonderful. I started using Salesforce in 2001, and I use it every day in my professional life. I welcome you to reach out to me on social media at Born to Deal, and I would like to invite you to visit my YouTube channel, which you'll find at giftchannel.org. Thank you for sharing this time with me, and it's been my pleasure to provide this exploration of Salesforce administration.